Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
To the Nigerian national anthem, Mr. Albert Congo raises the flag of the new nation.
And there it is. Nigeria, we hail thee, and we hail thee indeed. So Nigeria, we hail thee. Only those of you of a certain vintage would recognize that song. But for the new entrance into the Nigerian space, that was the national anthem that preceded Arise, O Compatriot. So that was the birthing national anthem of the Nigeria. As you can see, it was Onyibo people that were singing it. So Nigeria, we hail thee, and we hail thee indeed. So Nigeria, we hail thee. Good day, good afternoon, good evening, good morning, to borrow Nandekano's phraseology, wherever you are, or just good day, which will be a more normal speak. You know, when you say good day, it covers the entirety of the day. So you don't have to say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. That's just, they call that tautology. It's a needless use of words. Just good day. So good day to you. Good day to you. Good to see you again. Good to have you here. Pardon me while I cough. So good to have you here. Always a delight in your company. Almost certainly going to be a relatively short session because the news cycle is so Spartan. We've had the ebb and flow of a highly fought, keenly contested election. Tinubu he's landed with a bang. I think you have to say that he has landed with a bang. And if you're thinking, because in the build-up to his inauguration, the conversations that we're having on this platform is how long a grace period would you give him before you start to form opinions on sort of what his administration is? So that was where we were in the conversation just a day or two before he came in. And the tradition was to give them 100 days. You know, usually when an administration comes in, they audit the first 100 days of that administration to they say what has been achieved, what direction are they following. So I think that is completely abandoned. So he landed just at his inauguration, and he has set the whole of the country agog. I won't say he set it ablaze, you know, because that would be an unfortunate metaphor, especially when you're talking about petroleum. So I'm not going to say set it ablaze, but he certainly set it agog. So the country agog, but are you agog or aghast? You know, what are you? What are you? So there it is. So all of that up for discussion. We've been laboring since the inauguration that fuel subsidy thing, and we are likely to spend quite a bit of time with Abba Kyari, not Abba Kyari, he's long past, but Meli Kyari, I should say, the czar of the NNPCL, which is, of course, what we used to know as the NNPC. So I tried to do an earlier session on it, but I had to abandon it for reasons that I didn't have the time to follow through with it. But we certainly visit his interaction with the media space and some of the explanations that he was giving as to how we have landed ourselves, where we have found ourselves now. He haven't been in charge of the Nigerian petroleum space for a solid 8 years. So he's talking languages of refineries being completed by the end of the year. I'm not quite sure if refineries are like a trip to the moon, that you need decades and decades. If this is something they build within 6 months in every other clime, we have the money, so why is it not there? So that's the question. But then, of course, we have the money, but we know where the money goes to. So a lot of that, and then Tinubu, of course, continue. Anyway, let me bring you the headlines. Let me just not ramble too much. But before I give you the headlines, the usual protocol, you know what we do here. As soon as you're coming in, you need to be clicking on the like button. It's just, you know, just to reward the system, you know, just a nod in the direction of the efforts being made by the panelists who come here every day to share thoughts with you. So click on the like button if you haven't done that. And if you are not already subscribed, for goodness sake, just do that as well. So click on like and subscribe. To join us on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So just click on that, and then you can come into the conversation. There's nothing complex about it. All of these are voices and personalities that you delight in or not. They did nothing more than to click on that hyperlink and come and share their thoughts. So you can do that as well. We're forever canvassing for new divergent opinions. So you can be that divergent opinion that we delight in today. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join us. And your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, I'll highlight it, but it looks as though that's now completely been abandoned by the space. So the invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that's always ever ready, ever available. If you want to avail yourself of it, then do that. So buy your host cups of coffee and all that. So do all those. Let me remove that from the screen. It's pinned on the comment section for anybody that is interested. But let me bring this up instead. So now, it will be a real travesty if this guy does not get this position. Not that I have any sympathy for him, of course. One of the countless very lost looters that we have within the Nigerian space. But it will be a real travesty if this guy does not get this spot. Southwest senators consider other options may drop Akpabio. So it seemed almost a certainty that it was a shoe-in for that position. And in fact, he would have sent for his tailors to start to sew new clothes to fit in with the part. But politics you never take for granted. And I don't think that the North has especially given up because there's a senator called Kari or something that is sniffing around that post. And I don't think the North they are ready to give up that post yet, because that Senate position suddenly becomes pivotal and important, especially under this Tinubu administration. Because our thinking is to think north-south. That's how we think, but that's not how Nigeria works. So we think north-south, and then when we think of the south, we only split it into two, the southwest and the southeast, and that's all of it. And maybe now the south-south coming into play as well. But if you go to the north, there are other pecuniary vested interests as well that they may feel underrepresented. What am I talking about? This will be probably the first administration in a long time that we don't have a senior Fulani presence in the administration. And I'm not sure that they are comfortable with that. And that Senate seat then will give them the leverage that they feel they would need to influence this administration. Kashim Shettima, as you all know, being a Kanuri man, Tinubu purports to be a Yoruba man, although now we're starting to find out that it's from Guinea. So if the Senate presidency goes to the South or the Southeast, then what happens to the Fulani influence that has always held currency within the Nigerian dynamism? So if they don't get to be in any space within the levers of power, we know what they often resort to, of course. They are well tooled up. All those weapons that came out of Libya into the Sahel, so it's in the hands of the Fulanis and the Tuaregs. So you know what that means, but we see how all of this play out. Our 10th National Assembly, Southwest senators consider other options, may drop Akpabio. So that would be a delicious thing to see, of course. But then, of course, try hard as you may, you cannot escape the fuel subsidy within the Nigerian space. We've been talking about it endlessly for the last 2 days, and it looks as though we're going to talk about it for a few days more. National Labour Union, what are they? NLC, that would be the Labour people anyway. National Labour Congress, I should say. National NLC rejects new pump price of petrol, give fresh directive. So the dark clouds of worker strike is starting to form around this narrative of the oil subsidy space. Let's just quickly look through this. The new pump price of petrol fixed by the Nigerian National... And by the way, just to pause it for a moment, I'm sure you are all aware, as soon as Tinubu made that, what they said was an unguarded comment, because that petroleum subsidy is gone, that he said. They said he ad-libbed it. It was an ad-lib. It wasn't actually part of the speech that he was meant to read. He ad-libbed it. So since that, then a lot of changes within the petroleum price. The NNPC, the National Petroleum Corporation, they've now come out with their formal price listing. That's not a national price listing, by the way. That's the price listing that they will be selling at their petrol station, and it's 511 naira. That's how much they are selling for. So officially now, the thing has just ratcheted up by well in excess of 150%. The new pump price of petrol fixed by the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation Limited has been rejected by the Nigeria Labour Congress. As reported by correspondents, the oil firm earlier directed its outlets nationwide to sell fuel between 480 naira and 550 naira per liter. So just to pause there for a moment, I'm sure you all know already that I'm just reading out this comment. Nice to hear one man's voice. It's been a while. I'm here every day. Are you saying you've been missing sessions? But just to pause there for a moment, I'm sure you've all increased the allowances that you're sending to your parents, because of course now whatever you used to send them now is now cut by half just by the subsidy thing. Gabardine Mohammed, Chief Corporate Communications Officer, NNPC Limited, had said the price adjustment was made in line with market realities. Reacting to the development, NLC President Comrade Joe Ajiaro, who briefed journalists at Labour House, Abuja, on Wednesday, May the 31st, said the Congress would not accept that. Ajuaro noted that the fixing of price is not what the government could do unilaterally. The NLC, and by the way, the NNPC are coming out to the price listing for how they are going to sell petrol at their filling stations. That's not a government position, because our NNPC now has been rebranded as an ongoing enterprise. So it's a limited liability company and not a government organization. The NLC argued that the decision to announce a new pump price regime was against the interest of social dialogue. I pity Tinubu. NLC president speaks on dispute. President-elect will inherit. Correspondents earlier reported that the president of the NLC, Joe Ajero, has pitied the president-elect, Bola Tinubu, over the number of industrial disputes he inherited from Monday. Ajero said the Buhari administration tried to maintain industrial harmony, which was not enough to solve many industrial disputes. So it goes into a different narrative space then. So they've rejected then that 480 to 570 price point listing that NNPC has come up with. So still staying with the fuel subsidy space, fuel subsidy, Tinubu to fix one refinery before December. NNPC, GMD, Mele Kyari. So I was hinting at this earlier because, of course, I've watched an interaction he had with the media. Group Managing Director of Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, Mele Kyari, has said that the administration of President Bola Tinubu has concluded an arrangement to have one of the 4 refineries repaired and operating at optimal level before the end of the year. So that's probably singularly one of the most ludicrous things that I've ever read in my life. When was Tinubu inaugurated 2 days ago? So how is it possible within 2 days that he has suddenly come up with this plan? So what he should have said was that ongoing repairs and rehabilitation will complete in one of the refineries. Certainly not anything to do with that. Tinubu, Group Managing Director of Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, Mele Kyari, has said that the administration of President Bola Tinubu has concluded an arrangement to have one of the 4 refineries repaired and operating at optimal level before the end of the year. Kyari disclosed this during a meeting with the National Chairman of the All Progressive Congress, Senator Abdullahi Adamu. He appealed to Nigerians to be patient as the president is working out some palliative measures to ease the pain of Nigerians. So it's just upside down. A lot of people said this was rushed, and of course, certainly it was rushed and badly planned as well. Yeah, because of course, how can you do the action first and then start to think of the palliatives later? Surely you put the palliatives in place and then take the action. So it's just the wrong way around, isn't it? He appealed to Nigerians to be patient as the president is working out some palliative measures to ease the pain of Nigerians, Kyari said. I am aware that Mr. President has directed some engagements and some palliatives will be put in place. I am very sure this will happen. There is an ongoing process of rehabilitation. One of them will come this year. The second one will come on stream next year, and then the third will follow thereafter. Of course, it is very obvious that we can no longer afford subsidy. Subsidy bills have piled up. The country is not able to settle NNPC for the money we have been spending on our subsidy. Therefore, pricing this petroleum at the market price is the right thing to do at this point in time. And I believe it will benefit the country in the long term. So a lot of people feel that this was a booby trap that Buhari said and left for Tinubu. A booby trap that Buhari said and left for Tinubu. Let me acknowledge it. It's a curious thing the way this super chat thing works. Sometimes it doesn't come at all, and then some instances it comes in streams. Alexander Gomez often initiating that space, waiting another spellbinding interaction with insightful analysis and sublime submissions. Greetings, everyone. God bless our beloved country, Nigeria. So thank you, Alexander Gomez. And whenever you see Alexander Gomez, of course, very quickly are your follows. Welcome to the great one, Lion of Bodillion, now Lion of FCT. And then RD, he comes in with this. Nice to hear one man's voice. It's been a while. So there it is. So thank you for those. Keep them coming. Let's go on then. This was one of the headlines that we would be contending with. But where do I even want to bring it from? Let me bring it from here. Let me bring it from here. So let me bring it from here. Presidential election court criticizes Peter Obi's legal team for delay. I had it from the. I have it from the Punch. Let me bring it from the Punch because this was where I first saw it. Yes, let me bring it from here. PEPT steps down Obi LP petitions. LP petition over inconsistencies. So a lot of us were actually for a moment starting to forget that Peter Obi is still rebel rousing. That Peter Obi is still rebel rousing in the cheap seats. It's only really this head. I wonder how much longer he can keep this up. It's such a tedium. It's such a chore. It's such a grasp. Do you know that there was a headline making the circles today that Patu Tomi is lobbying for a job with Tinubu? Do you know that? Patu Tomi? Do you know that Daniel Bwala, Atiku's former spokesperson, he on his official Twitter handle, congratulations, sir. Well done, sir. We wish you well, sir, Tinubu. Do you know that? And there is this guy just lumbering still from my mandate. It's so silly. PEPT steps down Obi LP petition over inconsistency. So this is the bread and butter to those obedient spaces. They will continue to feed off this till they milk the wallet dry of the gullibles that throw money at them. The Presidential Election Petition Court has stepped down hearing in the petition filed by Peter Obi and the Labour Party against the election of President Bola Tinubu. This latest development is a result of an improper schedule of documents tendered before the court as proof of the allegations of malpractices during the February the 25th presidential election. The court, during its proceedings on Thursday, cited some inconsistencies in the document from the 23 local government areas of Benue State. Whilst efforts to reconcile the differences turned out to be unsuccessful, the decision of the council to Obi and the Labour Party, Chief Emeka Okpoko, SAN, to use documents not filed to conduct the proceedings was rejected on the grounds of illegality. So let's pause there for a moment because we really need to look at that. It's just, these are, when I say these are silly people, I'm not just throwing invective right out there just to be ill-mannered. These are silly people. These people that were contending and that were having to suffer, they are silly people. So I want you to listen attentively just to this paragraph. While efforts to reconcile the differences turned out to be unsuccessful, that is to say that the evidence that they said was categorical and was going to nail Tinubu and INEC, it wasn't even coherent that the court could understand it. Whilst effort to reconcile the differences turned out to be unsuccessful, now listen to this part. The decision of the council to Obi and the Labour Party, Chief Emeka Okpoko, now what is his title? SAN, is a senior advocate of Nigeria, to use documents not filed to conduct the proceedings was rejected on the ground of illegality. Look at that. I mean, where do you even begin? It's just, I mean, you know, a senior advocate of Nigeria, which is they call that a silk in the inner circles. Is it inner chambers? They call something circle here in the UK. They call that the silk. You know, my learned silk. The equivalent of a senior advocate of Nigeria in the UK, they call them as the silks. You know, because their robe is usually silk and somewhat of a different shade. So somebody of this level of seniority is not able to produce documents needed for a case that he assures his client is categorical. And then he's now inviting the court, the tribunal, to accept documents that were not filed. And he's a senior advocate of Nigeria. But there we are. It's just theater of this clown city. Whilst efforts to reconcile the differences turned out to be unsuccessful, the decision of the council to obey and the Labour Party, Chief Emeka Okpoko, SAN, to use documents not filed to conduct the proceedings was rejected on the grounds of illegality. Unbelievable. That guy should be desilked. The court thereafter stepped down hearing of the petition and ordered the legal team to go and refile the schedule of documents in line with the provisions of the pre-hearing report. Peter Obi and the vice presidential candidate of LP, Dati Baba Ahmed, alongside the leaders of the party, were in court to witness the proceedings. The 5 justices, led by Justice Haruna Simon Samani, hearing the petition, had also retired to their chambers, whilst Obi's legal team reconciled their documents. So I wonder what apportioning of blame is being apportioned now in that space. Because I wonder who gets the blame then in the obedient spaces. Are they going to say that it's the court's fault for not allowing unfiled documents to be presented as part of a hearing? You know they have that capacity in that space. They'll say it's the court's fault. Why didn't they allow them to? They should know now. They should know that it's Peter Obi now. We will not, anyway, let's just leave them. President Tinubu appoints Femi Gbajabiamila as chief of staff. So there it is. This is the most badly kept secret probably within the Tinubu political trajectory. And this guy, Femi Gbajabiamila, if you look at the level of close marking that he gave Tinubu, it would have taken something for him not to have landed that post. And it's not been declared official yet, but it's almost categorical. In fact, it is categorical that he has been appointed. But I'll take you to why I said it is categorical in a moment. But it is categorical that he has been appointed. President Tinubu appoints Femi Gbajabiamila as chief of staff. So the worst kept secret within the Tinubu presidency. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has appointed the incumbent Speaker of the House of Representatives, Femi Gbajabiamila, as his chief of staff. A source close to the presidency told correspondents on Thursday that the president chose Gbajabiamila after several hours of meetings and consultations. The decision to pick Gbajabiamila was said to have been made by the president after evaluating all possible candidates aspiring for the post. Amongst his loyalists, Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, who was yet to receive his certificate of return from the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, would have to forego his election into the House of Representatives for the 6th term. Yes, I was speculating. I was speculating on that, actually. So the guy had the insurance, of course, of going back to the House of Reps. But then, of course, if he went back to the House of Reps, he would not go back to the House of Reps as Speaker for reasons of the ethnic permutations of this particular administration. But he's just booked that as a side ticket anyway. So it looks as though then, I think it's from Surulere, it looks as though then they'll be having a by-election in Surulere anytime soon. Honorable Gbajabiamila, who was yet to receive a certificate of and why has he not even returned? Is there a query on his victory or something? Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, who was yet to receive his certificate of return from the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, would have to forego his election into the House of Representatives for the 6th term. This development would also create another opportunity for other aspirants within the party that had shelved their ambition to represent Surulere Constituency 1 at the House of Representatives. The source, who craved anonymity, noted that Gbadabiamila was picked by the president after a final meeting with stakeholders that ended on Thursday morning at the villa in Abuja. He added that Gbadabiamila's maturity and ability to help communicate the president's policies to lawmakers properly was one of the criteria that was considered. So I guess the time served and the influence that he has in parliament are probably one of the things that tipped us in this direction. But should he get that post? I'm not 100% that he should get that post. On to this, another person then that is hustling hard for a post that seems to want to elude him just at the 11th hour. 10th National Assembly. Southwest senators consider other options may drop. Akpabio. Strong indications yesterday suggested that senators, mainly from the Southwest, have called for a meeting for tomorrow where they will take a decision to work towards reviewing their position on the choice of leadership of the Senate. This is coming amid speculations that the candidacy of former Senate Minority Leader, Senator Godswill Akpabio, may have hit a brick wall, as President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is said to have withdrawn his support for him in the contest for the Senate President in the 10th National Assembly. Recall that the All Progressive Congress APC had announced the endorsement of Senator Godswill Akpabio and 3 others for the topmost position in the National Assembly. Senator Akpabio from South was endorsed for Senate President. Senator Jibrin Barau from Northwest for Deputy Senate President. Tajuddin Abbas from Northwest for Speaker, House of Representatives, and Kano Southeast for Deputy. This did not, however, go down well with some members of the party, especially those aspiring for the position of presiding offices in both the Senate and the House of Reps, following the protest and condemnation that trailed the party's endorsement. According to a senator from one of the states in the Southwest, the meeting is for senators from the zone to know the outcome of a crucial meeting of the leading tendencies among the senators-elect scheduled for Thursday, which they have strategically asked some of their members to attend. President Tinubu is said to have heeded the advice of his trusted political allies by tacitly withdrawing his support for Akpabio. Okay, let's see what else there are so far. The president, sources said, was resolute in running a corruption-free government with emphasis on strengthening all the existing policies and institutions concerned with anti-corruption towards achieving this goal. In his inaugural speech, Tinubu declared pointedly that his government would take proactive steps such as championing a credit culture to discourage corruption while strengthening the effective efficiency of the various anti-corruption agencies. So just to pause there for a moment, this guy actually invited Ibrahim Bawa to his office. That's the EFCC czar, to update him on the corruption cases. With this statement, the source said, most of us have come to the full realization of the fact that President Bola Tinubu would not for anything support any such senator with myriads of cases of corruption in the anti-graft agencies after declaring before the world that he will strengthen and make them more effective. A senator from one of the states of the Southwest confided in correspondents, "We have seen the follies in remaining in this camp. It will not work. We have fixed a meeting for Thursday where we are going to chart our next line of action." However, the Director General for Akpabio Barau Stability Group, Senator Ali Ndomi, APC Borno South, said in his reaction to the development yesterday, it is not surprising that whenever a politically exposed person is contesting elections, some people would be sponsored to raise issues against him or her. So actually, the appointment of or non-appointment of Akpabio would be a decision. Pardon the tautology. Pardon the tautology. It would be a deciding decision on the part of Tinubu, because it will tell us the lilt and tilt of his direction of travel. A verilously corrupt man, Akpabio. I think I don't think anybody will come at me for saying that. This is well known. A verilously corrupt man. So if he makes him the Senate president, then that tells you that it's just the usual dollar bag arrangement that continues. However, the Director General for the Akpabio Barrao Stability Group, Senator Ali Ndume, APC Borno South, said in his reaction to the development yesterday, it is not surprising that whenever a politically exposed person is contesting elections, some people will be sponsored to raise issues against him or her. Don't forget that President Bola Tinubu was also severally accused when he was campaigning to be president. We are not actually bothered about what the sponsored groups are saying about Akpabio. The anti-graft agencies know what to do. Why are they teaching them what to do? They are alleging that some corrupt activities took place under his watch at the NDDC, but they did not say he misappropriated funds as governor or as minister. Akpabio was not accounting officer of the NDDC. Remember that NDDC guy that pretended to faint when he was being grilled by the House of Reps, and as soon as they let him go, he sprang out of there like Linford Christie. Akpabio was not the accounting officer for the NDDC. He only supervised the Ministry of Niger Delta Affairs. They also accused him of not constituting the board of the NDDC, but that also was not his job. The president of the country is saddled with that responsibility. So they are already tackling then all they perceive to be the stories that are going to stymie his thrust towards the Aso Rock seat. So we're going to pivot in a moment to something happened in America that I'm sure you are all aware of, that hopefully we'll have conversations around. Remember the song Baba We Know Well, in the hand they shake, leg they shake. Well, it looks as though you might well need the American version of that song. Hopefully I have it. Let me just let me pop this up. Let me just let's see. I hopefully have it. Is that it? So you may well have the American version of that song very soon. It looks as though there's a bit of a hand they shake, leg they shake going on in the United States. Let me see if I've got the clip. Is this it? Let me see. I got the clip. So we'll be entertaining ourselves with that in a moment. NLC reject new pump price. So I think we've already gone through that. And we've already gone through Melekari. So well, this petition we've already gone through. The back and forth fuel subsidy. I think we're all up to speed on that narrative. So let me bring you this headline. Actually, this is a throwback from yesterday. This was one of the things that I was going to discuss yesterday, but then, of course, you remember we had the chairman of the SDP party. But let me bring this up now. So this is something that somewhat, it raised eyebrows yesterday. This raised eyebrows yesterday. Remi Tinubu's presence at president's meeting with Emefiele carry sparks reaction. So Emefiele, of course, the governor of the central bank, Mele carry the czar of the NMPC. So those are the top money ends of Nigeria. So these are private, secret, only need to know, and only if you have a direct impact sort of meeting. So what is Remi Tinubu? Is he there to bake them cake as they're having the meeting? Remi Tinubu's presence at president's meeting with the Emefiele carry sparks reaction. And there it is right there. So what is she doing there is the question. And by the way, there's another thing circulating that I want to show you. This is a real concern. I'll show you that immediately after this. People were having concerns that Tinubu might well turn Aso Rock into Owambe Central. So this is the beginnings of Owambe Central right here, this headline. But then I will show you then categorically that Tinubu is turning Aso Rock into Owambe Central in a moment. Remi Tinubu's presence at President's meeting with Emefiele, Kyari, sparks reaction. So let's just quickly go through it. The Nigerian First Lady Remi Tinubu has been criticized online for breaking protocol less than 24 hours after her husband, Bola Tinubu, assumed office. Correspondents report that a photo making the rounds online captured Remi, the president, and Vice President Kashim Shettima during a meeting on economic matters. The viral photo is reportedly from the meeting of Tinubu with the governor of the central bank, Godswill Akpabio, and the group chief executive officer, Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, Mele Kyari, at the presidential villa Abuja. It is uncertain if she took part in the meeting, but many Nigerians have taken to social media to express their reservations about the photo. We are in for a long ride. So Remi Tinubu was also elected. She sits where decisions are made, and a very important meeting is held. She is not just the First Lady, but also the Deputy President, from Iyaloja General to okay. So let me now take you to this Iyaloja General now. So I was saying that they are turning the Aso Rock Villa into an Owambe thing. So now this is the Twitter page of Folashade Tinubu Ojo, the daughter of Tinubu. And if you were not clear that she is the daughter of Tinubu, she has now changed her title on Twitter to let you know. This is the official handle of Iyaloja General of Nigeria. So apparently, allegedly, she's now the Iyaloja of Nigeria. No longer the Iyaloja of Lagos State or the Iyaloja of Nigeria. But she has also now created a new office within Aso Rock, the first daughter of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. I wonder if that comes with a portfolio. It says, this is the official handle of the Iyaloja General of... And by the way, you know that she takes a levy from the markets in Lagos. So if she's now transmuted into the Iyaloja of Nigeria, that means she'll be taking a levy from every market in Nigeria. So there it is. That is how they want to run your country. Owambe Central. This is what they've turned it into. Owambe Central. I think that's actually sufficient to be going with. I did have the American story lined up, but I cannot seem to find it anywhere. So I'll play you the K guides and then see if I have that American story line to bring you. So let's let me play you the K guides. Let me play you the K guides just to cut my breath. Let me play you the K guides. And by the way, there's still plenty of room on the studio. So turn up. If you don't turn up, we have a short session. It's not it's not under labor that you must. Water, only water. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Water. Oh yes, water, 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 water. Water. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi akeke elemu re o.
jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
Ikú kò ní rí wa gbéṣe, and there it is. May death have nothing to do with us. Powerful, potent prayer by the Care Guides. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friend. So let me bring you this American storyline, and then I'll play you just a few short clips, and then we'll delve straight into it. So it's a short read. This is, I wish I still had that Baba We Know Well song to bring this particular headline in. President Biden falls on Air Force stage. I'm not sure. I think it's indicated that he's going to run. I suspect that he might well not even get the ticket. President Joe Biden took a face-first tumble on Thursday after tripping over an obstacle on stage at the Air Force Academy in Colorado, but he appeared unhurt. Biden, 80, who had delivered the commencement address to graduates of the military academy, or academy as they call it in America, had just shaken hands with a cadet and began walking back to his seat when he fell. Air Force personnel helped him back up, and he did not appear to require further help. As he rose, Biden pointed to the object that had apparently caught his foot. It resembled a small black sandbag on the stage. White House Communications Director Ben LaBolt tweeted shortly afterwards that he is fine. There was a sandbag on the stage when he was shaking hands. So that's just a total lie. There would not be. Well, how can there be a sandbag on the stage that the president is? What would the sandbag be doing there? Biden is the oldest person ever in the presidency and is seeking a second term in 2024. His official doctor's report this year declared him physically fit, and he exercises regularly. In November 2020, shortly after winning his election against the incumbent Donald Trump, Biden broke his foot whilst playing with a pet dog. So it's just it's clown central in the United States, isn't it? But then they are known for their clownish ways. So just known for their clownish ways. So let's point and laugh at the Americans just for a moment. They've laughed at us for long enough. So let's point and laugh at the Americans. So point and laugh at the Americans. If the Democrats have any intentions of holding on to that presidency, they should not give that guy the ticket. Let's watch this clip as well. This is To the Space as Tinubu's daughter creates a new title for herself.
When you look at things like this, a few days back, Oji, we're still arguing about the role of the First Lady, whether it's constitutional or not. And now we have to grapple with the idea of a first daughter and perhaps a first son.
Yes.
It's coming very soon. It's a waste of, it's an abuse of power in the first instance. The first thing I just want to say very quickly is that I think the president should call his family to order. We need to, there's a lot of work to be done, and we shouldn't be spending time talking about the daughter of the president, saying that she has to advise him in your family meetings, in your sitting room, and not bring it to the public and make Nigerians upset by putting first daughter of Nigeria.
I would like to disagree with you. You can't tell us how we are going to run our lives, please.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
When my father was giving birth to me as the first daughter, you were not there.
Oh, you're speaking
please,
for her.
So please know your level.
All right.
So
okay.
I speaking back.
So the mock and scarf, but that woman, she's going to create that role and she's going to occupy it, and then she will get a retinue of personnel and staff. That's how it usually works in Nigeria. Now, I was saying that the Gbajabiamila appointment is fairly categorical, even though it has not been announced. And this is why I'm saying so.
Thank you. Thank you.
So congratulations is in order. It hasn't been made official. Is there a reason for that?
Be patient. Be patient. The system works in its own way. Allow the system to work.
So before the end of the day?
We'll see. We'll see. Thank you very much. Yeah. We'll see. Okay.
So he would not have called the cameras out to make that sort of a statement if he didn't have some level of confidence. So almost categorical that Gbajabiamila the next now chief of staff. Do you agree with that, Bishop, that Gbajabiamila certain to be the next chief of staff? Bishop, good to see you.
Yes, good evening. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Nigerians. Nigeria, wow. Well, from every indication, right from the onset, it seems very much, not minding the fact that I did not see him as a fit for the job. That does not take away the fact that he can land it, and I did say when we were discussing it, well, I believe that the president elect, as he was then, knows better, and he's worked with them for a while. But from a few times, a few tests that Gbajabiamila went through, he messed it up. I mean, he had 3 distinct interventions that he really messed up. So for me, it's not fit for that purpose.
What were those? What were those interventions?
Number one, like you had a court ruling yesterday on this issue of ASU strike. When ASU started, you had all the time in the world to intervene. He did not. It was not until the government took ASU to court about no work, no pay rule, that ASU now went to lobby him, that he was not intervening. And the intervention, almost cut through that thing. And we need to resolve that issue once and for all.
But it's not the it's not the first point of contact for that though. That's under the purview of the Minister of Education. You are not listening to me.
Right. What thing is that they were pursuing it legal way. They now went to him. He was not intervening for the government to drop the case. Was not trying to do out of court settlement after they have stayed at home for 8 months and insisted that they must be paid. I mean, when are we going to get out of that conundrum? That was one. The secondly, it was his intervention and Ahmed Lawan that made us to kick the fuel issue down the road again. What they should have bargained then was, okay, don't let us remove the subsidy completely. Let's go, even if it is 25%, and face it. It was his intervention. If you remember that time, they went to see the president. I mean, there are certain things that you have to be on the, it's good to be on the side, but be on the side of reason. We know we will continue in that way. The same, what was the third one? That fuel intervention that time, that ASU, because we just came back from 1 year, in the previous year, ASU was on strike for 9 months, and they were paid. How can people be on strike for 9 months and be paid? And now they have gone on strike for another 8 months, and you are advocating that they should be paid. That means you are not firm. Now, I'm not saying be rigid. I'm saying be firm. Ask them, do you think it is fair for you to be on strike for 8 months for this and this issue and expected to be paid for 8 months? So he wants to make people happy. He wants to take decisions that people will clap for.
So you don't think it's a solid enough personality for that role? It's not decisive enough for you?
Do Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And I've said this here. I remember we discussed this a couple of months ago. Absolutely not. That is me. I mean, I might not be right, but that's my conviction. And I really need to be convinced that he is because if he's very feeble and people can just come and convince you, oh, we are going to do, okay, don't worry, I'll talk to a guy about it. Then when are we going to move out of this this thing? We are talking and we want to implement the Oronsaye report. There are about 600 parastatals and agencies that need to be collapsed or scrapped. But their DG will come and lobby you and say, and you say, okay, I will see your guy. The other one will come, I will see your guy. Then we are not going to make headways. I mean, every decision that needed to be taken by this government is not going to be a popular decision, but they are necessary medication for what is ailing us. So if you want somebody, and leadership is not a popularity contest. If you want everybody to like you, you are never going to take that decision that is required. That's me. That's my thinking. So for him, he has not shown enough grit. That's a man that is fit.
You know, I'm not far from you in that thought. I find him somewhat feeble as well for that role, because I feel that role needs a more robust character, and I think both in personality and cerebral functioning, I don't think he's clever enough or strong enough for the role. If you think about somebody like Abba Kyari, whether you like him or not, he fits that sort of a role. But it seems so feeble.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. It's so feeble. I mean, Fashola does not look like someone that is rigid, but you will see that he is firm. He is firm. You know, this is the way it should be done. He will convince you. He will be fast, and he's very cerebral. You know, so it's not necessarily that one is rigid or stubborn, but you can be firm without being rigid. You know, you stick to your guns based on facts of the law and point. So you are more convincing that you just want to do things that will make people to clap for you. Look, if we're looking for popularity contest, like the vice president said then when he was vying to be candidate, maybe we will go and look for somebody that is selling ice cream and popcorn. So it will be Mr. Nice. But if you want somebody that will take definite but firm decision, then we need to go. We have those we need to look towards. So that's my view, and I always say I to be corrected.
All right, brilliant. Well, whoever wants to correct you will be correcting me too, because I'm not far from you in thought on that. But let me bring you this piece. It's not one of the ones that I did read out, but it's a short read. So let me just bring it to you fairly quickly. It's Akpabio giving some sort of advisory towards the Tinubu administration. Senior lawyer Olisa Akpabio. Sorry, mute yourself for a moment just for the feedback. Mute yourself for a moment. Senior lawyer Olisa Akpabio reveals who President Tinubu should appoint as Attorney General Secretary to the Government of the Federation. Senior Advocate of Nigeria Olisa Akpabio has urged the current Minister of Justice and Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, to step down from his position honorably. I'm not sure that are they still in situations, all these ministers, or do they lapse with Buhari and the power is transmuted to their PAMSEC awaiting the incoming? Similarly, he urged the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa, to also step down from their pile, as they are both subordinates of ex-President Muhammadu Buhari. During an interview with correspondents, Akpabio made this known on Wednesday, May the 31st. Oh, it looks as though this may... that was only yesterday. The senior advocate recommended that President Bola Tinubu considers Babatunde's service, either Babatunde Ogala or Babatunde Raji Fashola, for the position of Attorney General. He also recommended the immediate past governor of Kebbi State, Atiku Bagudu, for the position of Secretary to the Government of the Federation. Akpabio noted that Nigerians have passed the promises, hopes, and leave service stage, noting that the people anticipated rapid development. He said, the fact that there are cases in the tribunal should not prevent him from absolutely getting the job done. So yes. Meanwhile, in the build-up to President Tinubu's inauguration, Agbakoba said the swearing in of Bola Tinubu as the next president is bound to happen. So events are since superseded that. But what are you making then of the recommendations of Agbakoba? And was it not the case that that all of the lieutenants of Buhari are they packed out with this administration and handed over to their palm sex? How does that space usually work?
Well, like you rightly said, I mean, all the ministers that work with Buhari, their tenure ended with him. It's automatic. There's nothing. There's no dressing it. There's no window dressing it. So automatically they are gone. I mean, if they have not handed over, then they are acting illegally. They cannot go back and act in whatever capacity. So if they have not handed over, that means they did not hand over. But they have already handed over because their handover note was contained in the handover note of the president. So that one is done. The transition committee, so they have no role to play whatsoever. So anybody mentioning any name of those ones is just being cheeky, kind of a thing. Now back to the main issue at hand. Odisa Agbakoba. I listened to that interview and I wasn't surprised. I mean, he's a man that always wants to stare the honestness, even when there's nothing. Just want to raise some unnecessary dust. I don't know. Maybe he wants recognition. I mean, sitting down there and nominating appointees for the president, and those are the best appointees by his own thinking. But the funny thing was that in one breath, there are two things that actually struck me as strange. In one breath, he's saying that the government should not use the same people that have been in power before. But you are mentioning Babudu, you are mentioning Babatunde Fashola, you are mentioning what is other name. I do not governors and people that have been, in government. Then aside from that, he was suggesting names for he suggested some names, and from the little I know, those were his personal friends. What was this guy's name that he suggested for? The third one that was mentioned for Attorney General, and he was mentioning Mustafa Chike Obi for CBN governor. Now added whether Wale Edu or somebody to it. I mean, it's just funny, I mean, he was the one that started this noise about 25%. That some people are swearing. They are swearing. They are ready to put their life on the line, and that is the way to go. So, I mean, I find it very ridiculous. If not, I mean, very funny. If not outrightly ridiculous. So, well, like we always say, everybody can have his say. I mean, the man at the helm of affair will definitely have his way because the buck stopped at his table. Yeah, I mean, to some patronize the Fashola and Ogala. I've listened to Ogala before, Babatunde Ogala. But I don't know how fit he is for that purpose. But I know
that position of Attorney General of the Federation. So there are two ways to approach it. You can either look at somebody that is vast and contemporaneous in law, or you can look at a policy sort of a person. So Fashola has been out of legal practice for going on nearly 3 decades now. So I'm not quite sure how up to speed he is still with law. But in terms of policy, he has administered the state 2 terms, countless portfolios at the federal level. So he knows policy and structure. So if you are looking for a policy structure and an enforcer, a strong man, then Fashola the best fit. But if you are looking for a legalese, I'm not sure that his law is still up to speed.
Well, number one, whether as the administrator or the legal, whatever you call it, there is no one that Fashola is not suited for. Because if he's going to lead, even at the legal something, he has access and opportunity of bringing together, setting up a team of the best brains in that profession that will bring about the required reform that is needed in that sector. So, whichever way you want to dice it or cut it or roll it or skim it, Fashola will be a perfect fit. What I just want is that I want a situation whereby we will have we will separate that office. Either Attorney General separate and Minister of Justice, or separate, or we have the minister, attorney general, and prosecutor general of the federation.
But I think that, hold on, I think that position might be embedded in the constitution. You know, maybe we need a lawyer to correct that. But I think that position, the attorney general and minister of justice, I think is embedded in the constitution.
Because the constitution simply mentioned that the president shall appoint an attorney general of the federation. And so what? Does it mean that I cannot now appoint an attorney general, then I have another as the minister of justice? What I want to say is that let there be an attorney general or a prosecutor general that will pursue, you know, independent of the government, so that if there are people that cross the law in the government, it should be easy to prosecute them, so that we will not be in the same executive council. You as a minister have committed an offense and you are sitting in the same council. This party thing, we need to get rid of it. If you need to prosecute people, let there be a prosecutor general, you know, like an attorney general that will be different from the minister of justice, that will be a political appointment. So that is my desire. It is not what we are operating now, but it's one of the reform I look forward to this president bringing on board. So separate our office, but whichever one you want to put it. If you put
what you're saying essentially is that the attorney general should be like a prosecutorial sort of a role, and then the minister of justice will be a policy administrator.
Because we need to reform our judicial. For example, why is it that the whole of Nigeria, we are looking forward to one Supreme Court? Every case in Nigeria have to end up in Abuja. Why? Why can't the regions have their Supreme Courts? You know, why can't states, you know, this devolution of power we're talking about, this is the way we can start implementing them in bits and in whole, in bits and in parts, and gradually it becomes a whole. So if they can do that, but let's leave that one and talk about the personalities now. I believe Fashola is fit. That law area that you said is law rusty. If we get the best brains in wherever he wants to get them and assemble a team and give them a task, he can always review, because the guy is very good at multitasking. He can always review and preside over that, but then let them do the work. Let them do the work.
If he appoints Fashola into that post, are we to deduce from there that he wants to go after the Buhari administration?
It's nothing like that. There's nothing to go after. There's nothing to go after. There's nothing to go after.
All the lootings and the killings and the destitution and whatnot.
There's nothing to go after. See, there is corruption. There was at cabinet, but as human nature, in my place, there is something they say, you know, people always want to circumvent the law. They always find a way. Nigeria will always find a loophole. No matter how perfect you think you have. Look at the IPPIS. People are finding a way around it, but it has reduced the preponderancy. You know, even when they brought, what do you call this? This one that Jonathan introduced there. Jonathan invented TSA, treasury single account. You know, people can still find a way, but at least it has reduced to some extent. You know, some of them find a way of going to open different accounts. So if we put such light, you know, we put such light in all of our departments and agencies and the rest, as they are blocking one side, they are looking for another side. So, but if you want to catch a thief, you too must be up to speed. You know, you must always try and be one step ahead of them. Look at the way and manner they are arresting drug smugglers nowadays. Some of you just wonder, sometimes you will think, are these people really this stupid? But sometimes you just think, hey, come on, they are not novice. They've been doing this and been getting away with it. So that means.
All right, have we lost you? All right, I think we lost Bishop. So let's go from Bishop to Akim, who's also with us. Are you back?
So that is exactly. Oh, sorry, did I drop?
Yeah, you dropped, but carry on. Yeah, you dropped, but carry on. Bring it home, and then we go to Akim. Yeah, you dropped, yes.
Basically, we need reforms. We need to look back. The very obvious ones that, you know, when they have broken the law, let them bring them to book. That is the only way. See, there is no system anywhere in the world that bring all criminals to justice. But the ones that you catch, make an example of them so that it will serve as a deterrent to other would-be offenders, criminals. So it's not like you are going to, you know, just say deliberately, okay, let's bygone. No, bygone cannot be bygone. But if there are ones that are very obvious and that you come across in the course of your duty, let's do the needful. But I don't think that's within the sole aim or purpose of bringing the fashola. It will appear like it's too much of a vengeance mission. I don't think that's going to fetch us anything. It's the same party, for crying out loud. Even under PDP, we did not hunt them down.
All right, brilliant. Well said. Stay with us, Bishop. I want to try and get quickly to all the spaces so that our people are not held for too long. But I'll come back to you because I want to hear your thoughts on Mele Kyari's TV presentation today. But stay there for a moment. Let me go on from you, Bishop, to Akim, who's waiting patiently. So Akim, you're up next. Akim, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. One more. Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you perfectly. Good to have you, Akim. So, Akim, straight to it and immediately to it. But Miller seems to have secured what he was after, but it looks as though Akpabio is about to be stabbed in the back. So, Southwest senators consider other options may drop Akpabio. So what is coming out in the rumor mills is that the body language of the Tinubu administration is now moving away from Akpabio for reasons of the myriad of corruption allegations that he's having to contend with. And if he was to live up to the wordings of his inaugural speech that he wants to pivot the country away from corruption, then the public face of the country cannot be Akpabio. So it looks like for all of the hustlings and almost a certainty that he was going to get that seat, it looks as though it might elude him. But it might elude him, but will he even elude the Southwest and the Southeast? That's the question, Akim.
Yeah, thank you very much, one man. On the Bajabia Miller one, I just want to say congratulations to him. I don't know him that much apart from his work as the speaker. Now I'm sure he deserved it. It seems more like a Tinubu appointment rather than anything else.
Does it not strike you like a yes man? It strikes me like a yes man, you know. Do you think he can confront Tinubu if Tinubu needs to be confronted?
And that is the problem. I don't think he is that kind of a person. I think a Fashola type of person would have been a better chief of staff, someone who will be able to, always not be rude, but
so that knows his own mind. That knows his own mind. Yes.
Yeah. Exactly. So and with Fashola now, there are certain things Tinubu will want to do that will be kind of unlawful. Fashola will be able to say, you know what, this thing I don't think legally it's right to do it. But with Femi, with Bajamia, I don't know if you have those levels of legal minds to be able to advise the president in that area. So it seems more like Tinubu's wife's appointment, to be honest with you. It seems because she, the first person that I saw that actually tweeted it was Tinubu's wife. So I think she kind of. But in honesty, to be honest, on that issue, I'm kind of a bit disappointed with the president because I thought by now all these positions should have been filled out already. It's taking too long to do all those things. Chief of staff, he knows he must have known that for a very long time. Why did you have to take him from how many days to announce it?
It's only 2 days in, though. It's only 2 days in.
Yeah, but 2 days in, he's making huge economic policies that is shaking the country. He doesn't have a cabinet and he's making huge economic policies. So, the other day now, it was Delia Lake that was talking on behalf of the government as what?
People were querying that in what capacity was he speaking on behalf of the government?
In what you can't be doing that. You can't be speaking on behalf of the government as what? You're just an ordinary citizen. So you cannot be. So he needs to sort all those things out quick. At least tomorrow, Friday, the spokesperson positions, all of those positions need to be sorted out. We're not talking about ministerial now. We're talking about just your own kitchen cabinet, and you're already dragging your feet. Whereas you're implementing huge policies. Removing subsidy is not just, it's not a child's play. It's a big policy. You have to make the government to function properly for you to be able to do things like that. So that of Akpabio one man, I don't think there's any cause for alarm on that issue. I think that is already done. I don't think, because if Tinubu is saying because of corruption allegation, then he's going to drop Akpabio. That doesn't make sense, because you have what you call innocent until proven guilty. That is the template in which everybody works.
Was he not jailed for a period of time, Akpabio? Was he not jailed?
No. That was
Ojikalu.
That was Ojikalu that was jailed. Akpabio has never been jailed before. So, in fact, I've never even seen him having issues with EFCC. The man said he have cases, but I've never really seen Akpabio having issues with EFCC. Some of these cases might be like indoor, whereby it's not in the public. But I've not really seen him going to court or being arrested or interrogated by EFCC. I've never heard it. So even if that is the case, I think you still have to give him the benefit of the doubt until such time whereby.
Akim, there's an argument that the parliamentarians are pushing back against Tinubu and insisting then that it should allow these things to play out on the floor. Because I don't think everybody, not anybody, but everybody, I don't think everybody is aligned with Tinubu's leanings that this seat, it should go to a specific region. And I think the parliamentarians are insisting that no, it's a parliamentary matter and they should duke it out in the red chambers. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think he's got the numbers. Regardless, don't forget, Akpabio was in the PDP, so a lot of these PDP governors will still give him their senators. So it was a PDP governors and a PDP senator. So he still have friends within those PDP circles. So a state like Rivers now, those senators in Rivers State are going to support Akpabio. So it doesn't matter whether some form or some element in the APC want to break away. I think Akpabio have enough from cross parties to actually give him that seat. I think for Akpabio, I think that one is done. I cannot see Tinubu withdrawing his support for Akpabio just because of the report, an EFCC report on Akpabio. I don't think that. I think there are just some elements within that Senate who are hell bent on getting that.
You know what? I'll be very surprised if he gets that seat, but I will see. We'll find out soon enough.
Oh, you mean Akpabio?
Yes.
No, I think that one. I think he's done. I think that one is. He will be the next Senate president. I will be shocked. I will be surprised. In fact, not just surprised. Tinubu would have done something very stupid if he was to turn around and go against Akpabio. Your word must have some level of credibility. So it's almost like, okay, it's Akpabio today. Who else is he going to do it to? You can't say anything to anybody and then they trust your word. As a president, as a leader of a nation, whenever you stand, you stand. If you stand with someone, you stand with someone. So you cannot go to if he does that, how does it relate with the senators?
Akim, can I 1 minute? Tinubu have never declared support for Akpabio. He has not made a public statement in support of Akpabio. What he said clearly was that position should be considered to Southeast and South. He didn't specifically mention name. So you can't start to condemn him now if some senator are withdrawing their support from Akpabio. So Tinubu have never.
Senator Ali Ndume, who is Akpabio's campaign director. I don't know what they are campaigning for again. The guy he said it. He said it in a public space on Arise TV that Tinubu's preferred candidate is Akpabio, but even though he was his preferred candidate, he also urged him to go and make sure he gets the vote. But he is the one that he is supporting.
He never. That is that.
Akim, are you in bed? I can tell you are in bed. I wake up. I wake up, Akim.
No, I'm not in bed. I'm saying Ali Dumed actually said it on Arise TV.
No,
that
he
Tinubu.
didn't say that the president is supporting Akpabio. That was not the statement. No, I think maybe you got it wrong.
No, I did not get it wrong. I'm telling you that was exactly his statement.
You know, we treated it here now. He said that position to go, should be considered to Southeast and South.
No, I'm talking about the statement of Ali Ndume, who is campaigning for Akpabio.
Yeah, but Ali Ndume is Akpabio's chief campaign person for the Senate seat. So I don't think we can take his word as categorical.
So
no,
the event
one man, Akim. I watched that same interview with Ndume. He never said that Tinubu. He said, in fact, when they put the question to Ndume, that the party, he used one language, that party endorsed, and he said no, that they should not even use that, the party endorse, that party prefer. And you remember when they went to meet the party chairman. The party chairman also told them that they have to go and the party has not endorsed any candidate. So Tinubu has never come out to endorse any candidate for any of the principal officers in the House of Assembly. Any of them. He has never come out to say this is my candidate. It's just rumor. Everything is just rumor.
It's rumor.
All right. We wait to see. I think they have to assemble the Senate anyway before we find out any of this. But Akim, let me take you to another space. So you are not an American, Akim. You are an Irishman. So let's together then point and laugh at America. Remember how they used to mock us and they shake, like they shake? Well, look at this. So there it is, Olule. So that's the American president, Joe Biden, who is indicating that he wants to run for a second term. Already the oldest president, as far as I'm aware, that America has ever had. And that's not the first time, by the way. Do you remember that clip when they couldn't even climb off a flight of stairs to get onto an aeroplane? So what are you then making of the hand they shake, leg they shake, president of the United States?
American version. No. I think, let's be honest. Joe Biden is not a spring chicken, man. It's an elderly man. It's a grandfather, right? So even his grandchildren, if care's not taken, they should be at that age whereby they can even have children as well now. So let's put it the way it should. It's not a child. It's not a baby, but for his age, he's still very fit because this same man was riding bicycle over the weekend or so. You know, he was doing a bike ride over the weekend. So it could just be that he had a slip or something on that stage. That can happen to anybody.
What about his incoherent? You remember it's so many things like Tinubu. He also notorious for bulaba. Anytime he's speaking, it's bulaba, incoherent gibberish.
Yeah, but Joe Biden, look, like I said to you before, it's not a child, so it's an elderly man. These things, and this is where these guys are not there because of their agileness or them being sporty. Some people look up to these guys for different reasons. Okay, so people that look up to Joe Biden, they see him as one of a very honest, straightforward person. Somebody who can empathize with others. Unlike, he's almost opposite of Trump in everything when it comes to personality. So, and I think those are the reasons. Those are the quality that people saw in him. And at the time, they felt like the country needs somebody who is a true leader, somebody who can empathize and sympathize with what the country was going through at the time when it comes with COVID, which Trump did poorly at the time. So him falling down, I won't hold it against him at all. If his mind is still sound enough to do the job.
Do you think this is meat and drink for Donald Trump, who is already calling him Sleepy Joe? Do you think this will be meat and drink for Donald Trump?
Listen, everything Trump does to his opponent, right, always stick. The only person Trump was not able to stick anything to was Joe Biden. Because if you listen during the election, if you follow the election at the time, even on Fox News, they were telling their fellow Republicans, look, these things that you do to others that normally stick is not sticking on Joe Biden, because Joe Biden, though he's a Democrat, he still have a lot of conservative beliefs. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. He still have a lot of conservative. So there are certain things, like you see this woke culture. It doesn't participate in woke culture. So it's very hard for the right wing to attack Joe Biden the way they will attack, say, an Hillary Clinton or even a Barack Obama. So it's almost like a Teflon. There's nothing they are throwing on him that is taking. So basically, it's just going to be on issues. And when it was on issues, Trump failed woefully, because especially on COVID, that man, oh my God.
Well, how did he feel on COVID?
Look at the death rate now. The death rate will tell you what happened.
So the death rate of COVID, so he's responsible for somebody not surviving COVID. Is that what you're saying? I mean,
there's something called government policies.
Sorry for
there's something called government policies.
COVID was a global pandemic. I don't know how someone.
Some countries suffer losses more than others.
All right, round up that space, Akim. I don't want us to overlabor the American politics too much.
In honesty, I think, in fact, to be honest with you, Joe Biden is 10-20 times fitter than Tinubu. Tinubu is working with people aiding him. This is a man that was riding a bike over the weekend. Joe Biden is physically, the man still very fit,
All right, let me take you to this space, Akim. Presidential Election Petition Tribunal steps down Peter Obi Labour Party petition over inconsistencies. So that's not to say that they've thrown out their petitions, no. But they couldn't even perfect the documentation, much to the irritation of the sitting judges. So they've sent them away to go and re-perfect their documentations. But then, curiously, one of their lawyers, who is a son, was even invited. He says, whilst effort to reconcile the differences turned out unsuccessful, the decision of the council to Obi and the Labour Party, Chief Emeka Okoko, SAN, to use documents not filed to conduct the proceedings was rejected on the grounds of illegality. So the whole thing is just now is turning into a farce, isn't it? Really, I'd even forgotten that petition was there. So many things happened since the 29th of May. So we're back at the petition, and it seems to be hemorrhaging at the seams.
If you follow this thing on Twitter space, right, you would think that the amount of work that the Obi lawyers are doing, that the case is already won. I thought mainstream media know how to twist events. When you go on Twitter space, you see that people who are not even media people, they're even worse than mainstream. These are the people who were asking for people not to be sworn in because the case should be done quicker. Yesterday, the Obi team did not present their case because they said somebody was sick. Today, they could not prepare their document and put it right. And at 1 o'clock, they were the one calling for adjournment today, one man. They wanted to postpone it tomorrow. The judge was saying, no, they're fine. They can carry on today. It's just 1 o'clock. They were the one calling for postponement. And look, one man, at the end of the day, we will see
what did you make of Festus Keyamo turning up in his full regalia at that court? I thought he went there to intimidate them somewhat.
Oh no, it's Kenneth Okonkwo.
It's the Kenneth Okonkwo of the APC. Exactly. That was what I thought when I saw him. The Kenneth Okonkwo of the APC.
Of the APC. These people, they are just jokers, man. Even Daniel Bwala as well. Have you not seen Daniel Bwala turning up on his own regalia as well?
What did you make of Daniel Bwala's tweet congratulating Tinubu and wishing him well?
Look, I don't see anything wrong with it. Look. No, because some people take these things to heart too much. Don't forget, Daniel Bwala was with Tinubu before he left for Atiku. And even this guy, Abdulmuni Jibrin as well, was with Tinubu before he left to go and join Kwakwaso. So these guys it is we that are outside that are looking at these guys and think, these guys, they must be killing themselves. They must be. It's a lie of one man. These people, they are all friends. They are all friends, all of them.
And the rumors that Patu Tomi is secretly lobbying for a position in Tinubu's administration. Long-standing friend of Tinubu, of course.
Yeah, I know, but I don't believe that. I don't think it.
You don't?
No, I don't believe that.
You don't believe it?
No, I don't believe it. I don't think that is true. I just think those are rumors. Okay, what position is Patu Tomi going to go to be fighting for in Tinubu's government? What position will he be lobbying for? The man is okay. He's done well, and he has been very, very.
He's a long-standing Tinubu ally. You know that he's more a Tinubu man than a Peter Obi man. Patu Tomi. You should see some of the glowing commentaries in several interviews over the years that he has made about Tinubu.
Yeah, he's a good friend of Tinubu now. Very good friend.
He worked very closely.
Let me play you this. You can see Patu Tomi in the background dancing along with Tinubu.
No, I know. Even he said it in one of his interviews that he worked with the Tinubu government when he was a governor at the time. So I know that they are close, but I'm just saying I don't look. There are people I say certain things about, but Patu Tomi, I think Patu Tomi is a different breed. He's a man with a lot of integrity. I don't think he will do that. I don't believe that story at all. That's the truth. That's my own personal opinion. I'm not saying that's the truth. That's my own personal. I don't believe the story at all.
All right. Thank you, Akim. Stay with us. Let me go from you, Akim, just to make sure that all the voices have not kept for too long. Let me go in the direction of Kulata, who I suspect is in the middle of something or the other, a very busy man, usually
in the middle
of a barbecue. All right. Let me come to Dewale then, who hopefully is ready for us. Dewale, are you ready?
I'm here.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you, Dewale. So, Dewale now. This story broke yesterday, but because we had the chairman of the SDP party, we couldn't quite get to it. But it is the narrative of Rebe Tinubu allegedly, reportedly sitting in on a meeting between Tinubu and Emefiele. So the optics of it didn't sit very well with Nigerians. And if you couple that now with this now new Twitter handle that Folashade Tinubu has changed her Twitter handle to, this is the official handle of the Iyaloja General of Nigeria, the first daughter of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So that's not the new Twitter handle of Folashade Tinubu. So the Owambefication of Aso Rock, are they turning it into Obesere something, Aso Rock Villa?
Thank you very much, woman, and greetings to all our listening and everyone in the studio. I quickly comment when you read the story earlier about the Iyaloja General of Nigeria. I think Tinubu's daughter is an adult. Uh, Even if we were to look at it, like President Trump appointed his own daughter as his kitchen cabinet, as a special advisor to himself. We can look at that as from angle of nepotism, but it's just what she chose to do to help our father, help our father for our administration. So I don't see a big deal, even though we may say it's not constitutional, but I could wake up today and say, yes, my father is a president and give myself a title. Uh, to me, we're just trying to sensationalize all these because I don't
No,
think
are
the
we
father.
sensationalizing it, or did she make a faux pas? Is this yet another
No,
error in judgment of that family?
except if the father decided to use the taxpayers' money to fund that initiative. Other than that, I don't see a big deal in giving herself that title. Except if she's going out to the market and start taxing every market woman across the country. That's when I'll say, well, she has crossed the boundary. But giving herself that title to me is just a way of saying, hey, my father is the president. So to me,
And she did not anticipate any blowback. The optics of it, the optics.
the bottom line is this. She gave herself that title, right? But she hasn't gone around and said, well, everybody needs to start paying me taxes and levies and all that, right? So why are we why are we making that to a big deal? And I mean, she's the daughter of the. I watched the Arise News mockery of that lady making herself yellow journal of Nigeria. But to me, it's just more of saying, you know what? Yes, we're going to ridicule this individual. Except if she has gone out around and start asking for money, levying all the market women across the country. That's where we can tell. Well, that that is not constitutional. It's illegal, and then people can now start talking. But other than that, America has first children, have first daughters, right? And they tutor them because they assigned, security operative, to them. But Rashadi Ojo is an adult, can take care of her own. Even President Trump's daughter has her own security details because never can tell. So for me, it's the over sensationalization of all this story. And as regard to the first lady, look,
Yeah, sitting
I
in on
said
important meetings. Is this signs of
yes,
things to come? Yeah.
and I want to debunk that story. You see, one thing is that there's this fixation on this fact that this man has just got on the to the office within 2 days, and will begin to look at every of things that have happened and trying to find fault and all that. Look, there's no way there will be a meeting, a federal cabinet meeting, and you will see ADC standing behind their principal in the meeting. There's no way. Everybody has their own job description. Most of the time, when the meeting is taking place, they go behind the door and they wait for their principal. So I want to believe that was their first time in Aso Rock officially as president and the first lady and the vice president. But that does not take away from the fact that Tinubu's wife would not have at least, play a role in her husband's administration. But the
How deep a role are you? Because a lot of people there's the expectation of an Iron Lady sort of first lady from Remi Tinubu. Because there was even a clip that was making the round that she was jostling the pen with Tinubu even during the inauguration. And then with this optics of her sitting in, maybe she was just there before the meeting took place just to take photos or whatever. But certainly the optics of it adds to that narrative that she's going to be some sort of Iron Lady, First Lady.
I said it before. This is not the Lurem Tinubu of 99 or 2003, a very shy uh, home wife. This is Olurem Tinubu, a political juggernaut who is going to be behind her husband, solidly advising him. Now, of that picture that surfaced on the media, there was a picture where she was not sitting next to her husband. That first picture was taken first, and they took her home. Now, I want to believe that the office where our conference room where that picture was taken was probably where the president have his own inner caucus cabinet meeting sort of. But to say that that meeting that she except those who attended that meeting confirmed that that woman attended that meeting, I want to believe that is not true because there's no way ADC will be part of the, national meeting where you have all the other um, uh, uh, stakeholders or the petroleums, all those, important meeting. There's no way because their job is not part of it. But we like to. They say we call a dog a bad name, so that we can hang it. People already see that woman as, to me, that is not a news. To me, it's just way of saying let's ridicule this individual. And even if she's part of the meeting, her husband can waive. That husband is the presiding officer in that meeting. She can decide, okay, you know what? I'm going to waive the security clearance for this woman. Now, this woman needs to get the security clearance and be there. But to not to give room for being accused of nepotism, I don't think Tinubu is going to do that because he's capable of holding her own during meetings and all that. But this was their first time trying to get familiar with everyone around. They barely even know the way to the toilet. I want if I have to say. So to me, but that doesn't mean that woman would not be advising her husband behind the closed door. Of course, she's a senator. I mean, three-time senator or two-time senator. So she's familiar with Abuja politics. She knows everyone. So once they come in, there's a way what other like Bajabe Aminas cannot see or all those close hate cannot see. She can tell. She lives with this man. She can tell, look, this individual is no good, stuff like that. So but for us to now start seeing them as, first family trying to take away from Nigeria, they barely started the job already, and we're already, trying to hang them. Nigeria, we need to check ourselves. We over sensationalize issues too much. When I saw that video, that picture on Adeola Fire and some other media, and I look and I said, man, this is crap, crap. They barely started the work. We're already, painting them in a bad color, you know. So that's my take on that. We shouldn't flog it too much. That's no news on that one.
All right. Thank you, Diwali. And brief thoughts on the Femi Gbajabiamila space. But before I take you to Femi Gbajabiamila, Diwali, just permit me to acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in, so that I'm up to speed with them. This is Jafar Mischief Making. It says, laughing my ass off. Only a diet coke Yoruba will make fun of an elderly woman. Well done, one man. So thank you for the super chat, Jafar. But you'll find that as an Oyo man, I cannot be a diet coke Yoruba, full blood, the progenitor of the entire race. So don't worry about that. There is no such thing as a diet coke or your man. But thank you for the super chat. Let's go on then, Jafar, followed by not Ajane Koko, Alexander Gomez. Tinubuism loading. Remy is extremely controlling. Typical Ishekiri woman. So yes, I'm not sure about the Shekiri bit because I don't really know them enough to say that, but certainly that she is controlling is something that people universally feel. But let me take you then to the Femi Gbajabiamila space, Dewale, and it looks nailed on now. Only really by tomorrow we're expecting the appointment. He virtually confirmed it in that clip as well. But is it fit for purpose? Femi Gbajabiamila, Chief of Staff.
Thank you, woman. I listened closely earlier when one of colleague was talking about the fact that Bajaber Miller is not fit for that position, and I disagree with that. And you also supported that in Bishop, so I disagree with that. If there's one person I want to believe Bujabi Amila has been in Abuja, been in the national politics more than uh, Tunde Fashola. Fashola was just a cabinet minister, probably not involved in all those politicking, but I've been an administrative or administrator in Abuja. But Abiyamina knows all the political actors in Abuja. He's been in Abuja all this while. But if there's one particular individual who has played a huge role in the emergence of Tinubu as a presidential candidate, and as a president, is one other person other than Bujabi Amina. And he has been loyal to Bujabi Amina. I listened earlier when you talked about not being a yes person. Look, sometimes you want to have your loyalist with you that will tell you what you don't want. But not every criticism will be splashed on the pages of newspaper. I want to believe that Bajabi Amela, him being a lawyer and also a lawmaker, has all the prerequisites to be the chief of staff. It's just 2 days into the administration. I believe he's capable and he's also um, he has all what it takes. The chief of staff is the one that is in charge of all the politicking actually, and you needed someone who is familiar, who has built the bridge across, knowing all these politicians in Abuja and all that. So, to me, if he chooses Bajabi Amila, I believe it's a good call because that man, and he also gave kudos to him. He gave him credit when he visited Baba Fashoranti in Abuja and Ikakure. He particularly mentioned his name, even Falike. You needed someone who is close to you, who would, give it to you the way you wanted it. People kept saying Fashola. To me, I don't expect Tinubu to keep recycling the same people that work with him because what would that say that they won't trust any other person? I want to believe when his cabinet started getting shaped that he's going to put the team together that will be new faces, and I also hope that younger people will feature prominently in his cabinet. But Yabe Amina is a good call, and I think he struck a good score on that one. And if emergency, he struggled so well to debunk it, but of course the rumor is so rife that he cannot deny because you could tell by the body language that he himself, he wanted it, and I hope that Tinubu appoint him. So yes, it's a good home run for that one. I will score him the pass mine.
Oh, all right, brilliant output, brilliant output. So like I said to Bishop, I want to try and get as quickly to everybody as I possibly can, and then we open up the space so that we can have our free for all. So let me make my way from you, Dewale, to Ajanle Koko to see if he's ready. Ajanle Koko, are you ready?
I'm at the middle of something now. One man.
All right. Let me come to let me go to Simba then, who hopefully is ready. Simba. All right, let me make my way to Rational Mind.
Okay, one man.
Are you ready?
Yes.
All right. So Simba, when I saw this headline and I read through the piece, I was somewhat I was irritated when I started reading it, and as I continued to read it, I was getting progressively angry. It's quite annoying. Fuel subsidy, Tinubu to fix one refinery before December. NMPC GMD, Mele Kyari, Group Managing Director of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, Mele Kyari, has said that the administration of President Bola Tinubu has concluded an arrangement to have one of the 4 refineries repaired and operating at an optimal level before the end of the year. Kerry disclosed this at a meeting with the national chairman of the APC, Senator Adamu. He appealed to Nigerians to be patient as the president is working out some palliative measures to ease pain of Nigerians. Kerry said, I am aware that Mr. President has directed some engagement and some palliatives to be put in place. I am sure this will happen. There is an ongoing process of rehabilitation. One of them will come this year. The second will come on stream next year, and then the third will follow thereafter. Of course, it is very obvious that we can no longer afford subsidy. Subsidy bills have piled up. The country is not able to settle NNPC for the money we have been spending on subsidy. Therefore, pricing this petrol at the market price is the right thing to do at this point in time. And I believe it will benefit the country in the long term. So there is nothing within the entirety of that is not vexatious. It's just I wonder if this guy is just out to wind people up. So he's telling us then that Tinubu is putting measures in place to have a refinery working by December. Tinubu is only 2 days in office, so that's a nonsense. But somebody that's not been 2 days in office is this Melekari, who I think was 8 years in that post, if memory serves. So why is it then at the last day of his administration, of his space in that space, he's now telling us that something is coming on stream in December? He's telling us that they are putting palliatives in place to ameliorate the impact of the subsidy withdrawal, but then they are putting it in place after they've withdrawn the subsidy. So the totality of everything that is just said Simba, vexatious.
Good morning, one man. Good morning, all the panelists.
Good morning.
Yes, I don't know where this story is coming from, because I think I listened to him when he was talking on Arise TV.
No, it wasn't the Arise interview. It was in a
okay,
conversation.
Maybe it might be, but because what he said on Arise TV is totally different from what you are getting from this report. On Arise TV, he said that they were rehabilitating the Port Harcourt refinery, that hopefully by the end of the year it will come on stream and start producing fuel. So I don't know where this story is coming from, that he said that
it's the same thing now. It's just the same thing. Is it not the same thing?
So yes.
Can I come in 1 second if you don't mind?
Okay, no problem.
One man, please read that thing again. You are reading it wrongly. What is you have joined two stories together. The story about the refinery is what he has said in like 4-5 interviews before now, that the refinery of Port Harcourt is about 70% and it will come on stream before the end of the year. Tinubu has nothing to do with that. Read it again, and let's read it very slowly. You will see what I'm talking about.
All right. Not only am I reading it, I've highlighted it for the benefit of. It's in the first paragraph, so I'll read it slowly. Group Managing Director of Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, Melekari, has said that the administration of President Bola Tinubu has concluded an arrangement to have one of the 4 refineries repaired and operating at an optimal level before the end of the year.
Okay, one man, well, what I can say about this, we all know, and the information is in public space, that some of these, our refinery are under rehabilitation. And we remember that he had a meeting with Tinubu 2 days ago. And maybe what they are trying to say is that during that meeting, they may have a discussion that, oh boy, this thing, we have to speed up whatever we are doing so that we have to put at least 1 or 2 of our refinery on stream before end of the year. Maybe that is what they are saying. But if I want to base it on what I heard from him on live television interview, he didn't mention that it was Tinubu administration that said that we will put it on stream by December. He even mentioned the one of Warri, that okay, that one arrangement has also been concluded on his rehabilitation. So I don't know.
This was one of the marquee promises of the Buhari administration. So I mean, they're not even building it from scratch. In the time period that they have been rehabilitating, just this now tiny little refineries that they have, Dangote has built the world's largest.
One man, if you ask for my own opinion, I will advise Nigerian government not to put any money into rehabilitation of those refineries, and they should just
They should
look for a buyer
sell
and
it off.
then
Yeah.
privatize it. Believe me, because if you look at it right from time of Obasanjo, if I could remember, even before Obasanjo, even during the military era, we have been talking about rehabilitation or upon rehabilitation, and billions of dollars been wasted on the rehabilitation of all these refineries, and nothing has come out of it. To me, I don't think Tinubu should even look at those refinery and waste taxpayer money on their rehabilitation, and he should just look for buyer and sell all those refineries. I think that's the best way to go. And then if you look at because he was talking about the oil subsidy of it, and there are so many stories that are going on out there that people don't even know what is happening, and so many people are now economists, and so many people are now political analysts. What thing that baffled me from his statement is about it that even for the past 1 year now, government has not even given them any money for the payment of this subsidy that we are talking about. And some people are saying, okay, what will happen to the money for June and whatever? What can they use? And we started, in our usual character, saying, and maybe they want to embezzle the money for subsidy for June. And that was why on June 1st, they just increased the price. Meanwhile, the guy is telling us that for the past 1 year, government has not given them one naira to pay for this subsidy. And so, it baffled me. And, as Adewale said, we are just full of sensationalism. Everybody just talk anyhow. We don't even want to see anything good in any administration that we have. All we are after is just to castigate and then criticize, even not in a constructive manner, but in a derogatory manner. So I don't know where we are going, and we are just starting. This is just the third or fourth day into the administration. But what we are also just looking for is just mistake upon mistake and condemnation upon condemnation.
Yeah, it's only because of the way that the state is weighing down on the people. Take this thing that he said that the government they are putting measures in place for palliatives to ameliorate the impact of the subsidy. So would you not think that they will put the palliatives in place first before then making this grandstand announcement? Because now the people they are feeling the impact now, but they are still thinking of how to cushion it. Is it not back to front, the totality of everything, all of this?
I agree with you, one man, but you should look at it. We will not put that blame on Tinubu administration. The past administration that left, they are the one that's supposed to have educated the public and put all those measures in place. And we remember, even when they requested for the $800 million loan that they claim that they want to use for palliative, we are all here condemning them. Why did they want to take the money? Why did they want to use, even at the dining meeting, whatever? So sometimes I look at the whole situation, and the whole situation is so dicey. And as a nation, I don't even know what we want for ourselves. Because you remember what we say about the $800 million? So, and now this is only 1 month to go on this so-called subsidy. And if you look at even what I will repeat myself, even there is no money. And even the money that NFP is supposed to be remitting to the Federation coffer, they are not remitting any money because they are using all the money that they are getting for the subsidy. So even that means over 1 year ago, Nigerian government does not even have money to even pay for this subsidy. And we are saying that, okay, we should just, some people are suggesting that, and they should wait till December, or they should be doing it gradually. And if you look at the whole thing is in a mess. And where would they get the money? And where is the time? We have only 1 month left, even if they have the money for the 1 month. So there's no time to say that you want to even be preparing for palliative. Boma, if I want to ask you, which palliative are they going to now go? It's now that they are not going to go and look for buses to buy, we are looking for money. I want to take one money from one remove subsidy, and then the same money will put it in a place where we cannot even monitor again. So what can we stand to gain in this? So I really understand. The whole thing is so in a chaos, and you just have to look. All of us we have to sit back, relax, calm down, and let us giving this administration some time to settle down, and before we start crucifying them.
All right. And to the Gbajabiamila space, it looks as though that is categorical and nailed down, but not everybody is convinced. Certainly, I wasn't convinced, and definitely Bishop was not. But Femi Gbajabiamila, is it fit for purpose?
Yes, woman. Even on this platform, he was one of those persons that we are considering for this post. And all of us, some of us have our own divergent view about who is fit, who is not fit. But to me, I don't see anything wrong in Femi Gbajabiamila being the chief of staff to Tinubu. He's one of his closest allies. And if you look at Gbajabiamila, to me, he is more appropriate in that position than even Babatunde Raji Fashola that some of us are touting for. In the sense that Gbajabiamila, he has the exposure he has as a speaker in the House of Representatives has given him a wide range of experience. He has mingled with who and who in the Nigerian politics. He has a wider range of exposure than Babatunde Fashola, who is just a minister in the Ministry of Work and Housing. So to me, I think he will be a better fit. He's a calmer person. We don't need somebody that will
Is it not too pliable, too malleable, too easily bent? Does he have backbone? Does he have backbone? Does he have the requisite backbone?
Okay, so what are we suggesting now? So we needed somebody that will be confronting Tinubu, that will be criticizing him, or what?
We want somebody that can say no, God, I don't think that's a good idea, and stand firm by that opinion. Somebody like Fashola, he can do that. Somebody like Gbajabiamila, he cannot.
Yes, I agree with you, but that position is not a position. The role of a chief of staff is not a decision-making role. It's a role whereby it filters all mails that comes to presidency, everybody that want to see him, and it discuss with the president that, okay, these are the mails that you have. It's just like a personal assistant to the
gatekeeper. Is a gatekeeper.
Yes, a gatekeeper, exactly, to the president. So to me, I think Gbajabiamila will be better in that position than Babatunde Raji Fashola. There are better other places that we can at least make use of the experience and the sagacity of Babatunde Fashola in his government, and I think it will give him a proper position rather than this chief of staff.
Do you think Fashola will even be Do you think Fashola will even be part of this administration? Because from all of his body language, he's been telling us that he's tired of governance, having now nearly 3 decades, if not even more, in one government position or the other. Do you think we're going to see Fashola take a sabbatical after this round?
If you look, yes, as you said, if you look at his body language, even in so many interviews, I've heard him saying that he's tired. And if you look at even his the way he has been behaving, occasionally you see him pop up, he will say something good, talk on media, but I've not seen him following the president around most of his engagements. It's like he's a little bit actually is trying to be a little bit far away from the president. President Tinubu. From what I can observe, even most of the occasions you rarely see Fashola being present. So to me, I won't be surprised if I don't see him as part of his cabinet. I won't be surprised.
All right. So now with Iyabo Tinubu, Folashade rather, not Iyabo, with Folashade Tinubu dubbing herself now the Iyaloja General of Nigeria and the first child of Nigeria. So with her dubbing herself that, and with Remi Tinubu sitting in on sensitive meetings, and with the Tinubu family doing this to doing this to Shetima. Are they turning Ase Rock now to some sort of Owambe setup? Is this over? Are we about to enter the Owambe administration of the Tinubu family?
Oh man, this was the party that they had the night
Look at
of
what they turned a
inauguration
Kanuri
now.
man into. A Kanuri man who is
what is wrong with this young woman? Woman, what is wrong with this? We all watched this thing now that night. It was not even in National Rock. So I don't think there's anything wrong in it. It was also the three, four of them, Tinubu's wife, Tinubu, Shetima, and Shetima's wife, all of them, they were dancing together. So if a man is our president, vice president is dancing like this, what is wrong with this? I think we should. It's not something that we're supposed to be discussing. There's nothing wrong in this.
Yeah, no, that clip was somewhat of a joke. But Tinubu's daughter, though, calling herself the Iyaloja General of Nigeria and first daughter of. It's not something that sits easy with people because we know the direction of travel of that. Very quickly, she will have an office wrapped around that title she's given herself, and then she'll get a retinue or staff, and then she'll get the influence. So, is that something we want to be seeing? Do we want to be seeing this sort of a flat family clan sort of a presidency that seems to be something that we have now developing into a mainstay?
Maybe let us wait. They don't let us be proactive. Let's see what is good because this Iyaloja of a thing is not part of our constitution. It's not as if it's an elected position or a political position. It's just giving it herself something like how would I call it now? A name or so it's not something that we should. If we are now looking beyond it, yes.
Why will you ever grow that? Let me not use some words.
The testicular fortitude.
Yeah.
Testicular fortitude.
Tinubu. Just hear yourself sometimes. When I hear you sometimes, I just wonder.
Rational mind. Let me tell you, the kind of all of us, we have our own.
We have our own, but I've never seen you.
So you cannot. No. Wait.
Criticize Tinubu. Anything he does. Yes, sir. Yeah, he's right.
If you wait. Yes. Wait. The issue to me. I don't criticize people based on my emotion, and I give people opportunity. I give them chance before I start crucifying them. You on this same platform. Sometimes you see me supporting Buhari, sometimes you see me accusing me, even calling names. So when I am supposed to criticize, if I see something to criticize, I will criticize. I don't do my things blindly. So every human being has their own good and their own bad. You understand? Looking at this, to me, Iyaloja, what is the meaning of Iyaloja? Everybody has so many Iyalojas in Nigeria. It's not a political portfolio. It's just a civil thing that people give themselves. And it's not as if there's any money or something that is attached to it. So there is. There's none. Woman, it's not a governmental organization.
But they levy the markets, don't they? They levy the markets.
They don't levy the market. They don't levy the market.
Hold on. In the Lagos template.
The issue, it depends.
In the Lagos template, Iyaloja is a very powerful position. In Lagos template, which is bringing to the national limelight. The national scene now. We're seeing it. So suddenly, somebody who is Iyaloja of Lagos now, because his father has now become the president of Nigeria now, himself now considers himself as the Iyaloja general.
She's collecting a shackle.
Dude, what are we talking this? What are you talking Nigeria to? is it a fiefdom or what do they call it? Is it a kind of a monarchy system we're running now, whereby every member of the family of the head of state or wherever he calls himself is now seeing himself as a suzerain? Or what are we talking about here? So in the Lagos template, you know how powerful Iyaloja is. The position, when during the rally, you know how many people that went to his father's rally, that he was able to tell them that, look, if you people do not shut down your shop, and if you do not come to that rally, you'll be whatever, maybe fined, or you have your shop locked up. It's a very powerful position.
So okay, now we are talking about Iyaloja. What if his father, father has appointed her, giving her a political position? That means we all die and then we all be crying now. But this is not a political position. No, I don't admit I agree with you. Then but that's my own opinion, and you should respect my own opinion about it. Whatever I want to.
Yeah, but is accusing you of doing too much ranka dede.
Okay, no problem. It's allowed.
Yeah.
I
come in peace today.
Let me bless rational mind.
Oh man, thank you.
Boyfriend, Iyaloja, rational mind. Rational mind.
Look at this guy.
How can you give a 65-year-old woman on you?
Malaya, you might be a friend of the Malaya. He said the same thing now.
It was the mother that Dino Malaya wanted to impregnate.
No, that was not the mother now. Maybe it's not the mother. It's like more like stepmom.
Oh, really? Is that the case?
Yeah.
Is that a known fact?
Previous wife. I mean, how old is Remy? Remy, what was 65?
She's 63.
So what are we talking about? So what is Loabi?
Folashade is 40 something. She's in her early 40s.
No, that's not her daughter. The two, I mean, maybe when I get to my turn, I don't know if you've seen some.
It's not. I can confirm. Sheyi and Folashade are not Remy's kids.
Different mom.
No. I think he was married previously.
He was.
I think he was, maybe, I don't know, but that wasn't that too clear. But I think he has had women extramarital. He has had so many affairs with women.
Anyway, the Iyaloja General of Nigeria is not just now. I don't know how the title came about, but she's always been answering the Iyaloja General of Nigeria before now.
No. Iyaloja of Lagos, not General of Lagos.
No.
So why is he changing that bio? Hold on. Why is he changing that bio to general? If it were be that it was before.
That she's changing there is the first daughter of the federal league.
No, there is no. Okay, go on, please. Go on. Sorry. Go on.
The Iyaloja General of Nigeria is not today thing. I mean, I'm not in for it, but I'm just stating it. But we can go and check. I mean, I'm on the road. I've done that. That somebody can check that, fact check that. I don't know I'm not saying I support it or not, but the Iyaloja General of Nigeria is not a now thing. She's been having that title before now.
I know she has the title of Iyaloja of Lagos.
General of.
No, I don't think so. Those Lagos crap that they do, I don't know. But the point is, the same time. The same way they were.
So why? So if she has been bearing, so what is now the problem now? If so, it's not even during this administration that it started this.
Okay, go on, please. Go on.
Oh, good.
She added the first daughter. I think that is the one we should concentrate on. But the Iyaloja General is not now. I've had that before, even before they started the campaign.
Hold on, baby. Let me ask you a question. When have you ever seen her acted as Iyaloja of the whole of Nigeria? Where have you ever seen her went to other markets in around Nigeria acting as Iyaloja? Hold on. The same thing you said about MC Oluero when they were saying that he was the what's it calling something national.
National, you are calling somebody Olueran. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
You see yourself now. You see yourself now.
Simba, let him come.
What I'm saying is, they were saying MC Oluomo was saying that he was the NURWT or whatever they call them, the whole of Nigeria. But later they said no, they have a president for the whole of Nigeria, NUWR or whatever they call them.
Of Nigeria, it was on
okay, go on. It's like you are just go on.
Lagos. Nobody said it was for the whole of Nigeria.
There was a time like that they were saying that he was for Nigeria before they said no. There was one guy acting for Nigeria.
Maybe I did not. I was not on the platform on that day. I know.
That day is not Nigeria. All our power does not for Jaiko. You cannot. Why did you see him go to Ogun State and start exercising that power there? That she's a general of a Southwest or of the whole of Nigeria.
She goes there now. The only thing we can do is that let us fact check ourselves.
Okay, let's do that.
Yeah. On Google can just do that for us. When was she offered that title? And was she Iyaloja of Lagos or of Nigeria? It's simple. I mean, just to get the fact so that, when we discuss, it doesn't add anything to me. Just to know the fact. But I have had them address her as Iyaloja General of Nigeria before the election.
Simba, still there? Simba, I can't hear you.
Yes, I'm still around.
You can't continue talking now. I think it's your phone. You have the phone.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone.
Yeah, who's talking?
That's Thomas now.
Thomas, okay.
One man to run up. One man to start up. We can't find him. How are you guys?
Fine. Good morning, Thomas.
Yeah, good morning. Yes, let's fact check that now. That is not.
All right, Thomas. Thank you, Thomas. So thank you, Thomas. So let me take you to this space. I wonder if we should even still be going to this space. PEPT steps down Obi Labour Party petition over inconsistencies. So there it is again. After all of the noise making, you remember, of course, Simba, that this same set of people were the people who asked that they needed 7 weeks to perfect their case, and the court told them that they have 3 weeks, because they told us, of course, that they had nailed on evidence that the mandate was theirs. So now they turn up at the case, and they didn't even file their documents properly, much to the irritation of the court, and much to the further alarm of the court. Their senior lawyer and SAN was even telling the court that even though their documents were not filed, they should still admit it anyway. So what are you then making of this OB narrative that continues to hemorrhage heavily every single day?
We've discussed this matter, that election petition is a very difficult matter to prosecute in Nigeria. And if you want to do that, you need time, you need a lot of evidences. And that is what is actually playing out now. The time they give them is not allowing them to prepare. And that was why it baffled me when people are saying that they're supposed to round it up. They can do it within 1 week. You can do it within 2 weeks. And you can now see that even in the court, the judges that are now even hasting them up now, they are not, because, for them to put up a very good case, they needed time. And the time is now running out within that time that they give them. And that is why you can see them now not being able to organize themselves. They are now bringing out even evidences that are outside what they are presented to the court before. And that's why you are seeing all these problems that they are having now. Woman, if they want to actually go about this case, they needed more than even the stipulated 180 days. Before, this case used to go for 3.5 years before you even finish. I remember when Oyinlola was deposed by Aregbesola in Osun State that time. It remained only 6 months before Oyinlola finished that tenure. And that was why he did not appeal that judgment, and he just left and Arabashala resumed his own tenure. So the way they are going about this case now, if the court did not grant them extension for the 3 weeks that they give them to actually put up their case, I don't think they'll be able to actually defend most of their prayers, and it will actually be tantamount to a futile effort. So they needed time to do this.
You know, the lack of preparedness of the open space, the lack of preparedness of it disappoints me somewhat. After all of the noise, you thought that they will be sleek and savvy. So you were expecting some sleek, savvy, very smooth, sort of fox move, but they just when they presented their witness for the Tinubu as $460,000 fee. Even just basic questions from Tinubu's lawyers that it presented some certificate. It said, is this a certified thing from the court? The guy said no. He said, was this certified and witnessed by any police officer in America? He said no. He said, is this a judgment certification? He said, so it's just the lack of preparedness of it all. Somewhat disappointing. Even if Tinubu was going to win or not, we were looking forward to them at least giving him a bit of a flogging in court, but they cannot even file documents. I mean, what's going on?
One man, another problem they have is the media space that they are enjoying. When they're supposed to focus on their petition, they were busy, looking for, making, enjoying the media space, the social media. When they were chasing live telecast, they were busy bullying the judges and all those things. Those are the time they're supposed to have used to put up their case, and they have wasted time on all these ones. And now this is the time for them to now face the real business of their case. And they are now, they are now wobbling and wobble. And to me is, and I don't know what you are expecting from the case, from this case even initially, because 80% of the case has already been done and dusted. So to me, it's just a waste of taxpayers. But anybody that is expecting anything to come out of this their petition is just opening in futility. So it's just
because I monitor their space, as I'm sure you do as well, Simba, and you can slowly start to hear the surrender of defeat. They're struggling to cling on to anything anymore in that space. It's just desperate grasping now. But the only thing that we have to look forward to in this case, the only thing I am looking forward to, Simba, in this case, is just that Abuja thing. Let the court just tell them to go and learn, to send them to English classes so they learn language, and then tell them that they should get lost. So it's only really the Abuja 25% really that a decision needs to be made.
Exactly, and not only for this election, for the future election. And another thing that bothers me is Obi's presence. Must he be present every day in the court? Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm asking. He will be the first. He will be the first one to come to court every day. And I've never seen Atiku coming to court to come and sit down. But is it a must for him?
Everybody have their style now. That's his own style. He wants to be there to see monitor his.
Is he going to be coming for the next 6 months?
Oh, well,
exactly. So it's to me. Anytime I see him, I say, does this guy really have a job? Must he be there? What?
Listen.
Excuse me, Rashama, let me finish now. Because I wonder what his presence will actually do for his case. Is he going to influence the case or what? Or is he really just there to monitor his lawyers or what? I don't know what his presence will do in that court. to me, as far as I'm concerned, he should take a rest. Let the lawyer prosecute his case for him. Whatever come out of the case, whether he like it or not, he has to accept. So I don't know why he's just. I think it's just for sensationalism.
Are you disturbed by his presence? What's your problem with it? You have any problem with that?
Let me show you this, Simba. It looks as though now out of a job, you were asking if Obi was jobless. It looks as though now out of a job, Festus Keyamo has decided to start trolling and intimidating Peter Obi. Watch this.
He published something to me. He said that all the same guy.
Of course, Festus Keyamo is nothing at all, anything to do with Tinubu's legal team, but he's just turned up in court just to intimidate Peter Obi.
Is Obi that allow himself to be intimidated? It will be having. You will talk when it comes to your time now, rational mind. Let me say my own. When you are saying your own, you will not want people to also interject. When you are, at least your principal is also there, so you protect him when you are talking. So because this is not the first time we are having presidential election.
Allow a rational mind to interject now. Why? Allow him to interject.
So, and this is the first time I'm seeing a presidential candidate coming to court every day to me, the interpretation I can give this is just his desperation, because I don't know what influence his presence will actually have on his case. And and he comes every day. Maybe another way I look at it is that maybe he's just using it to motivate his supporter that is actually committed to this case and is giving them hope. I think maybe if I look at it that way, it might be a good thing, because if you look at the social media, in some obedient platform, there is giving them some kind of energy and a kind of hope. And because I saw them,
you're a medical doctor, Simba, so you know what an elixir is. Attention is an elixir. It is an elixir. It's like a drug, isn't it? It's so luxuriating in all that hoopla that surrounds him now, that any moment, that any opportunity to bask in it, he basks in it. So he's doing it for the optics.
Have you written a book so far?
On what?
Have you written a book, any book on anything? Because the way you are very good at words and the way you use words, I wonder maybe you've been a writer. Have you ever written a book?
Well, now you said it, I'll probably go and write one now. But look at that. No, it's an aphrodisiac, isn't it? It's like a drug. He's drunk on it. But I said that in jest. But push me back if I'm wrong, Simba. But attention, at the level that Peter Obi is intoxicated on it, they come down from it. Is almost the same process like coming off hard drugs like cocaine or something. The attention is his cocaine.
Let me tell you one man, if Obi did not come to court one day now, if he is found missing just one day, you will see the reaction among the obedience. They will be so devastated. They will start thinking, is it giving up? They start giving interpretation. And so to me, he has to continue, even if it's going to be 1 year, he has to just continue his presence in the court every day like this. I think it's good for them.
Simba.
Yes, Adewale.
Let me disagree with you briefly. The man is a smart man. He's an Igbo man. Igbo man doesn't play with money. So all those lawyers that they hired, if they don't perform well, at least it's CFC. They can fire them.
That's another way you look at it.
Woman, I have a question, please. Simba. Yeah, good evening, everyone. Yeah. Did his presence, are they going to call him for witness? What is his presence in the court? What is it amount to? Is he going to be a witness? Is he going to speak? Or is just showing up?
He's just showing up. He has nothing to do there. He can't stand as a witness for himself. He has nothing to do in that court apart from just observe, just an ordinary observer.
It can be a witness, but if it's not his turn, it's not his turn.
We don't see Atiku turning up every day, constituting a nuisance to the proceedings.
Or he might also be using his presence to intimidate the judges. So there are so many things. There are so many things that we can read to his presence in that court. But to me, I'm surprised because this is the first time I'm seeing this kind of thing in Nigeria issue. And if it's the other way around, I'm very sure that the people will be giving other reason to it. Maybe you say, hey, you want to bribe, you want to do this. But his Obi is free, he can do anything. Whatever he does is right.
Imagine Tinubu going to the court every day, sitting in the court every day. Come on, it looks ridiculous to me. That's just.
Well, the last time I checked, the person who was declared the president, who is now occupying the office, is Tinubu. So he should be preparing for governance, not to be going to court, right?
But Atiku had the case. Atiku is not there.
The one.
Atiku did not go to court 2019.
They don't have work. Yes, they don't have. He doesn't have work for now. But
rational mind. Rational mind. What I'm saying is, get me right before you castigate me. What I'm saying is, if it were Tinubu that lost this election when he's in the position of Obi now, can you see Tinubu going to court every day? That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not talking about Tinubu. That's what I'm saying.
You cannot say anything right now because you're not Tinubu. Let it be Tinubu that lost this election, and let's see whether he will not go there. Let's see whether he will not go there. So, but then
But rational mind, this is not the first time a presidential candidate will be contesting an election in court. Even Buhari did not go to court every day during his own time.
Must everybody be the same? Everybody's size is different.
Has Atiku gone to court?
Has
Atiku gone to office?
He has been to court. Yeah, he has been to court. The person.
Does he go there every day?
Does he go there?
Listen, this guy's a billionaire. People work for him. His money work for him.
Is raw meat to the obedient carnivores. Is raw meat to the carnivores.
Obedient will be shocked to see some of their people in Tinubu's cabinet. Because what the rumors I've been hearing is that there's a high likelihood that some obedience will be in his cabinet. For real.
But told me, yes, they were yes. Pato told me is lobbying for a position.
Of course.
You don't have any fact to that, but there's a rumor I've seen.
It's rumor, but I don't have the fact. But that's what I heard, that the Nigerians will be shocked, or some are obedient, not Nigerian.
No, I don't think you need to be shocked if you see Party Tomi partaking in Tinubu cabinet. Is his friend? They have been working together for long. And if you look at if you understand our political space, nobody should get surprised if Party Tomi take a portfolio in Tinubu's cabinet. And I won't say anything wrong in it.
Even Daniel
Let me tell you one man, Daniel Bwala, he said something. He said something, and Daniel Bwala was with Tinubu, and even before he defected to go and join Atiku, he was a very loyal, one of his Tinubu loyalists, and he said something that even when he was with Tinubu, that they called him, the Buhari group called him, even the Pastor Yemi Osinbajo, they asked him to come and take a position that Tinubu will not be allowed to become president of this country. It's in the public space. This information is in the public space. So even that Daniel Bwala, I won't be surprised if Tinubu offer him an appointment. He will take it. Tinubu has
He has
this.
congratulated him already.
So Tinubu has his guys everywhere in all those major political parties. So don't be surprised. The guy is an institute politician. So don't be surprised. Party told me if I see him.
Sorry, Osimba. One man. Since what is the SDP guy Adewale confirmed it that Tinubu and what's his name? Peter Obi has been talking behind the curtain.
We had this thing several times.
He told us here now. Do you remember? And what happened to you guys yesterday? By the way, when we had Shehu Musa Gabam here, the chairman.
I won't be surprised even the chairman of SDP taking the position in Tinubu's campaign.
It was having a fight with Ajale Koko. Curiously, it was unbelievable.
Simba, please, one man.
Yes.
If you guys see a talent, somebody that can deliver from the opposition party, this is a nation building, isn't it? I don't see anything bad.
Okay. Let me answer, Thomas. Let me answer this your question. This same question was put to this Peter Obi spokesman, Kenneth Okonkwo. And he said the only reason why he said they cannot join Tinubu cabinet now is that because they still have a case in court. He said after the case that they can have a discussion if they are going to be part of his cabinet. So what does that one tell you? It's we that we are just beating ourselves, we are just giving ourselves a dick about all these guys. He said it, Kenneth Okonkwo said it. So what are we talking about? So to me, anything can happen in our political space. So we should just not be reading minis and all these guys are friends. They all have where they are meeting themselves. It's we that we are just killing ourselves over them.
You know, I'm just glad that largely nobody has done anything silly from this obedience space. Because I was apprehensive that, especially after we saw that guy that was acting up on an aeroplane, I was apprehensive that some misguided, confused youth will go and act funny and pay a price. Because like you said, we already hear Kenneth Okonkwo lining himself up, Patu Tommy lining himself up. So these people, they are ready to move on after they whip them up into a frenzy.
Let me tell you, attention has shifted, one man. Attention, immediately after inauguration, attention has shifted. Nobody is talking about any demonstration again. Nobody is talking about. The only thing is that this court case, the thing will be going down, will be dying down, and the publicity will be dying down gradually. The only thing that we are discussing now is fuel subsidy. That one will come and go, another thing will come, and that's how it will continue. So forget it, one man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Simba. So Simba, just for the gender mix, let me go on from you and go to Zita, who joins us. So Zita, you're up next, and let me kick off then from this space. Sorry,
what man?
Yeah.
One man actually came in to say one or two things before I go back to sleep.
All right, go for it.
According to what Simba, the last sentence Simba made, they said they have moved on. When they said they have moved on, it means the politicians has moved on. But what about the confused Nigerians that so many lies has been told, and nobody is trying really hard to clear off those lies that has become a narrative in their brain. Now, why I came in was I was surprised that what CSU and Richard J. Davy College put out for Tinubu, you did not discuss it in your platform, maybe because it's Tinubu. Rational mind, some time ago, you had a bitter argument with me. You said I said things that are not verifiable. Because I told a story here that I was shocked because people were discussing about Tinubu going to school or not going to school. So in that shock, I said, I knew he went to CSU 15 years ago, if you can remember, Rational Mind. And I called Danny K. Davis, was the one that told me he is his classmate, schoolmate, and that he's the congressman for my mother-in-law's district. And you told me that I don't know what I'm talking about, that I said things that are not verifiable. Now, let me say this, because this is a global platform. Tinubu has been listed as the alumni of Chicago State University. And he has been listed as the notable alumni of Richard J. Daley College, where he did his something like secondary school before he went to CSU. And I am surprised in One Man Platform, that notion that was put out, even when I came to One Man Platform early this year, to say otherwise, I was insulted. I was accused. There is one man that used to come to One Man Platform that moves about around the internet with Oduduwa symbol. He called me and I quote, "This woman with limited knowledge." Rational Mind said that I say a lot of things that irritate him that are not verifiable. And one of them, I said, I don't verify.
It didn't say irritate, because irritate is not a Rational Mind's language. You wouldn't say irritating. Maybe you say not verifiable. But
that's what he said. That's what he said. He said, I irritate. I said things that irritate. Yes, that's what he said. Although he apologized. He said it. He's here now. Is he not on the studio? He's there. He said it. And I have been saying it severally because I really get surprised when people abuse people with confidence. I don't know you, you don't know me. But you talk about me with confidence. And I am surprised that after that quarrel, a lot of noise was made about that man's education, including in your platform. And that people accorded in this, that we are watching, that we are listening. Immediately he won the election, sworn in, they flagged him. And it's not being discussed. Maybe because he's Tinubu, you know what I mean. But Rational Mind, please, I want to say this. I don't give evidences, but because murder were out. You don't need to show evidence for truth. It's just a murder that will be out. So next time, a space you don't know, pass. Thank you.
All right, so consider yourself told, Rational Mind.
Let me have right of reply.
Yeah, but don't let it be too back and forth.
Is she still there?
Yes, she being Zita. Yes,
so,
she is.
Zita, you came off from your sleep. You just saw Rational Mind in your sleep, and then you come.
I'll come again now. I'll come again now. I'll come again.
All the things you said here, I don't even really understand what you're talking about. I know we've had back and forth, you and I, on many topics, but then this is really what you're talking about. That I know I've apologized in some instances, but I don't know what you're talking about exactly. But I know you and I will talk about this. I know I've had this back and forth with some people here on this platform on Tinubu's education and all of that, and those things surrounding it. And I remember, yes, you talked about certain man in Chicago who went to school, and where I was challenging you that very day, asking you, where's this man? Give us evidence of this man. That you will come on a platform like this, because when we speak here, people ask for proof of what you're saying. If you have proof, and then if you have the proof, you say it. If you don't have the proof, say you don't have it. And if it's your personal opinion, you say your personal opinion. So if somebody challenge you, AI, Zita, challenge you about your views and what's the basis for your view. I mean, it's either you provide it or you don't provide it. Nobody's going to force about that. Nobody's going to put you on. Let me not use a word. So nobody's going to force you to do that. So, but sometimes you appear to me like somebody who sometimes you just want to say things for the sake of wanting to say it. No disrespect to you, but then
Rational Mind, you have done very well. So I think maybe we should just don't spoil the day. It's good the way you responded. I think I have to applaud you this evening. So let's
really?
be bygone.
Really?
Yes, good. Good. Believe me, I love it. So don't say something that will still spoil every other thing. You have responded very well. You have responded very well.
He's asking you not to fagun. So my fagun.
Your record, that Simba applauded Rational Mind. One day I will tell you my story too, but let's hear your record.
All right. Everybody is document. You know they say the internet never forgets. Anything and everything you say online is there for posterity. So there it is. Zita gets it off her chest. But then to get it off unless did you want to speak to the politics as well, Zita, or you especially just wanted to address that, Zita?
To bed, bye-bye.
All right. We'll see you later. We'll see you over the weekend. I think you're more of the weekend sort of. So let's go then on from Zita and go to the Rational Mind, who stands accused. Also stood accused, Rational Mind, is this lady on your screen. People feel that she's going to turn into some sort of Iron Lady, First Lady, and all the smoke signals are there. There she is, straddling the center stage in a sensitive meeting between the president and the chief finance officer. So Remi Tinubu overreaching herself, as the rest of her family, by the way, with whatever her name is, the daughter, now describing herself as the Iyaloja of Nigeria. Owambe politics in Aso Rock. Rational Mind.
Yeah, woman, thank you. Thank you, everybody. For those who love me and those who don't love me, no problem. I know I'm some people nightmare. So, but that's what you should all just understand, that we're all here to banter. No hard feelings.
It surprises me that people take it seriously sometimes. A Rational Mind, sorry, but I see it as banter too. I see it as just trolling. We're just here to troll,
Yeah. So, but I think everybody should understand that we're here, just here. I mean, I've not met anybody here in person that I can, as far as I can remember, or I can recall. Nobody I've met, not even you, one man. We've spoken, we've done video chat and all of that. So, but then, so for me, so let me go to the question you raised concerning Tinubu's wife, Remi. You see, we've always said it, I'm one of those critics, one of those cynics of the Tinubu's, not because I hate them.
Sorry, woman, Rational Mind.
Yeah, what is it?
I just checked this Iyaloja general photo. This is 13 February 2019. Fola Iyaloja General of Nigeria, Mrs. Fola Shade Tinubu Ojo, National Leader of Progressive Congress. So maybe it might have been there before. Maybe it's just coming. Most of us are not aware. This as far back as 2019.
And the first daughter office that she created, was that there too? The first daughter office?
No, the first daughter cannot be there now, woman.
So have we ever had that office before? Have we ever had that office before? Or is this part of the Owambe or something?
Okay, continue, Rational Mind.
So anyway, so I've often said it, the Tinubu's, for me, like I said, it's not because what's going on?
Woman. And Igbati, good to see you.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Before you proceed with this talking point, that picture or graphic over there is fake. The original copy was posted earlier today. That is a cut and paste from the usual suspect already. That is the where Shade was, where Remi was purportedly sitting right here. Degalake was sitting there. So that's a fake stuff right there.
Are you sure?
Yes, very sure.
Are you saying it's a Photoshop?
Of course. They said she's not even stepped her feet into the Aso Rock yet. She's not even even come close to the gate of Aso Rock since the film.
So Rational Mind and his people are doing Photoshop now.
What are we talking about here? There's no step his foot in the Aso Rock. Who did we see there the other day when he went there for the first day? He went to the office and was shaking hands with other people. Well, was Remi not there? Come on, what are we talking about here?
Rational Mind, you guys are known for photoshopping.
I mean,
what are you saying, dude? What are you saying?
You say what?
I said, what are you saying?
You said he has not stepped her foot to Aso Rock. The other day when he went
No,
to
he
go
said
to
that
another
photo is Photoshop. That's what he's saying.
Listen to me. Listen to me. Officially, Tinubu resumed office on Tuesday, right? So officially, she's not been to Aso Rock. The folks that have been there are probably the usual folks, Bajabi Mila, Adeleke guy, who is this, whatever he is, and all of them. This photo, I'm telling you 100%. I'm trying to see if I can send the other one to one man now. It was actually published almost 2 hours ago to debunk this as a Photoshop. So, and then the official statement came from that was released earlier today by Tunde Rahman. Tunde Rahman has even actually warned everybody, even some media houses, that anything that does not emanate from him with his signature. So for now, until Tinubu actually appropriately assemble his team, is fake news. Anything that does not emanate from Tunde Rahman and his signature appended is fake. And then they actually call this fake news. They published 2 different angles in that room. All the people that were actually in that place. So that is a fake news, right? That is a fake whatever right there. And then speaking to the Yaloja whatever, Shade Ojo Tinubu, she's Iyaloja of Lagos. She's in her 40s as against of course the regular lies and the typical lies of the obedient, purporting to make her 60 years or 60 something years, while Remi Tinubu is 63 years old. Shade is married to a man from Ijero Ekiti. He was an ex-member of the House of Rep. The guy is in his 40s too. I think 44 or 45. He was, I think, 79. I know he's 44, 45. And Shade you are looking at now, they had a baby in 2018. She's a nursing mother. She's not in her 60s. She's in her 40s, mid 40s. So people should stop all these lies.
All right, but then the first daughter, that one is on her Twitter handle. In fact, I put it up now, so there's no escaping that. So that's now basking in the excesses of her. So this is
which one is that? The first daughter of Nigeria.
Yes.
Of course. I mean, there's look. I think the thing that I've seen so far is just double standard. Go and look at what Adeleke kids are doing in Osun State. Kulata is here. Kulata can bear witness to that. Go and check.
But Osun State is just some backwater something now.
I understand. When you are
what
talking
do you
about
mean? It's backwater. Kilo backwater. The cradle of Yoruba race. Sorry.
Hey, one man. We are many here, so be careful.
So when I'm just talking about, I'm speaking. You know, anything that has to do with Tinubu, right? It's always been handled with a different standard generally. Even though they hold him to a different standard as against other politicians. What other politicians? Okay, look at what just happened in Abia State yesterday. The standard of their hitting the ground running is a governor going to park, trash, debris and stuff like that. Where the same thing that Soludo did last month, they were basically castigating Soludo all over the media. But now the guy that they favor did the same thing yesterday. They were actually all over the moon for that. So it depends on which part of the aisle that these people belong. When you are against them, they will use everything as a talking point. Once again, you are a journalist too now, quote and unquote. Go into Osun State and look at what Adeleke kids, the 2 wives, especially the one that is called Dupe. Go and look at what she's doing in Osun State. As we are talking now, the guy is over 6 months in the office. He has not even coordinated his cabinet. Let it be somebody else that they don't like. It would have been all over the internet that you've not constituted your cabinet, no commissioners. So look, it depends on what aisle or where you look at. A woman that is in her mid-40s that had a baby in 2018 and a nursing mother, some people will come up almost every day to say she's in her 60s, while her stepmom is just 63 years old. All these things are just, they need to move on, like we said. They are in court. They should focus their cases. They should focus on their cases in court that is falling apart like a piece of untapped cards in the card. They need to focus.
All right, back to Rashida Man. Round up that space, but there's still no getting away from
I've not
first
even added
daughter.
anything there. You say to round up.
No, carry on. Because now that he has debunked the main picture.
One man. I will not take that as a debunking. Yeah, that's not for me. I just heard him say Remy has not stepped foot into Aso Rock. I mean, we watched several videos. We saw when Tinubu went to office the first time this week. Was it on Tuesday when he went to office and when he was shaking the hands of I think I saw what's his name? Emefiele there.
But rational mind. Let me
land.
No. You didn't get.
Oh no, let him land because it's been chopped off. It's been chopped off. Okay.
No. He didn't get.
Okay.
He didn't get what Elimati just said now.
Okay.
He said officially.
Officially, what does that
the
mean?
wife has come. Let me finish now.
Okay.
The day they swear in him, that is not official. He said when he resumed office on Tuesday, the wife hasn't stepped into the Aso Rock. That's what he said.
Mean? What are you talking about? I mean,
all right. No, rational mind. Don't get bogged down in the minutiae. Go to the wider point. The wider point is that this lady, she's showing all of the body language of her being an iron lady, which I don't think we've had an iron lady first lady before. But the optics and her body language is tilting towards iron lady. And the excesses of her family, the daughter, our first daughter of Nigeria, it's a sense of foreboding what's to come, Owambe sort of behavior.
Yeah, you see, one man for me. I will not get to Remy being around her husband, because I think from what I see, I gathered from how do I say it? I mean, whatever she has experienced with Aisha Buhari, when the lady came out and said her husband's government was hijacked by some cabals, I won't put that past Tinubu's cabinet too, because they see this guy as a senile-looking man. They could also manipulate him like the way they manipulated their boo-boo. So he wanted to put himself in there to make sure that, yes, stamp that authority that, look, I won't allow people run my husband the way you guys run Aisha's husband. Maybe she learned from Aisha, or maybe from personal discussion with Aisha, she must have gotten wind of that look, if you allow your husband to be just staying in the other room, these guys, they will run over your husband, they will hijack your husband. So maybe that's what she's trying to play. So I would not say in that sense it's a bad thing, but it's a bad thing in the sense that we know how we see pattern in the past.
Do we want her having influence to the point of being able to influence our policy positions? That's really where the concern is.
Yeah, that's where the problem is, because with women sometimes they don't know where to draw the line. I'm sorry, no disrespect to women. Sometimes we say among women they will go by emotions, but then sometimes they can be very strong emotionally too, and in some aspects when men derail, they can be able to call their husbands to sense, to reason. So what I think the woman is trying to do is try to manage the husband, because he knows the husband has so many flaws. His senility and everything is one thing, again, his old age and all of that. So maybe he's trying to manage it so that does not become as what people can play on and manipulate him. That picture we're seeing is Photoshop. I don't think anything suggests that it's Photoshop. I'm yet to see any other picture, because the narrative that was out there that this morning was that here this one man and everybody that was that was not the official resident, that was not the official, that was not the office, that was the residence of the Tinubus in Aso Rock. I mean, look, I've seen that very office, that oval, that looks like Oval Office or whatever it looks like. I've seen what's his name, Boo Boo, sit in that office and welcome some other dignitaries, either within Nigeria and outside. They sat with him in that same office. That tapestry on the wall of that office, that's what give me that idea that's the same place that I've seen. Buhari sit down with some of the dignitaries and maybe ministers and governors to have some kind of tete-a-tete kind of discussion. But then now that people are now telling us that that is Photoshop, because even if you can look at it behind it, our own orderly was there, Tinubu's orderly was there, but we could not see that of because the angle that they were showing, they took that picture from was from the angle of Shetima. So I don't know what people are saying here, telling us that it's Photoshop. I mean, dude, come on.
Okay, Rational Mike, can I ask you a question?
The way the picture is almost as though she has oversight. Because she looks as though she sat at because it's a round table also, you won't say that there's a head of
look
the
at
table.
The tapestry on that wall. I mean, look at
yes.
that. Look at it. Yeah, I've seen Buhari sit down in that same place before. Except maybe they have many walls in that the Aso Rock with that same tapestry on the wall. I mean, that's the office where this guy welcomes people, not his official residence. That's what the narrative out there was this morning when the whole thing blew up. Oh, Tinubu as wife has taken over the government. The people were saying she's the deputy.
Remember, we had something similar with Turaya Yadua when she suddenly.
That's what I was trying to allude to, because I don't just want to go open all those spaces. Because you see, I don't have any problem if she's trying to manage her husband. But when she starts putting herself out here, it sends a signal to whoever that, look, myself, I'm a cabal of my own. I was saw in Turaya. Is it Turaya? Late Yadua's wife. I mean, how she, for many months, or let me not go into that one, man. So, but the point I'm trying to say is that in herself, even though she's trying now to manage her husband, so that our husband's flaws or whatever does not become obvious, even though we can see it, but does not manage it to the minimum. But I know at some point, some people will now start worshiping her and start making her feel like, yes, you are now, because since you are the person we have to see before we see the husband now, and she will just arrogate that power to herself. You get it? That's one thing about women. Women don't know how to control that aspect, because when you give them that little bit of power, they just want to. You just want to run roughshod all over you. So that's just the area, and I know she has that tendency, from what I've seen with how she when she was a senator representing Lagos Central. If I'm Lagos East or Lagos Central, or Lagos West, I don't know, Central. But then we saw that
she's still a senator.
She's still senator, she's going to conclude but she's not going back to office. But now, just imagine all of that. I mean, even Femi Gbadami, he doesn't go to
rational mind.
This guy should not be paid anymore. I mean, why should you be a senator? You are still here, or you are not doing your job. You see, these are some of the things we need to address.
Why should Gbadami not be paid? Why should they not be paid?
Don't you see him every day there in Aso Rock when he's supposed to be in the National Assembly there?
But it should be is the Speaker of the House now. It should be interfacing with Aso Rock. What else should they be doing?
No.
Rational mind, I'm not making sense at all.
Has he ever made sense?
We're trying to talk serious like it's making sense, but it's actually not making any sense.
Is that what?
No, you like to talk serious tone like you're making sense, but then when we think about what you're saying, it's like you don't make any sense at all.
Really?
Yeah, you're not making sense.
Rational mind.
Come on.
Rational mind. What's the issue? Here? Because
just so you are trolling.
What's the issue, Azal? Are you asking me what's the issue?
What's the issue? Because this phenomenon, I think, is not new to the country, and at the same time, with the type of hatred that Tinubu has been attracting, I think it's number one aide de camp, even unofficially, should be the wife. The wife should be the one to even see what is coming, whether something is coming. So at least 2 heads are better than one. And you know what someone even recklessly made online, that the one that is talking about poisoning the husband. You see all those things, and we still now see the wife standing for the husband, but we still find something that is not official, something unnecessary, just to get at this man. When are we going to stop this?
Come on, listen, dude. Did you listen to me? Sometimes some of us just want to speak because we want to speak. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe that I'm getting.
I listen to you because already you are assuming cabal now when there's no cabal.
Because you see, Ola. If I analyze based on pattern, when I see a previous model or a previous pattern to that, I would use that as something that should tell us what we should expect. It's only when she proves us wrong or proved me wrong in that that's when I was okay. Maybe I was wrong in my analysis. We're only doing analysis here, but I'm telling you in the Nigerian context. Now, even let's even take her out of the picture. We've seen that ever since, especially ever since what's it called? This Buhari administration, that a chief of staff becomes so even powerful than even the vice president.
So what's that sound? What's that sound? I think it's from Bishop.
Not me, yeah. So
no, I think it's from Bishop Carrier.
If what's his name? This guy, Bagabia Mila. What is the possibility that if he becomes that chief of staff, it's not going to be the same thing? I can only speculate to that because we've seen that pattern with what happened in Buhari's administration. How chief of staff, in the person of this guy from Borno State, what's his name? Abba Kyari, was so powerful that everybody dreaded him in Aso Rock there. So that's the same thing we're saying now. I'm talking about what happened to, what's it called? In the case of Yadua, when Turaya was so powerful that they could, for so many months, they could not even know what was going on. And she was ruling by proxy. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. Because
what is your point, man? What is your point?
Then the way you are pushing this thing too, that's what I'm saying. Now, look at it. No. We have Obasanjo.
One man. I just sent you the.
I got it, but I'm keen for Rational Mind to move away from it. It was only meant to be a light-hearted little, but wrap it up.
In conclusion, I know people can challenge that view, and if you don't see that sense in it, well, let us see. Time will tell if I was wrong or you guys were right. But what I'm saying is that in Nigerian context, when a person starts putting himself as a go-to to the middle person between them and the main person, that person becomes so powerful. So if Remy is putting herself, from what we're saying in this picture, if this picture is telling, like you say, pictures tells us 1,000 stories. So if one of the stories is telling here, so here is that,
we know the obedience story will be bullshit.
Could you allow me to speak, please? Boy, George, you said that don't make sense.
We are talking rubbish, man. Hurry up.
If you say you don't, I make no sense to just keep, my friend, just allow me, please.
If you don't make sense, I'd rather tell you you're not making sense now.
All right. Let me put up the picture that Enigmatic sent in. Because I think this picture, I'm not sure if this proves it was a Photoshop, because there's so many inconsistencies. So this is the picture that Enigmatic sent in. So you can see that the positioning is totally different, and then there is no security personnel standing behind Dele Alake. The optics of it looks like a totally different setup from what we just saw, but nevertheless, round it up and then we move on. I think we've been there for too long.
See, I just whatever I see, I just take that with a pinch of salt. That picture, the first one you put on, not just some people say it's from the obedient. We've seen it on many other media that are not even non-obedient medias. So now we're talking about here. Some would not go and bring one picture and try to justify whatever. I mean, it doesn't even show anything.
No, rational mind.
It was Rufai. It was Rufai. You guys, media lord that actually then the Lagos state government, the guy who is the media and the media or whatever special advisor to Lagos state now, how to like tag Rufai himself and then let me even read it. Tag Rufai himself and show provided him the real picture. He tagged Rufai himself and that he should stop peddling rumors and misleading his fellow obedience like you. So you've like seen, me. Yeah, like you've seen a different thing now, but you are still
like me. You said right.
Yeah, of course.
One man. Can I request for something, please?
Okay, go on, Thomas. But Thomas,
yes.
Move on from there. Yeah. Go on.
No, I'm not dealing. I don't care with their fight. What I'm saying is, can we digest the two photos side by side?
We can't. We can't. Unfortunately, we can look at them alternately. So if I put this out,
let's do that. One man, let's do that, please. I request, please.
All right. So this is the picture that is circulating on the media space. So I want you to pay attention. There are things that are the inconsistencies. Let's look at the consistencies first. The consistencies are that Tinubu is dressed in this outfit, and Shetima is dressed in this outfit. So both outfits, they're the same. So the inconsistency is when I bring up the picture Enigmatic sent in, this security personnel is missing from that picture. And then the positioning of these flags, I'm not sure if it's from the angle that the picture was taken, but it seems out of skew. So look at this, and then I'll bring up the one that Enigmatic sent in. But then after that, we want to move away from it really. Let me make it as big as I can so that we can really see it. All right, so let me swap them around now. So pay attention to that, and then this is the one that Enigmatic sent in. Let's just give me a moment. So that's the one that Enigmatic sent in. Can you see?
Can I say something, please? Please hold on, please.
Yeah.
I brought up the please. If you can allow me, please. Mama, can you please enlighten this now, please? Thank you. We have the same outfit. The previous guy will show the same outfit. Can we say yes to that? Yes. There is no seat here to occupy the wife here. Did you see any seat that can occupy the wife? There is a seat hiding beside Emefiele here. I don't know who is sitting there. Sitting beside the man in the side by side by.
Sorry, Thomas. But what they are suggesting is, you see where Dele Alake is. What they are saying is that they cropped Dele Alake out of there and then put an image of Remi Tinubu there. And that was the Photoshop.
One man,
and the orderly behind her.
This picture means nothing. The orderly behind Remi Tinubu. The orderly behind Remi Tinubu.
Hold on, Ola. Yeah.
The orderly behind Remi Tinubu, that's not Remi Tinubu's orderly. Remi Tinubu's orderly is Sugaba. Go and find out who Sugaba is. Light skinned. Is Sugaba the ex Yaya Bello's ADC and the ex Buhari's wife? What's her name now?
But there's no orderly in this photo at all.
Yeah, I'm just telling you, even the orderly that was cropped, replaced as Remi's orderly, it's not Remi's orderly. Remi's orderly is Sugaba, light skinned, not that guy that was put behind her.
Let me just move on.
Can I say something? Yeah.
See, to me, all this picture, it means nothing as far as I'm concerned, because Rufai may be embarrassing himself. It doesn't mean anything. You should even be expecting something worse than this. The only thing I'm concerned is if during that time of governance, Tinubu is not delivering, because wasting my time and energy analyzing picture, it means nothing. Let's assume that the picture was even real. What does that mean? It means nothing. So
it means a lot. No, you can't say it means nothing. Oh no, hold on. Wait. You cannot have the first lady sitting in on a meeting between the president and the chief financial officer of the country and the person in charge of NNPC.
In this era of internet, it means nothing. Even some videos sometimes that is not so clear to you, that the clarity is in doubt, it means nothing. After all, they've shown how it's shaking, all those that Tinubu we on board. See, this thing, we've seen a lot of this thing. I think we've moved away from all this attempt to assassinate character. And I don't really, personally, I will not really even give my energy to some of these people that will never repent. These people, whether we like it or not, they will stay like this.
No. You guys are just hold on. You see, Ola,
no. Rational mind.
Let's wrap up that space, though. But carry on, Ola, and then wrap it up. Rational mind.
Exactly. That is exactly what I'm trying to say. Let's just move. This thing is not worth our time.
Oh,
talked about that time
I mean,
because it's a
hold
waste.
on. Somebody just said, labeled me because I'm be inclined. Said I was the one who make up, I fabricated this photo. I just understand. One
And we
man
can't
said,
we can't put it past you now. You are a man of many skills.
Hold on.
I didn't say that. Hold on. If you have if you have selective understanding of what I said this photo after it was published, the crop ones, right? After it was published, then TJ, the guy who is the SSA media and whatever to the Lagos State government, because they've not constituted a cabinet too. But the guy was supposed to be doing that job, right? Tagged Rufai, he tagged Rufai and Arise TV, and told them to warn Rufai and Rufai to be careful about peddling rumors as he used to do. That this is a different thing now. Then he published those two photos, right, to correct the narrative.
Enigmatic, sorry for please. One man, please, 30 seconds. The picture you just show, we can see moments of people moving when they took this picture. You can see that one it looks a little bit real than the one the obedience is spreading around. You just see Tinubu wife sitting isolated. You can see the head of one man moving, the one that have filler. You can see motion moving when they capture the one you sent now. But the one with Tinubu, the one they said the Remy was there, was just sitting down in isolation, even far from the wife. That's what I told one man, because when one man showed the boat, I can deduct something in those pictures. That's why I said if you can put it side by side or to analyze the picture separately. The one Enigmatic show now, there is motion when they took that picture. You can see the head of one man moving on that picture compared to the one that they just isolated the Remy sitting down.
All right, rational mind. Just move us to Bajabi Amila. Otherwise, we'll look around.
One man. So you see, I know you just want to move on. Sometimes some people just can't stand me even coming here and talking about certain things and expressing.
No. They love you here. You know that.
You brought the photo. I didn't give it to you. I didn't create the photo online. I don't know you. You don't. I mean, I know you don't know me much. So I've seen it just the way you saw it, and we're talking about it here. So if the photo is to if we have to go by that photo is real, then I'm making my comment based on that.
Rational man, just a second.
Hold on.
I sent you a video now, man. When the whole they just sent me the video now because somebody's listening. They just sent me the video now of the composition of folks in there and when they were having their sitting arrangement. Go and play it.
It's okay.
Don't worry. No, it's not okay. Go play the video for Rational Mind.
You will play. Let me land my point.
I will play it at some point, but
stifling other people's voice who dissent from you. So if you play it, I'll be one man. So my point is if I were to go by that photo, I would say what I've said so far, that it's looking bad, that we would have somebody who is not elected into that office to as a president. The only person who elected to be in that presidency would be the president or whoever elected him there, and Shetima, who are the people who were declared to be winner of that election. So those are the people that should be sitting with the financial officer or the security officers of or whoever people who are working for the government. So I don't think there's any need why she should be there. But I, for one, I can understand if she's there for her husband, but not in that capacity. But if she wants to manage her husband, like we've been saying, knowing that the man has some flaws, or everybody has their own flaws, but because of his senility, he's an old man. So just to be sure, make sure that they don't hijack his husband. I can understand that. But like I said, we know how that it's going to end in the Nigerian context, because when people started acting like that, mostly they are women, they become so powerful that they become like another godlike person that you have to see before you see their husband or you see the main person. So for me, I look at that as something that spells doom for us, or that will spell doom for that administration. So I want to leave it at that one, man.
Irrespective, Ola, thank you. Irrespective of if that picture was real or not, rational. Sorry, Ola, but I want to move from that topic.
That's how you be keeping me quiet now. You know, say I
okay, okay. Have your say, but after that, then we move on. Have the last word on that space, Ola.
No, I was just going to tell Rational Mind that we don't need to labor these things. See,
who is laboring it? Good. Don't tell me this. Don't labor it. One man brought it.
No, I'm not commanding.
God. You say that's why I wanted to move on. All right, no, let's just move on.
Let's move on, please. Let's move on, please.
All right. Take us to Badab. Yeah, no, don't worry. Abandon that. Go to Badab Amela, who seems to have secured that.
One man. Yeah. And I want this to go on the record. I'm not the first person to comment on this photo you just showed us, right? Other people commented. People made their own submission. Why is it that when I have to speak, that is when some people have to rail on me like this? Don't I have a mouth to be different from you guys? So why other people were speaking? Why didn't you come on the platform and start throwing all this thing you're throwing up and saying that, oh, it's a Photoshop, is this? One man brought this for us to discuss, and I'm discussing it with you guys. I'm sharing my own view. I don't know why people are saying let's move on. Dude, come on, dude. Don't tell me how to think or what to say. I won't tell you what to say. I can only challenge you. If you don't see high on eye with me, I leave it like that. Please, I beg you.
Rational Mind. The spaces you are somewhat. It's like I wish you had a culture of pantomime in America. Then you would know what I mean. I don't think it's just yaboo, isn't it? Really. You're popular amongst everybody here, but they just like to poke at you, and you like to prod at them. So I don't think it's anything deeper than that.
All right. So yeah. Talking about this, what's his name? And I've said it before that I think was it some weeks ago. I remember this our friend from Lagos, my Igbo friend. What's her name? What's his name? This guy that comes and
Ekene.
Yeah. There was a day he came on the show here, and some people were like saying, no, but Mila can never be the chief of staff. I was supporting that already. I said, look, that's what we heard. I was even making reference to a video of Bola and some other people walking in the street of Paris, and then Badabia was shown in a few seconds in that video that shows that this guy has always been with Bola, going everywhere. So that kind of suggests that this guy, if he's kind of like a personal secretary to him or some kind of personal person to him, it means that this guy is looking like we've been hearing stories. Apart from that, I've been hearing stories even within the APC WhatsApp group that I belong to. I'm not an APC person.
You infiltrate.
So I've had them say throw that name.
He goes there to throw them. You know?
You see, listen, this dude. I only go there. I've never even make one statement.
How come you don't go to any opinion channel? You only go to APC spaces.
It's a spy now.
Spaces now. Go and share your kumaya with them.
I go there. I don't even make any comment. I just listen to what they say and everything. I don't make any comment. Because if I make any comments,
in obedience spaces,
I'm there to spy on them, or I'm there to just
wait. Have you guys been talking about who sat with the president, whether his wife sat with him since
we said that,
1 hour?
Yeah,
it was unbelievable, wasn't
it? I've been begging you.
So anyway, so Bagabia one man, everybody. So Bagabia for me, I feel like we said it before. Bagabia is going to be the chief of staff. Some people said no, but then here we are today, and then it's confirmed. And there's a video trending online. They said even what's her name? The first lady, Remi Tinubu himself was even correlating him. Like showing that maybe she was also part of the decision. But that's what that's suggestion in some quarters. That it seems like for him to have been like saying that and patting him in the back, kind of in a way, shows that she also was influential in that decision. And which I can understand. Just to speculate, this is my own view. I know Remi and Fashola, I think they have some skirmish between themselves that dates long back to some time back when they were all staying within the Southwest regional politics. Remi Tinubu and Fashola, they've had some little bit of misunderstanding. So maybe that's the reason why she had to influence the husband. Because somebody was saying here the other time that they said Fashola has not been like going everywhere with Tinubu, which suggests like, okay, maybe he doesn't want to be part of Tinubu's politics of his national politics. Maybe true. But then if you also remember that Fashola has a job. I know, don't get me wrong, even though there's some reservation I have about Fashola, Fashola is a principled man in some ways. He has a job as a minister to do. So you can't expect him to be doing like Keyamo and the rest of them. And even Gbajabiamila that is supposed to be the Speaker of the House and he's gallivanting everywhere with Tinubu and he's getting money paid to him as the Speaker of the House of Assembly. I mean, he knows that, look, I've been given a job to do, an assignment to do. So let me do it because I get paid for that. So why should I be doing double work here and there? So I think that's why I look at him as a very principled person. He showed up at one of Tinubu's interview where he even made comments that he said that that was why I got to know that sometimes he banters with Tinubu. So he's we cannot do like this. So he said it in one of the interviews. I think that very forum when Tinubu was being interviewed. So the point is this: is that I believe that the person that would have been best suited for that job would have been Fashola. But I understand people move on in life. People want to move on. They want to do better things for themselves. And so he has some other reason why he doesn't want to be part of Tinubu's administration. I don't know, but he's best known to me. But for me, do I think Gbajabiamila is capable of being the chief of staff? No, I don't really think. But the only thing I would have said.
Why don't you think he is capable? Because I agree with you as well that it's not the best choice. But why do you think he's capable?
But besides what we said here, that this guy doesn't have the balls to challenge. Well, maybe he does, because I remember even that at the primary election when he refused to shake Oshibajo's hand. He said to Tinubu, "Now, Shiba, you cannot do like this now. You cannot just walk past the the vice president because he contested against you and you won't shake him. Go and shake him." I think, according to what I heard from that video, he said he went back and shook the hands of Oshibajo. But then my point is this: that but in some ways it looks to me like somebody who is a yes man kind of person, kind of. But that video probably could suggest that maybe no, he could stand up to Tinubu sometimes too. But I don't know how far that would be. But the person I know that can do that is Fashola is a very principled lawyer. He's a lawyer, and I expect him. But mind you, this guy too is a lawyer.
But yes, he's a lawyer too.
But his own kind of lawyer is, you see, that's why I said, you see, I've said it everywhere. People can go against me or can go on rail on me on this as well.
I even want to interject if you give
an
me
immoral
some.
man at the head of affairs in Nigeria, being a president of Tinubu, and all the circles of people surrounding him are just a bunch of people who have had criminal case in the past. This guy we're talking about has criminal case in America here, where according to what it was said about when he was an attorney in Georgia, the state of Georgia.
He ran away with some property money, didn't he? That's the rumor.
So how can we have a criminal government coming in and rolling over us? That's another discussion for another day. No, I know we've discussed about that in the past. But this is my own turn. Let me just say what I want to say on that. So I want somebody who is a little bit a clean person. Because when you have this mix of bunch of criminals, people who have questions with their personalities, taking over the government, it tells you a lot. What to expect?
No, sorry. Let him land. There's been too many interjections. I apologize, Bishop.
Bring a neutral person who seems not to have anything attached to his name. I've not heard Fashola being under investigation for anything, even though he was Lagos State governor for about 8 years, and there were so many shenanigans too during his time. But I've never seen that ESCs. I know that Tinubu covers everything in Lagos. Everybody that even up to Fashola, nobody has ever been arrested for fraud. I know Tinubu's making that, but let's leave that. But my point is that he seems to be the only person that seems like has a little bit of clean slate. So why can't you just allow him to be your your chief of staff, just to break that circle of that criminality that you are known to be surrounded with? So I would have suggested to Tinubu that if he can make him, I think when Bubu was there, he had this guy from Akwa Ibom or is it from Cross River, who was special advisor to him on the National Assembly something in the university. So I would have suggested to Tinubu to make him a senior advisor to him on National Assembly matters, because his wealth of experience in that National Assembly, he can relate with his former colleagues at the National Assembly, both in the lower chamber and the higher chamber, or whatever they call it, Senate and in the House of Rep. He can parley with them, he can talk with them, he knows their jingles or their national crap politics. He can maneuver around it. So if he has him as that special assistant to him on National Assembly matters, like that other guy that acted for Bubu, I mean, that would be a better place for him to act. But then break that circle of that criminals around you. Let Fashola come in there, or somebody else who is a lawyer, who has no dent on his image. I think that would be better for me. That's just my advice to Tinubu.
Yes, I think in addition to that, I just think
Woman, I have two questions. I have two questions for Rational Mind, please. Can you allow me?
Oh, okay, go on, and then after that we move on to Kulata.
Rational Mind, sorry, don't come at me. I just want to. You are a Christian, eh?
You and I will come along with. Just go, please.
Okay, you are a Christian, eh?
Oh my goodness, I'm a Christian.
Okay, let me finish there. Okay. Now, because the way you are saying criminal, that's why I want to say this. If we can forgive whatever Paul did, and we still at least take its letters as a divine document that we are carrying, then I don't mind. And if a murderer, a Moses, can liberate the people of Israelites from Egypt, then so what are we talking about? That you don't want to forgive this man? You're always leaving him as a drug owner.
Yeah. Okay,
so that's where I'm going.
Simba, Rational Man is not different from those pastors, man. It's just like those pastors.
Hold on.
Forget those.
Thank you, Mike Alatako. Anyway, so my point is that, you see, I said it, I think, some few days ago when one man was asking me a question. So doesn't mean you don't see anything good in this guy, blah, blah, blah. I mean, talking about Tinubu. I said to him, look, I've often used one phrase here, or should I say some kind of a word? I mean, this group of words, or should I don't know how to put it, phrase or a saying here that sometimes you might need to do a little evil to do good. If all the evil that I think Tinubu has done, right from how he hijacked Lagos State to himself, all the treasure and everything was just, all the game was just so that, like, obviously that's what it is, because he said if he's a kingmaker, he should be the king. So if he's being the kingmaker in Lagos, making the governors, appointing the governors, or making the governors in Lagos, and the whole coffers of Lagos, almost half of it goes to his pockets. If it's with the aim that, okay, I'm strategizing to get to this point where he is today to be the president, well, for me, that's criminality. So, but then if with the good that eventually is going to help to build a country whereby the masses, the people that you're supposed to have worked for in Lagos, now he's doing that to work for everybody in Nigeria. Fine and good. That's why I would say, if you're doing that little evil or that much evil that he has done to achieve a good that was yet to see him do, then I might overlook whatever he has done. But if it ends up that it's the same template that we're seeing that he used in Lagos, is what he's trying to call my use of already, that's what we're already saying, then forget it. I tell you, I'll be in your position till he leaves that office. That's just it. That's my answer to your question.
All right, brilliant. So brilliant. Thank you, Rational Mind. So Rational Mind, 4 time. Let me go on from you to Kulata. But on my way to Kulata, let me just document. Let me document one thing, because let me see if I've got it here. Hold on. Because we've made a series of allegations now against Gbajabiamila, which may not have the fullness of strength. It may look like, is this it? I'll bring it up in a moment. Somebody's just sent something in. Let's have a look. So Kulata, you are up next, but I was going to start you off with Akpabio, but let me start you off with Gbajabiamila. And let me start you off then is alleged criminal activities in the United States. So the documents from that has been produced. This is from 2007. In the matter of Gbaja, it says, decided February the 26th, 2007, as etc., etc. And then some legal terminologies. It says, this disciplinary matter is before the court on respondent Femi Gbaja's petition for voluntary discipline, which was filed under Bar Rule XYZ. before a formal complaint was issued. In his petition, Baja admits violating Rule XYZ of the Georgia Rules of Professional Conduct set forth in Bar Rule XYZ. Although a violation of this rule is punishable by disbarment, Baja requests that the imposition of a 24-month suspension. He agrees, however, to accept a suspension of up to 36 weeks. The State Bar has no objection to the acceptance of Baja's petition so long as the suspension is no less than 36 months in duration. Baja, who has only been a member of the bar since 2001, admits that he accepted payment of $25,000. Pardon me. Baja, who has only been a member, pardon me, I think I need some water. Baja, who has only been a member of the bar since 2001, admits that he accepted payment of $25,000 as settlement of a client's personal injury claims, deposited those funds in his attorney trust account in January 2003, failed to promptly disburse those funds to his clients, withdrew those funds for his own use, closed his practice, and moved outside of the country. Although Baja ultimately paid the $25,000 to his client in 2006, he admits his conduct violated Rule XYZ. It's not XYZ, though, but I can't be bothered to read it. And that as a result, he is subject to disbarment. In mitigation of his actions, Baja asserts that he has cooperated fully with the disciplinary authorities, repaid his client, and is extremely remorseful for the consequences of his conduct. Under these circumstances, we conclude that a 36-month suspension is an appropriate sanction. Accordingly, Baja hereby is suspended for a period of 36 months. He is reminded of his duties under bar rules. So, I'm not quite sure if this actually exonerates Baja Biamila, who stole the money of his client and ran to Nigeria. When did he enter politics and get relevance? Because this sounds like somebody that's gone back to clean up his past, now seeing that he's getting some relevance in politics.
One man, before Kulata takes over, let me just say this real quick. I don't know, have you heard about Stormy Daniel?
No.
There's this
Stormy Daniel.
There's a sponsor that what's his name?
Oh, the one that accused Trump.
Yeah. So do you know what happened to the lawyer, Avenatti?
No.
He went to jail. The same thing that's similar to what this guy did. What I did. He's in prison. Avenatti is in prison. He took the money, some of the money.
False offenses, not just one. And it's in California, the state by state, the laws, the rules vary state by state. What one man just read is Baja broke the rules, the code of conduct. I'm not a lawyer, but what they're saying here, he broke the rules. And he self-reported himself. And not just that, he self-reported himself, recommended his own penalty, and he self-reported to the court that I did this. I was wrong.
No. Go on, just go on. No. But
hold on,
you can read it now.
Yeah, carry on.
He said, look at the statement. One man, what did you read again? There was a place he requested. It was one that self-reported and also recommended his own sentence to 20. His own, not sentence, because it's just disbarment. His own suspension for 24 months, and then they offered him 36 months, and he accepted 36 months. So he self-reported, refunded the money, but he definitely broke the rule. What he did was unethical. But from state of Georgia, I don't think this is criminal, but definitely warrants the penalty of actually disbarring him, because that was a shady practice. But did he wear an orange jumpsuit, or did he get an indictment? This doesn't tell me he got any sort of criminal indictment. It just shows that he was he didn't follow the rules, the code of conduct of his practice, and he was suspended for 36 months. And he reported himself to pay the money.
No. I don't think I don't think we can accept that.
Read it
Hold
again.
on. I'll read it again.
It's very short.
I'll read it again, and then I'll show you something after that. Which will tell you that we cannot accept this. It says, this disciplinary matter is before the court this disciplinary matter is before the court on respondent Femi Gbadabe-Amila's petition for voluntary disciplinary.
Hold on. Voluntary discipline. Voluntary, meaning he offered himself. Continue.
Yes. No, don't worry. I know where I'm going.
It's for rational mind. Yeah.
Rational mind. But there's one thing that will make the point that rational mind is making. This disciplinary matter is before the court on respondent Femi Gbadabe-Amila's petition for voluntary discipline, which was filed under Bar Rule 4-something or the other.
Bar Rule. Bar Rule, not crime. Bar Rule, not crime.
No, don't worry. Don't worry. Everything here is agreeable, but what disagrees with it is what I'll show you in a minute. This disciplinary matter is before the court on respondent Femi Gbadabe-Amila's petition for voluntary discipline, which was filed under Bar Rule XYZ before a formal complaint was issued. In this petition, Gbada admits violating Rule 1.15 of the Georgia Rules of Professional Conduct set forth in Bar Rule 4-something or the other. Although a violation of this rule is punishable by disbarment, which is to strip him of his legal practice, Gbada requests that the imposition of a 24-month suspension. He agrees, however, to accept a suspension of up to 36 months. The State Bar has no objection to the acceptance of Gbada's petition, so long as the suspension is no less than 36 months in duration. Gbada, who has only been a member of the bar since 2001, admits that he accepted payment of $25,000 as settlement of a client's personal injury claims. Deposited. So this is where you were saying it was bar rules, but this now what he did is a criminal offense.
Continue.
It's a criminal offense. It's fraud. Gbada, who has only been a member of the bar since 2001, admits that he accepted payment of $25,000 as settlement of a client's personal injury claims, deposited those funds into his attorney trust account in January 2003. So now this is the fraud. Failed to promptly disburse those funds to his clients, withdrew those funds for his own use, closed his practice, and moved out of the country. Although Gbada, and I want us to now pay attention to the dates that I'm going to land on now. Although Gbada ultimately paid the $25,000 to his client in 2006, he admits his conduct violated Rule 1.15 and that as a result, he is subject to disbarment. In mitigation of his actions, Gbada asserts that he has cooperated fully with disciplinary authorities, replayed his client, and is extremely remorseful for the consequences of his conduct. Under these circumstances, we conclude that a 36-month suspension is an appropriate sanction. So there's that. So now, he paid his client back. So I'll highlight it here. He paid his client back the money in 2006. So we see that.
Yes. Now let's talk about it. Let's talk about it.
Yeah. Before we talk about it, let me take you to this page. So this is his Wikipedia space. So now,
Wikipedia, come on, one man.
No. This is just to document his trajectory. So on the 5th of June 2007, he became the minority leader of the House of Representatives. So that's to tell you that he was cleaning up his past for a political move.
Yeah, but all that is beautiful narrative, one man. This is a civil case between Baja and his client. It's not a crime. When someone sold me I'm embarrassed to say this. When someone sold me a box of rocks as laptop, I went to the police. The police told me it's a civil case because they was 419 me. They said it's not a crime. It's a civil case between me and that guy because it was a transaction and he sold me a bag of rocks. So Baja, what he did, he took the client money, put it in his it was a personal injury settlement, deposited it in his Anthony Trust account. I'm not sure there's anything wrong with that move. The only thing wrong is he did not disburse the money on time to his client. He used it for his own. Wait now. He used it.
Yes.
Wait.
Okay,
Let me talk like Ola. Wait now. He cashed it, used this for his own politics in Nigeria, and returned the money 3 years after. It's not criminal. It's a civil case. His client can take him to court, and he will be awarded a civil judgment of XYZ. It's like my tenant not paying me rent. I took the tenant to court. They awarded some penalty money, but it's not a crime. So what Baja did was misuse of that guy's money, but returning it at a time, whatever. So it caused injury to his client. So he returned the money. He should have paid extra. If the client had taken him to court, they would have given him a civil ruling, not a criminal ruling, a civil ruling. So what he did was unethical. That is why they said it was against the rules. If what he did was criminal, then he will have been criminally indicted in addition to disbarring him. So what he did, civil, wrong, but not a crime. Those are the standards. I did not invent the standards. That's America for you. It's a civil issue.
Is Ajale Koko here? I'm not sure you are saying this and Ajale Koko is quiet. It's not here.
Ajale Koko will come and moralize, but the rules are the rules. I don't make it. This is not me making it.
Here. You are the one moralizing
this
here.
Is state of Georgia. This is what is obtained in the state of Georgia.
State of Georgia, right? So what's different between what he did?
Yes.
I understand. Hold on. I know states are different.
It's straight up fraud, isn't it?
Hold on. What one does in one state that could maybe be considered as civil matter in some other state could be criminal. Now, look at what Abenati did. You know, what's different with what Abenati did to what?
What was Abenati's? I mean, there are many things about Abenati's case. Abenati's case is more complex.
The one that got into trouble more was the one of the Stormy Daniels, the money of Stormy Daniels.
And if you read this carefully, that client did not go after him. The client did not go after him at all. He self-reported.
Actually,
how do you know he self-reported?
It's written there now. Voluntary petition for voluntary discipline. Come on now.
The point is this. You see, you can moralize, you can justify anything with anything.
I'm not moralizing.
Hold on. I hear you. Let's assume he self-reported. The person did not take it because maybe he was not aware or whatever. But the point is, why would you take your client's money and run away?
That is a criminally minded Nigerian. That's
what I'm saying. When we say Nigerians are criminal, some Nigerians are criminal minded.
But you said he committed a crime, and he did not commit a crime.
Okay, go on, please. Go.
Okay, good. It was the in a court or the bad disciplinary panel kind of a thing. That's one.
Yes, I think it's a bar panel or something like that.
A panel, so it was not really a trial. But I have a similar case now that I reported, and I have to. They actually, when I explained very similar to this, somebody had my car on the hire, and she have gone there with the car and drove my car all the way from Georgia to Indiana and to Illinois. Indianapolis and Illinois. And when I went to court, they told me plainly it was a civil case.
Yes.
Now, so it's as simple as that now, Bishop.
A civil suit
against.
unfortunately, she has not even responded, and they said there's nothing they can do about it. And that. But Kulata, I want to document what did you say said or say that somebody sold rock to you as a laptop?
Yes, I'm embarrassed, but yes, it happened.
Now, wow, Naija boy.
No, be Naija boy, now African American, but that was a long time ago. I just got to America then. It's over 2 decades, so don't let me remember. Don't let me remember that.
Finally, please,
should I change his name from Kulata to Mugu?
Well, man, let me tell you something. In Ikeja, they sold fufu to my brother. They packaged fufu as a phone.
Please let me finish.
In Ikeja, Nigeria.
Please let me finish. Please. It's very it's a very dishonest conduct that even me, I'm ashamed that it was involved in that. And at some point, we have to take some things. I think a woman was correct, very correct, that when he went to pay back and do what do you call it, a restitution, it was in a bid to clean his past because of the political. He did not do it because he was remorseful. Whether it was civil or not civil, he had criminal intention, and it is condemnable. It's not good.
It's condemnable, but at the same time, we should not say he has a criminal record when he doesn't have one.
Just saying this now that we should try as much as we can once in a while to be a little bit above board. That what he did there was completely, even though they did not convict him, but it was criminal.
But it was reprehensible, and what he did was reprehensible, and he got punished by 36 months suspension for it. Whether he deserves more, that's the matter of opinion. At least the Georgia board gave him 36 months. That's what they felt he deserved. But at the same time, should you call him a criminal, like someone that was indicted? No, you shouldn't. Can you say he's an unethical, unprincipled, terrible human being? Yes, of course. But we shouldn't call him a criminal when he's not documented anywhere. He doesn't have jumpsuit.
Does he have criminal instincts? Does he have criminal instincts?
Yes, criminal intentions, criminal instincts. Yes, 419 instincts. Yes, he does have those things.
So rational mind is right.
It's not right. No, rational mind is not right.
Of criminals.
Rational mind, he said as a matter of fact, like he has a jumpsuit or something.
For the second time today, rational mind is right. Simba, I want you to document that again, no?
You see, woman, are you there? Are you see that woman?
No, I am here. Yeah.
Yeah. So you see, Kulata, you're very good at just rationalizing things and making it look like, oh, there's nothing so bad about it, you know. As long as
did I say there was anything bad about it? Wait, dude, no, you can't know. You just lied again. When did I say there was nothing bad about it? You're used to talking that way.
You trivialize it like you said.
No, it's not trivial. We're stating facts here. Do you like facts? I like facts.
Okay, fact. Yeah. Well, fact is, there's no conviction, rather. Yeah.
So why do you call him a criminal if there's no conviction?
In the state where he did it, it is not criminal. But I'm giving you a similar case of such.
No, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I know it doesn't matter.
Georgia,
it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
I'm saying that some laws would tell you that what he did was criminal. Because I gave an example of Abenati, who did the same thing to his own client, and he went to jail for that.
Abenati has multiple cases. It's not the same case.
That, he has the part. I mean, he's not the one we saw. And
it doesn't even matter. Abenati is not Bajamia. It's not the same state. It's not the same case.
Woman just give it to you now that
that's a false equivocation.
He closed down his practice and he went back to Nigeria to go and contest politics. His first time in politics was 2007. You said 19, right? And then he did that just so as to clear up whatever bad name he has had for himself over the years, so that he'll be able to run and nobody will find out or nobody get to know that he has.
But one man, I have a question.
These guys do all these things.
One man, please, I have a question.
Well, all right, ask the
Please.
question, and then I move Akulata onto a different topic. Yeah, so
Yes.
yeah, go on.
One man. I don't think somebody that has brain and close his firm in America and run away because of $25,000. $25,000 to me is a chicken change.
In
At the
2000,
start of,
hold
let me
on.
finish, please. Can I please
2006,
finish?
2001.
No. Let me finish, please.
What
Please, let me
finish now?
finish.
I'm only interjecting you.
Please. No. Don't target me. Let me
Go on,
finish.
talk
Hold
on.
on, settle
Please.
down now, Thomas.
No. No. One man. Rational mind
Yeah,
is if you are trying to prove a point, rational mind will try to cut you off. Please, let me finish.
carry
A
on.
$25,000, even then, is still nothing. Then, to me, then, it's still nothing. You can't close your firm, a whole firm. Come on now, because of 25,000 and leave America because of $25,000. That narrative
So
is,
what's your
is
point?
nonsense. Can I please finish? Please. That
All
narrative
right,
is
yeah.
nonsense to me. Yeah,
But
but what he did, let me finish. Rational mind, can you please?
No, just finish. Don't leave rational mind. He can poke at you.
No,
Go on, carry on.
please. I don't want his back and front today. Please.
Okay, carry on.
What I'm saying, what he did is wrong. But I don't think somebody that has a firm in America will run away because of $25,000. Thank you.
All right, thank you. But that was
Real
what he
quick, I know,
did.
I know you need to move on. Just sorry, please. $25,000 in 2001 is a big money for your information.
It is.
Big money. Yeah. 2001.
And rational mind. If you look at that storyline, he just started his practice in 2001. So he was still he was still at the hungry space of his life. So 25,000 naira, and you know now is essentially just a fresh graduate. You know, so $25,000 is $1 million.
So,
You
but
know,
then
so
another point I want to bring to
Do you know
Thomas'
his first
attention.
time in office, one man?
Is what?
Do you know when he got to House of Rep?
Where was that? Right about 2003 something.
Yeah, 2 years after. 2 years after this incident.
There you are. You looted the money to go and contest.
It was a soft loan.
Modu Mefa. Oh God. I hope he paid interest. If he just handed over the 25, that would be poor taste, you know. I hope he paid interest at least.
So, but you actually practiced for like less than 2 years, or probably a year. Let's say maybe some few months.
To be honest, I don't think he left US because of $25,000. I don't know, and even the brokest Nigerian in America will not settle abandon America for $25,000. Come on, especially a lawyer graduating with a promising future. Lawyers do well in America. That's one thing for a fact. So I don't think he left because of that 25,000. I think maybe he saw opportunity in Nigeria, a political opportunity or something like that. And then as he was leaving, he realized that I owe some people money. Let me just go and take it with me since I'm be gone anyway. So that's what I think happened. But I don't think he left because of that 25,000.
Sorry, enigmatic. I think you are right, but I think the window of opportunity opened for him where he knew he could get into the House of Reps. And then of course he knew it involved a spend, so he would have liquidated everything he had in America, knowing full well that his future is now in Nigeria. And owo ati owo eni
a typical Nigerian mentality. When they see opportunities to take advantage of somebody, they will do it.
You know, he just build with everybody's money and everything to go and contest.
Even
Rational Mind would have done the same thing.
Rational Mind he will do it for $25. Never buy 25,000.
That election was Badgers to lose then, because it was a clean house for all of them, including that was even Tinubu's. Hold on, yeah, that was.
I think it's Tinubu that called him to come from America to come to Lagos.
That was the time Tinubu, all of them, this Omagegi, all of them went back. A lot from Chicago, from Texas, Chicago, New York, Georgia. A lot of them went back home. That time.
That's true. During the Obasanjo regime, there were a lot of Nigerians from diaspora that went back. They
Yeah, all
got,
of like,
yeah,
yeah, all the whole the chunk of the guys you see with Ashwabi today, Faleke, all of them, they were American returnees or diaspora returnees. All of them,
yeah.
almost 95 or 90% of them.
If even people like Ibori, many of them came back from London and US during that 2000, early 2000. So many. I
Yeah,
remember there was a time where the Nigerian government were
that
doing
was
recruiting
the
of
time problem in
diasporans.
now.
I
That was
don't
the
know if
time
they stopped it.
that was the time Ibori has even Omagege has similar issue. He had to run I think he has some, so he went away with some clients' money too in California.
But okay, let me round it up by saying I think his intention was, I mean, they called him, oh, Bobo, come to Nigeria, opportunity day. But of course, you can't go empty-handed now and go there and be begging Tinubu. And maybe he doesn't have savings or has investment. He doesn't have a kujo. So it's just like, okay, let me just use all this this money, this settlement money. I can always tell the client that the settlement will be, lawyers can say, okay, the check is here, but we can't clear it. They can always make excuses. And he used that 25,000 to have soft landing in Nigeria, knowing fully well that once he wins, he will make enough money in Nigeria to return. So I just think a lot of them just scooped whatever loose money was available to them, whether it's their own, robbing Peter to pay Paul, pay Paul kind of situation, just took the money. And Nigerians are very fond of doing that. So that's what I think. So what he did, criminal intent, but according to the state of Georgia, and what was ruled on is a civil case. So you'll never find any indictment on Bajami and Mila. That's
I even think Kulata, I even think beyond that, I think in any state in the US, right? I think
it's civil. It's basically
it's civil because it was basically more or less like an institutionalized situation within a certain profession. So he broke a certain rule, right? A certain rule guidelines are probably compliance through that was supposed to be one of those things within the bar association of where he belonged. When you look at Avenati's case, Avenati had plethora of issues, a lot, running to millions, almost 29 or 30. I think it was maybe over 29. 20 count charges against Avenatti, and then he was having issue with the number one citizen of the country at the time. So you will expect that they will come out gun blazing after him. So basically.
All right. Let me move you to the space, Akulata. We thought it was nailed on. So, but Abia Miller, he gets his boots, but it looks as though Akpabio may not be in the game. Southwest senators consider other options may drop Akpabio. So they are saying that Tinubu suddenly finds the stench coming from Akpabio a little bit too pungent for his liking. Are looking to abandon him now. The plethora of allegations and cases with EFCC, ICPC, and whatnot. So it looks as though they're about to abandon Akpabio. But then that space, even going to the south or southeast, it looks as though that might also be in contention because the north, they are looking to still see if they can get hold of that space because the full complement of the north is not fully represented. All you have is a Kanuri wing in Borno that has a situation. You don't have the Hausas in any situation, no. You don't have the you don't have the you don't have the Fulanis in any situation, which is just unheard of within the Nigerian space. So it looks as though Akpabio is about to be thrown under the bus, or is he?
That's a difficult one to know now because I'll just be guessing. Because, who are these Southwest senators, number one? And if we say Southwest senators, are those considered part of the people that were supporting Akpabio before and abandoned him? Because according to Akpabio, he's been able to get 70-something senators to his side. So if those Southwest senators were not amongst those 70-something, this is a moot point. He was still going to get what he's going to get in the first place. So without knowing if these new Southwest senators are part of that coalition that were willing to support him, then we don't know anything. And I think lately, Kanu Kalu came back to say that he's still interested in running for this race. So this could be people aligned with Kalu just kind of making noise. And as far as Jafar wants to get, as far as the Northwest wants to get Senate president, I mean, that's kind of brain dead. Why would you be number 1, number 2, number 3, and then number 4? I mean, that's crazy. Oh, I mean, from one religion, doesn't make any sense because Northwest will be number 3 and number 4. So where is South, Southeast, North Central? Like North Central, they gave their votes to the president. They also largely gave their votes to APC in the different offices, whether Senate or governor. So that doesn't make any sense. I think people are scheming for committee positions. And these are the so-called juicy committees that once they put you there, you are made. So any committee related to energy, any committee related to telecoms that you have to be dealing with MTN and co, those kind of committees you're made, or something relating to ports or something, or defense. So I think people are just, I mean, they're jostling for committee positions. I don't think any serious senator will vote for a candidate from Northwest to be number 3 and then number 4. It just doesn't make any sense. And these Southwest senators, the way our newspapers write, they're very lazy. How many are they? What side were they before? Do we have a pattern where people that were supporting Akpabio now dumped Akpabio, or people that never supported Akpabio are vocalizing? Because the way we write news, you can't really tell if we're seeing people abandon Akpabio in droves, then we know something is wrong. And many people have attributed so many decisions to Tinubu, and Tinubu is not saying anything. So we can't say that because some Southwest people, Tinubu's kinsmen said something, it means that's what Tinubu supports. As far as we're concerned, Tinubu has been mute, and there were a lot of public attribution to Tinubu actually endorsing Akpabio in the past, but not directly from Tinubu's mouth. So I think that news is neither here nor there until we'll have more facts. We will wait for what happened, but I won't be surprised if Akpabio still wins that position. And Tinubu cannot say someone is too dirty for him to work with. Like, I mean, what moral right does he have to say someone is too dirty for him? He may not operate the way Akpabio operates, so we get it. But he's been roiling with all manner of people to go where he got. So I don't think a statement like that, I just don't see that coming from Tinubu. I think people are just pushing boundaries and jostling for their own personal opposition in one of these committees.
You know, there's a very big risk, and I would not be surprised if Akpabio doesn't get that seat. In fact, I'll be surprised if he does get it. Do you know that there's a resurgence in the Southeast? There's even a mobilization of a 2 million man march to persuade Tinubu that Orji Zokalo should get the seat. And then I was saying that the North have not given up on it. Abdulaziz Yari Zamfara senator, he's pushing hard, and there's no unanimity, there's no uniformity in acceptance that Tinubu has spoken, and then they'll fall in line. There is a real push that the leader should be decided on the floor rather than directed from Aso Rock. If Tinubu yields to that request that the floor should decide, the Red Chamber should decide who the Senate president is, then it will not be Akpabio. You know, because I think vested interest want it. It might not be Orji Zokalo. Don't be surprised if it's actually Abdulaziz Yari.
I doubt. Akpabio is an ex-PDP governor. He was a very powerful PDP man. He has connections and links in all the parties. So I do not think, I think he has a fair shot in winning. But even this Senate presidency position, normally it's prerogative of the Senate itself to vote who they want. But even traditionally, they normally try and seek the president's support of a particular candidate, even in America. But it doesn't mean it's that candidate that will excel or succeed. Sometimes some of the members just want to like show their power and decide to just vote against and just hang the process. We had that. We had something similar, close to it, slightly close to it in the U.S. with the current Congress. But I think in APC's interest, they should keep that office to the South. Let the South and the Southeast, let them duke it out. I don't think this position should be open to any Northerner simply because, especially from the Northwest and the Northeast, simply because Buhari just did 8 years and we have a Northeast vice president. But that would be ironic for me to say because in the Buhari's office, Bajamia Mila was the speaker and Oshibajo was the vice president. So Southwest was selfish in Buhari's government too, if you look at it that way. So I just think for fairness, let South and Southeast let them go and do that position out. I don't think anybody from the Northwest should have a shot. I mean, even if they gang up, I don't think they will have the numbers to pull it off. So that news, I'm not going to take that news seriously because I don't think the information is complete for me to make any meaningful deduction.
So let me ask you this: so if the Northwest are demanding that they want it and they want that position, like maybe they are contesting
if
for
they
it.
can win, if they can win, that's if they can win, it's fine.
No, even for the fact that they voted for him, I mean, so you should just ignore them. I can agree with you if they don't want it or if they don't care. But if they're saying we want this, they went out for you to campaign for you to win. Now we want this position. Should we still ignore them and not give it to them? I mean, I think
it's not for Tinubu. It's not for Tinubu to give. That's the mistake we're making. It's the prerogative of the Senate. Tinubu's endorsement is just tactical, more power based.
Okay, let me use the word endorse. Should he not endorse?
No, it should not endorse. It should not endorse someone from the Northwest because that's not.
If they are seeking for his endorsement, he should still not endorse them, even though they went out for him to help him win the presidency. I mean,
yeah, but there are many other positions that. No, there are many other positions that's available for them for the picking. It doesn't necessarily have to be number 3 position. There are many other positions. Number 4 position.
So you should risk losing the next election, Abi, because I don't know what you guys are.
There's so many. This is not a make or break for the next elections. There's so many opportunities to make amends or to make allowance for people that voted for you. This is not a one and done deal. There are many opportunities for him to make up for whoever needs.
Michael, it would be insane. It would be insane and politically, let me say, it would be more or less like a political hierarchy now to do that because you cannot have the number 2, the 1 and 2 being Muslims, right? And then you want to have a Senate president being number 3 being Muslim from the Northwest. So the best thing that I think they will do if they have any problem with and then they basically compensated the Southeast with Benjamin Kalu now being the number 2 in the House of Rep. Even though I have a very big, let me say, misgivings towards reservation towards that because the Southeast basically, they basically showed their uselessness to APC. They were never really there for him. Because if he never won the election, they wouldn't be talking about any position. So I still believe the South, from what they've been able to contribute to APC and even Tinubu's, presidential functions, they deserve they should have that first right of refusal to the Senate presidency. It should stand as it is. If they have any issues with Akpabio, which I doubt, because it's too late in time to rejig that formula now. It's too late. They have maybe 6 more days or 8 more days to go. So Akpabio, he's done a lot. He's moved around, and then no one who can we have?
But Tinubu didn't win Akpabio State now. He didn't even get vote from there. So why is he?
Don't say that. No.
Akpabio. Why go for somebody from
He
Rivers?
got vote. He got for Michael.
He only did well in Rivers, man. He didn't do anything.
He got 166,000. But what he got in Akwa Ibom is more than what he got in the whole of Southeast.
He came second. He came second in Akwa Ibom.
Okay, if he did good in Akwa Ibom, then I will agree with that.
Look, let me explain to you, Mike. This is the way it is, right? In 2019, APC had around 250,000, right, in South, and they had maybe 200, maybe 30,000 less from Southeast, 250 from South, and then in Southeast maybe 210 or 205 or something like that. Now in 2023, right, they had almost or over 800,000 votes in South alone. They won Rivers State. They came second in all the South states, right? And they had 25 points. I mean, they made 25% in all the South states. This Akpabio you're talking about now, Akpabio delivered Akpabio had over 160,000 votes. He added over 160,000 votes to the coffers of APC. So when you are looking at who actually worked for the Senate presidency and then who should have it by virtue of what they put in during the election, it should be South. And then post 2020, getting ready for 2027 election, it's very clear now that South, they basically deserted Southeast to their own Uzobu politics and moved on. They are moving towards power sharing at the national level now. When they have this Senate presidency, and then they are able to have a very good minister from the Niger Delta, then you will see what they will do in 2027. So it's better for APC and Asiwaju, right, to focus on those people who are amenable and who are already working towards moving towards APC and towards him now, as against people that no matter what you do, it's going to be zero for you. So the political calculation is intact. And I don't see anything changing Akpabio. It's too late in time to change Akpabio one man. That's just the fact. It's too late. He has gone too far.
Enigmatic. I saw Benga Daniel also making the same narrative this morning. And I was surprised why these people are suddenly changed.
Against Akpabio, right?
Exactly.
Are you serious? Well, I've not seen.
Yeah, because Tinubu's body language has changed. He doesn't want him anymore. That's what they're saying.
What is the message, Mama? Did they say what is?
Let me give you the readout again. It's a very short one, so let me just speed through it. It says strong indications yesterday suggested that senators, mainly from the Southwest, have called for a meeting for tomorrow where they will take a decision to work towards reviewing their position on the choice of the leadership of the Senate. This is coming amid speculations that the candidacy of former Senate Minority Leader, Senator Godswill Akpabio, may have hit the wall, as President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is said to have withdrawn his support for him in the contest for the Senate President in the 10th National Assembly. Recall that the All Progressive Congress APC had announced the endorsement of Senator Godswill Akpabio and 3 others for the topmost positions at the National Assembly. Senator Akpabio from South was endorsed for Senate President, Senator Jibrin Barao from Northwest for Deputy, Tajuddin Abbas for Speaker, and Kanu for Deputy. This did not, however, go down well with some members of the party, especially those aspiring for position of presiding offices in both the Senate and House of Representatives, following the protest and condemnation that trailed the party's endorsement. According to a senator from one of the states in the Southwest, the meeting is for senators from the zone to know the outcome of a crucial meeting of the leading tendency amongst the senator-elect scheduled for Thursday, which they have strategically asked for some of their members to attend. President Tinubu is said to have heeded the advice of his trusted political allies by tacitly withdrawing his support for Akpabio. The president, sources said, was resolute in running a corruption-free government with emphasis on strengthening all the existing policies and institutions concerned with anti-corruption towards achieving this goal. In his inaugural speech, Tinubu declared pointedly that his government would take proactive steps such as championing a credit culture to discourage corruption while strengthening the effectiveness and efficiency of the various anti-corruption agencies. With this statement, the source said, most of us have come to the full realization of the fact that President Tinubu would not for anything support any senator with myriads of cases of corruption in the anti-graft agencies after declaring before the world that he will strengthen and make them more effective. A senator from one of the states in the Southwest confided to correspondents, "We have seen the follies in remaining in this camp. It will not work. We have fixed the meeting for Thursday, where we're going to chart our next line of action." However, the Director General for Akpabio Barao Stability Group, Senator Ali Ndomi, APC North Borno, APC Borno South, said in his reaction to the development yesterday, "It is not surprising that whenever a politically exposed person is contesting elections, some people will be sponsored to raise issues against him or her." So it looks as though the body language of Tinubu has moved away from Akpabio.
This is quite a lugubrious one, man, because I have I have that soft spot, right, for the South people from the kind of politics they are playing now. You know, they are realizing that they need to play that national politics. But my concern now is who. I don't want this thing to go to the north. To be honest with you, I know Northwest, they are probably the one in line. I don't want the Senate presidency to go anywhere close to the north. I do not want.
But would you not say the North are more deserving of it? Looking at the voting pattern.
No, there are other ways to compensate them. One man, the number two at the Senate is still okay for them, and they will have.
Okay, let me ask you this question: which serves 2027 election more? Having it go to the north or having it go to the southwest or southeast? To the south or southeast. Which one serves the politics, the re-election, second term?
Most definitely, one man. You know the answer. Of course, the north. The numbers are there politically, but when
if I'm Tinubu, I'll be catering for the northwest. To be honest, I won't care about all this zone rubbish. I'll be catering for where I can win, where vote comes from, and you know that's why I won't all these. If I become, I won't be caring about all these. Let's sympathize with this corner here. That one. If I know, if I can't get vote from you, I don't care about you. That's where
Mike,
if Tinubu listens to you guys now, if the Northwest people are saying we want this, we want that, and we went to war for you, and you ignored them, saying no, let me be fair, let me give you this party.
We
lose 2027, man.
We need the South. We need the South.
You are not guaranteed that you get them. Forget it, man. Focus on where you are doing good and cater for them, so that way you keep doing good. Then.
Mike, you know what they said in Game of Thrones? The North never forgets. The North never forgets. Let's hear from Prince Daddy, who joins us. Prince Daddy, good to see you.
Yeah, you too. Yeah, thanks, guys. Thanks, one man. Might be a little bit noise in the background, but anyways, I was gonna say, you can from the Northerners, they're not making any noise. Okay. My point here is that right now it's more so of our individual interest for the northern candidates, right? But in the northern space, they're not making noise. They're not saying we've been marginalized or anything like that, right? So, and Tinubu, is a loyalist and is not going to be like reckless in dealing with the northerners. So is of course is looking forward to the next election of 2027, and at the same time, is going to find ways to pacify the northerners. And just like you can tell, they've not been vocal or agitating or crying. They've not been doing that. They're just taking what comes to them. And it's natural for individual politicians from the North, right, to want to get power, being the Senate president or otherwise other position available. So that's what is going on there. And the article that you read, the article sounds kind of a well curated article. Yeah. I don't doubt that the Southwest senators are trying to have a meeting, but the way the article was curated, it sounds like the narrative is kind of lopsided to favor what they're trying to do. With the fanfare, so to speak, that Tinubu had in River State with Yesom Wike, where Akpabio was there, and some of the senators were lined behind him. I think you even played that or showed that on your show. Yeah, I don't think it's Tinubu is now having a knee jerk reaction to not wanting Akpabio to be the Senate president. So it's I don't believe the entire narrative in the article that you read. Not because there's no truth in it, but it's well curated to serve a purpose, and it's more like a hit piece. I would say.
All right, a sponsored article. Okay, so back to Kulata. So Kulata, in the course of the campaigning, Tinubu introduced quite a few words to the Nigerian lexicon. Words that we know as Yoruba people, but the rest of the country they are now familiar with. So Kulata, the first word that Tinubu introduced to the Nigerian wider space, to the Nigerian wider lexicon, is Emilokan. If you go to the outermost region of Borno State, they will tell you what Emilokan means. So they understand that. The second thing that Tinubu introduced to the Nigerian lexicon is Olule. I don't think there's a Nigerian that does not know what Olule means. Kulata, what's this?
Sorry, one man.
What are you making of
Olule.
I will fight you on this one. I will fight you on this one. I guarantee you.
Olule.
Uncle Joe. Uncle Joe Lule. This is like the third time Uncle Joe and Lule. In Lule on bicycle, in Lule, it's like he hit a wall at some point. In Lule, now, I mean, Joe Biden should go and rest. As in, he should go and rest. He's 80 something. He's old now. He's tried. Unfortunately,
I think he is just playing to the hands of Donald Trump. Believe me.
But Kulata, he tripped on something now. He tripped on something. He didn't check the floor. Kowole. He tripped on something.
Yes, the guy didn't triple. He
tripped on something.
He tripped.
Kowole.
There was nothing in front of him now.
There
was something on the ground that
was something on the ground. Let me say this. Even when they fell down,
he tripped on his own shadow.
Pointing to, let me finish now. They were pointing to the thing that tripped him. That is the thing that tripped him.
Now, equal now. Equal.
There's a sandbag on this. There was a sandbag actually on the stage, a black sandbag that he tripped on. I've watched it. He did trip, but the optics are just not good. Like whether I tripped or not, everybody's just saying, "Oh, he fell down." You know, politics in America can be very vicious. So they'll just say, this old man, he fell down. One thing. But I mean, I don't even care about all these Democrats people and their agenda. I'm not a fan of Joe Biden. I'm not a fan of Democratic Party at this point.
Excuse me, Kulata.
I'm not going to vote. I'm not. You see what? I don't like Trump. So when it comes to presidential elections, I normally vote Mickey Mouse. I'll just write Mickey Mouse. In my local elections, I vote conservative.
I'll give you 1,000. You vote for Democrat.
I'll never vote for Democrat. I'm not doing it.
Is there a credible candidate challenging the ticket with Joe Biden?
Joe Biden.
Because
that's the problem.
If there is, then they shouldn't run him again. Or otherwise,
you see, that's why I can't stand Democratic Party now, because everybody is just woke. The wokeness is irritating, is nauseating. So if you are going to have someone that comes to run against Joe Biden, it's going to be maybe governor of California. California, where you can't even say you eat meat, but you'll be offending vegans like you eat meat. Those kind of people with mentality like that. No, I can't. I can't stomach all that. I can't stomach all that wokeness. It's just too much. It happened too fast. It's too much. It's too judgmental. It's too no. I mean, if anything, Joe Biden is still the best candidate. Let me know. I mean, out of the Democrats, he's probably the best candidate. And he's probably will still be able to beat.
Is that Kulata, please?
Kulata.
How about Tim Scott, the Republican guy, the black guy?
He can go to hell.
I don't mind Tim Scott, but here's what I've decided. In presidential election in America, I will always vote Mickey Mouse. It's Mickey Mouse.
Kulata, let me challenge you a little bit. Sorry to interject you. This man you say you are not going to vote for, you know what he did? He rescued democracy in America. Democracy was going inside trash can when this man stepped up. Thank goodness.
So, how did he rescue democracy for real long?
Please explain.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Because if he hadn't stepped up, by now we wouldn't be talking about, because Donald Trump became
I know what you're saying. Trump.
No. I think you watch too much CNN. That's a problem.
I know, right? It's not about watching CNN. It's what I believe in. This man stepped up, and to be able to make sure that democracy is deeply rooted and continue to be in America. If not, this is not what we are talking about. We'll be talking about.
Well, that's not true.
Let him
clarify what his name is.
Make American function.
Yeah. What?
Yes. He was ready to destroy everything that is out to do with
democracy. He wasn't destroying anything, man. The guy was.
Let me put it this way. Let me do it. Trump broke all the norms. He broke all the norms. The only thing he didn't break while he was president that we don't know is maybe the laws. But in terms of norms
and the rules,
which norms?
He put the norms in the trash can.
I'm sorry, the anti-Trump person speaking, please give us some examples, because what you're talking about is no more than liberal talking points on CNN and CNBC.
I'm proud to voice that narrative if that's what you want to have.
Yes, please do. Thank you. Please.
You see, recently, Kulata, there was a leaked audio where he admitted that he took those confidential. Yes, to Malak, and was hiding it. And what does that got to do with about bombing in Iran? See, this man was ready to destroy. You said he broke the norm. He didn't just broke the norm. He broke law too. He broke the law.
Which law did he break?
Being the president, this man was
just
ready.
It's like a Nigerian politician. That's just
the only thing that American export to the entire world is democracy, and this man was ready to destroy it.
Explain this destroy. Explain this. What this destroy democracy are talking about? Like destroying. Do you know what democracy is?
Hold on a second. I'm sorry.
Apologies.
It will look American politics. Wow.
Let's go back home. But I thought democracy was a Greek concept, so I'm not quite sure why the Americans.
I don't know. Like I belong to America. I don't even know. So you destroy democracy in Nigeria.
Yes. Let me take you to this space then. This Twitter realignment by Folashade, which has now generated. So the Owambification of the Nigerian Aso Rock space now in full flight. I want to saw that Obesere Kwam won in Aso Rock. Listen to them mock them on Arise Day.
When you look at things like this, a few days back, Oji, we're still arguing about the role of the First Lady, whether it's constitutional or not. And now we have to grapple with the idea of a first daughter and perhaps a first son.
Yes.
It's coming very soon. It's a waste of, it's an abuse of power in the first instance. The first thing I just want to say very quickly is that I think the president should call his family to order. We need to, there's a lot of work to be done, and we shouldn't be spending time talking about the daughter of the president, saying that she has to advise him in your family meetings, in your sitting room, and not bring it to the public and make Nigerians upset by putting first.
All right. So is this signs of things to come? So, okay, we are leaving that photo to one space because their payment is doctored, but this is on our own Twitter handle. The first daughter of the Nigerian state. Is she creating an office for herself? And is this the sign of our things to come? Is this the future that we're looking at now?
This seems like the future, because I think Tinubu perhaps cannot even like curtail this woman. She's tacky. This is tacky. Like, she's not committing any crime or breaking any whatever, but she's just plain tacky. Like, it's just very, very tacky. It's very tasteless. Like, why will you go and change your name?
One man, Lotta, can I say something to you real quick? Before I lose that thought. Have you guys seen the picture of one of Tinubu's daughter in, I think in California? A video, pictures of her trending online, more like a nude and BDSM and all of stuff like that. Have you guys seen that? Abibat, I think it's the one called Abibat.
She's a singer, isn't she?
Well, maybe she's a singer, but she has this.
No, she is a singer. She has about a few records out. Yeah,
photos of her online of showing everything.
Yeah, she's an artist. Yeah, she's an artist. Yes, that's
really,
yeah,
that's what
she is.
It's an artist.
Yes,
president's daughter. Oh goodness!
Of course,
that's an artistic expression. One man, or is that rational mind?
What's wrong with being artistic, rational mind? Don't you like self-expression?
No, people that express their views as such are anti-Tinubu, anti-Trump, and it's quite obvious, but that's okay.
No, don't rope Trump into this matter, please, Joe. If that was, she's an adult. If she wants to put her pubes outside at discretion, every kid will, no matter what you say to your kid, you just pray that they turn out right. You do your best, and if that's what she wants to do, it's 2023 after all. She has right to self-expression. You can't blame her dad or her mom. I think Abibat is Remi Tinubu's daughter, I think, in this case. So there's money, there's drugs, there's whatever. She can enjoy herself. But for Shade, though, they need to watch that one. That one looks like she's going to overstep her bounds. She's already overstepping her bounds. Like she's not, like I said, nothing she's doing is criminal or anything. She can be funding herself to do all these things. But she looks like all those, she's an neologia. What was I even going to say? I was going to say she looks like one of those neologia. I'm like, what the hell am I talking about? She's an neologia. So she looks like, all these Bebe scouts, Bebeto, are wanting to be out there. And, Lagbo, no one bear kind of person. So that's her personality. And dad is president, so she's just acting out. But the only thing is, Tinubu's policies in the immediate terms, they're painful, but they're good long term. So this is not the time you need someone acting out like this. The optics doesn't look right. I'll say that. The optics doesn't look right. But does she have the right to do whatever she wants? Yes. She's not causing anybody any pain. She just wrote something put a status on social media. Who cares? But it's just going to rub a lot of people the wrong way, especially when you're starting out with unpopular policies, which is necessary medicine for the country, I repeat. But
do you think Egos will clash between her and Remi Tinubu at some point? Because I think they will want to straddle the same space at some point, and Egos will clash.
Well, I think Remi is closer to her husband because, first of all, Folashade was birthed by another woman, and I don't see Folashade as close to the man the way Sheyi is close to the man. Sheyi too was birthed by yet another woman, so Tinubu has been around the block. So I do not see it because I don't see her as someone dominating Aso Rock or even living in Aso Rock or something. She's probably still going to be living in Lagos. I hope I'm proven right. Because if she moves to Abuja, then that will be ugly. So I don't think there's going to be any clash. I think she'll just be dominating, demanding. I think she's going to be demanding attention because the behavior online looks like someone seeking attention, and there's nothing Tinubu can do about it. She's the daughter, and she's the, according to her, she's the Iyaloja of Nigeria. She can call herself the Iyaloja of Africa. It's a prerogative, but
But,
it just
Kulata,
doesn't.
this is not even the first time we see children of Obasanjo had a lot of them that were misbehaving during Obasanjo regime also. So I don't think
Well,
it's.
Obasanjo kids.
And if you look at
Well,
this one, even when he was the governor, nobody knows this woman when Tinubu was the governor. So I don't think we should just exaggerate. Hey, to me, it's
but
not. She's not looking like. She's not looking like somebody who's very close to her dad. She's
I
not
don't think
looking
she's
like
close to. I don't think she's close to her dad. I don't think so. I don't think so. But Obasanjo kids
She's
were
not.
not this
So
bad behaved because Obasanjo
Remy
kids.
will not. Remy will not give her
It's not
that
close to the
space.
father. What are you talking about? How did she become a Yaloja? You know what the Yaloja of Lagos was before? Abibati Mogaji was
a grandma.
Hold on. Abibati Mogaji was the Yaloja of Lagos. But then she took over from the grandma or whatever woman the woman was to.
So it's not by virtue of her dad that I got that.
So I'm just trying to debunk that thing that you said that he's not close to his father. He's not close to his father and become a Yaloja of Lagos. You know what that position is to Tinubu?
You look at what you just said, rational mind now. He got it by virtue of the grandmother, not by the virtue of her father.
No. Tinubu is the one who controls that thing, that aspect. If the grandma or where the foster mom or whatever that was, the woman was, Ribat Bagaji was to Tinubu, after her demise, Tinubu's daughter took over. So it must have been that Tinubu sanctioned it for her to have taken over from her grandma. So what are you talking about? If she's not close to the mother, okay, why didn't the other one that died, why didn't we know anything about it? The one that died, one of his sons that died.
We knew about and what is the link between that one? What is the link with that one and Yaloja? A man cannot become an Yaloja now.
She is close. And what I'm saying is that the one that died, apparently from the history we heard, was not close to the father. Tinubu, in fact, was not really even active in his life. So I'm saying that this lady that is Yaloja is very close to Tinubu. Forget all the story that you are trying to paint here. It's very close. That is why I'm saying that. That was why she was given that position of Yaloja of Lagos. The position that Abibati Mogaji hold before she died.
Anyway, I'm not Tinubu's biographer. I don't know. I mean, you may be right, you may be wrong. It doesn't really matter to me. But
Kulata, again, the thing I feel is this: if this one start misbehaving, how will she misbehave, and how does that affect governance? Because to me, the Yaloja of Lagos, as far as I'm concerned, is just one of those groups, and I don't see the role in our democracy. Yes, it is true that the big men, they use their position of the father to gain some things. Yeah, I know. It's not limited to Nigeria. It's not that I'm encouraging it, because where I work, you will see a mother and the children in the government work. It's about, the truth is that the mother will even employ children. It happens. Yeah, so it's not something. But I know the problem we have in Nigeria is just because the way we try to promote our own nepotism. Nepotism is everywhere. It's not as if I'm supporting it, but to me, I have my own issue is with Tinubu, who is the democratically elected president. I will wait till the Folashades time is behaving before I will show my concern. But at least now I cannot just be laboring myself and be concerned, when what I want to be concerned about is that, okay, if this guy removes subsidy, will he employ 3 million soldiers as he promised? Then if he employs 3 million soldiers as he promised, okay, they will provide security to the farmer. Okay, will that boost agricultural outputs? Then what is the valuation around that place? Okay, with that subsidy now, just the escalation of that subsidy impact, will it take so many area boys out away from our street? Will it chase all those criminals away from their butches?
Forest. That's what I want to be particular about, not
I definitely agree with you. I think serious Nigerians will be more focused on the performance. We'll be focusing on how he's going to perform. It's only people like the obedience and Akpabio and be talking about his daughter and just like they were talking about Aisha, all those kind of things. Serious Nigerians will be focusing on how he's going to perform with electricity, security, on those things. People like Rational Man and his obedience and those ones, they'll be the only one on Tebati, Yabo and Shekiniko. No one cares, man. You know, I agree with you, Elijah.
Mike, generally, we need to also adjust to this narrative. It will come nearly every week or every day. So we should also learn to
this
live with it.
Buhari regime, where real Nigerians like you and I caring about Aisha, what Aisha was doing. It wasn't only Akpabians and the people that were talking Aisha boyfriend and that stuff. The rest of us are focusing on infrastructure. We're talking about infrastructure.
Yes, exactly. We should learn to live with it. It will come every day. They will be bringing so many things like that. So we should learn to live with it.
I was gonna say I don't think we should be quick to dismiss this Yalaja position that she's talking about. I mean, after all, I mean a large percentage or portion of our economy is dependent upon trading. So she
She has been a Yaloja for years, so it's not as if she just became it now.
I know.
That title is just a title. It's not connected to our democracy. It's not. Traditional titles
I'm
are
talking
not.
on a national level. On a national level, because to me, it depends on how we see her. Anyways,
She's not going to be part of the stock market, Nigerian stock market. Now, what are you talking about? I mean, she's not going to be.
No.
It's just
you can laugh about it, but when a large percentage of our economy is dependent upon trading, there's nothing to laugh about. To me, by the way, I see her as.
But what does our economy have to do with Yaloja? Yaloja is not tied to Nigerian economy.
Well, she may have some great ideas.
No,
for the
she
country.
doesn't. No, she's not part of the governance.
Okay, hold on. Okay, see okay.
Title is just a traditional title. It doesn't mean anything.
No, Mike,
maybe you don't know Nigeria.
Let Prince Daddy tell us how Folashade's being in Yaloja is going to affect our economy. I'm interested.
Okay, I want to hear. Let's hear.
Is that Thomas? Okay. Okay. Yeah, well, I'm just saying that in a country where a large percentage of our people trade, okay, and if she comes to the national stage and she's able to bring about ideas to help improve trading or whatever she's going to do, I think it's a plus. I think it's a plus. If she has any great ideas, maybe that she's instituted in Lagos that can be replicated across other parts of the country, that is great. And she can only do that on a national level, having a national position as such. And to me, by the way, I see her as a lobbyist for these traders or these Yalaja people. That's the way I see her. I know, a title kind of sounds comical. You guys want to laugh at her, that she has no value, but I don't see that.
Can I address you why it's comical?
Sure. Sure.
Okay. Now, in Lagos, this lady gets some kind of levy, taxing. She taxes the women, market women. Where's that money going to?
No.
That money is going to help.
No.
Mind. She's taxing market women.
Yes, they tax.
She's taxing Mama Chukudi and them, Abi.
Yeah, they pay levy.
Yeah, Mama Chukudi. They have to pay taxes too.
If you go to
Ladipo, has nothing to do with the state.
You should go to Ladipo and tell us
talking about, for goodness sake. Why are we joking about this?
No, Raksha might say the taxes.
One voice. Carry on.
I'm putting a position to your rational mind. If you go to Orile, if you go to Ladipo, even if you go to Oshodi, all those traders there, Alaba, they pay some levies. Now, it's for you now to ask, what do they do with that levy? Is it for security? Is it for the progress of their group? Now, you won't say just because Folashade now is not collecting his own now, just because his father happened to be one of the forefront politicians. All of a sudden, we now overlook at what those Alaba people, Oshodi and Orile, are doing with their money.
No, it now become an aberration.
Exactly. So because the thing, we are talking of the culture that has been there, which I'm almost sure that even before Folashade was probably born. So I don't know why we just want to fight. Now, if Olashade is going to be announced as the Minister of Trade tomorrow, now maybe we start having serious discussion. But I still don't see how this Iyaloja will affect Tinubu performance. If it's not abusing power tomorrow, we can always raise that. To me, like I said, I'm seriously optimistic, and I want to discuss economic policies of this guy. I see people jumping up and down of subsidy, and I keep telling them that they are just wasting their energy, because what they are going to benefit from this removal of subsidy is like 10 times. How
did we get from Iyaloja to subsidy?
No, because I'm just saying that we should just forget about Folashade being Iyaloja and focus on something else. Because we are talking of something that is not in our legal framework. It's not. We are talking of the president of the country.
Allah is a distraction. Is a distraction.
Exactly. I see those things as noise that we should just filter off and just focus.
You know, when you see Rufai on Arise TV, you know, he will be looking for something to cause trouble every day, and you know, he will just come up with something. You know, even like yesterday morning, when he was talking to Benga Daniel, he raised an issue, but immediately that the other guy gave him a sign. He said, "Okay, I refute it. I don't have any evidence." So he was saying that there was a governor that declared an asset of 9 trillion naira, that was trending. And they just give me a sign that you started again, and immediately he started refuting it. He said, no, I refute it, I don't have any evidence. So, you know, that guy, he has to be careful about what he says, because most people watch Arise TV these days because of what is going on. And should be very careful about what he put out there to people.
Even one man promoted
all right.
yesterday. One man promoted Rufai yesterday. I was unable to quickly tell a woman that, see, another graduate of business administration will still know about economics. We still not behave like the one that you didn't get the certificate to. We still know about economics. We not talk the way Rufai was talking. I think
Rufai is studying biology science. Now it's biology that he did.
At the University of Lagos, because if University of Lagos,
one man yesterday.
He studied animal science, not biology science.
The same thing.
One man. Yesterday, you were beating down on Rufai. I watched out your session. I was just laughing here the way you were just. But then you read on the Wikipedia that he did business admin. Is that what you read?
Yes, of Wikipedia. So don't blame me, blame Wikipedia. Yes.
Yeah. So, but then because I think I've heard him say he did animal science too. So then if Wikipedia is saying that he did biz admin in the University of Lagos, then it makes me to start questioning something.
Well, sorry.
There are many Rufai Husseini. So if I Google Rational Mind now, assuming I know your name now, we may find hundreds of Rational Mind on LinkedIn or somewhere else. So I understand where that mistake came from, but it's just that some of us were privileged to know what Rufai studied. So I won't blame one man totally, but just to say that one man overcredited Rufai yesterday.
It was just a quick check, by the way, because it was using words like econometrics and just affectation, some false. Just jolling people along,
Rufai is like Peter B. He's used a lot of words and terminology that he himself is not familiar with or knows the real meaning.
How did we get to Peter B now?
I think all the opinions, they have something in common, man. They will talk with confidence. And you think they know what they are saying. Well, really pay attention you realize they don't know what they are talking about.
But I was gonna say, let's not make fun of this guy, Hussein Rufai, because the guy is smart. He's smart in the sense that he knows how to tap into his audience. They didn't know what they're doing. So, and he always
I just crowd chasing. That's what they do.
Yeah, it comes down just like Peter B, spending hours and hours and days and weeks in the courtroom, just to be relevant, Husseini kind of does the same thing in a lot of ways. But back to Iyaloja, I think Ola was saying some really important stuff earlier that, they help from the levies or the taxes that they pay, they help with a lot of expenses that's the burden on the state. Now we're talking about Anambra not being able to generate enough IGR. Well, that'd be a great way for Lashade to maybe go to Anambra and teach them on how to collect money or taxes from their traders, because they do trade a lot. So
yeah,
again,
but wait, Folashade's position is not real. The only
I
thing
know it's
real
not
about
real.
that position
There's
is
nothing real
Lagos.
about that. If you remember, I don't want to bring Trump or American politics into it, but
And by the way, sorry, apologies, Prince Daddy. Ogweni, I see you there. I'm going to shuffle myself out and bring you in a moment. The studio can only take 10, but I'll leave in a second and bring you on. But I'll carry on now, Prince Daddy.
Yeah, thanks,
one
Woman.
man before you leave. Can I? No, carry on, one man. Sorry, you're just saying one man before you leave. Can I just my point is like one sentence, two sentences. But carry on. Maybe after Prince Daddy. I don't know.
All right. Carry on now, Prince Daddy.
Yeah. So when it comes to positions or titles being created, as I said, the president has the what you call the leeway to do such things. Okay. If you remember in Trump's administration, I think his son-in-law and his daughter actually, I'm not sure, but their title were not. I mean, they actually did a lot of stuff. They did a lot of stuff that was very influential. But guess what? They were not part of the administration to the core, so to speak. So creating, titles like Iyaloja that you might think is frivolous, it's okay if it serves a purpose and it benefits the country. That is fine. But it's not that title in itself. In Nigeria space, I don't think it's a title that should be mocked at all. I don't think so. And it gets people laughing at. I don't think so. See, that's the reality, because such a person that spent so many years learning about this. I myself, quite frankly, I don't know how the yellow just stuff works, but I believe that she been in that space.
She'd be in that space. If this was Obi's daughter, what would you say?
Oh, I would totally be against it. I'd be against it. I don't see no value. I won't see any value in it, because just like father, like daughter, I don't think anything good will come out of it if it was Obi. But in this case, we're talking about Ashwaju here and his daughter. So I think there's validity to it. And I frankly think Rashomai will also agree with me on this point, actually.
How so?
But Prince Daddy, you are looking for trouble this morning. Believe me.
you know one thing about the Iyaloja we are talking about, like we said, to me, I don't really see any. It's a union. It's just like you have organizer union, you have all those things. So it's just the head of those guys. Until I see Iyaloja bill on Iyaloja enacted,
Ola, stop doing this. Stop doing this. The Iyaloja of Lagos, the template that Tinubu has been playing with over the years, it's not just only political, but also financial, because a lot of money that.
In what sense?
Oh God! Okay. Let me ask a question. Okay, let me say this: the Iyaloja of a thing, it's pre-colonial.
Pre-colonial, really?
Yeah, okay. It's pre-colonial, and it was also done during the colonial times. So it's not something that is just new to you that was introduced. It has always been there, even before Tinubu came into limelight. It's always been there. But it is not practiced the way it is practiced in Lagos. The Lagos template. The Lagos template is that Tinubu put his own daughter there.
Wait. Lagos template is the Lagos Constitution, right? Now I just want to make sure you're clear on that.
His foster mom was there, was the one collecting all those money.
Which money from who?
Why do you say? Did he say that's his foster mom? Why do you call him foster mom?
Well, as far as
wait, before you spin, money from who? That's what I meant.
That's what.
Money from who and which? When Lagos State Constitution say Iyaloja.
Excuse me. It's Iyaloja by appointment or by election, because we need to get this thing right.
Wait, is the Iyaloja even in the Constitution? Lagos State Constitution?
It's not in the Constitution.
Wait, in our rational mind.
Why are you people modeling?
No, it's a simple thing, man. Let's not rowdy this one at a time. It's a simple thing. Let's not understand what we are talking about. See, one thing we do here, we talk. We don't understand what we are talking about. It's like, let's not understand what people are saying sometimes. So that way we know if what they are saying is actually real or it's just some, blah blah or something.
So go straight to the point. What's your point? What's your point?
So what I'm asking you is, you keep emphasizing on this Iyaloja as if is some kind of political appointment where you can go out there legally, constitutionally, collect money from people and enrich yourself through this system. And that's what I'm trying to make you clarify, because that's what you kind
Okay,
of.
let me tell you the story about around the Yaloja of the thing. It's not only
And
oh God.
I know a Aloja is a traditional thing. Before Nigeria was created, when Yorubas were
In the colonial time. Hold on.
listen. Before Nigeria, the king was the charge of the empire. You understand? He was the king, was the government, the governance. Wait, listen. Before colonial time, a place like Lagos, the Oba is like the governor of Lagos, kind of like situation. It's like the ruler of Lagos, and then the rules and regulations, the law of the land is enforced by the traditional ruler and the traditional institutions. The market, all those kind of things, you have titles like Yaloja, yes, they regulate. But now that we're in Nigeria, those titles and those positions have been relegated. It's just mere titles.
Okay.
You understand?
Okay.
They are not part of Nigerian constitution. The king does not have power in the constitution.
Okay.
It's just they just have titles. That's
I
it.
agree with you.
Hold on, Mike.
But-
Sorry, Rational Mind. I think the state actually recognizes that position, and
They
I think
recognize them, but it's not constitution.
yes, and I think it has a role in administration as well, because
Really?
she has an office in Alausa.
Doing what?
Yes, she does. There
Doing
was a
what?
time. Yeah, there was a time that they shut down one market for reasons of hygiene or something, and then they were levying them a huge amount, and then they went to her office in Alausa, and then she said they should go and pay X amount to her PA. I can look for that story again if we really want to push it. And then so she has an office in Alausa.
No. See, traditional. Let me explain something.
Mama, let me tell you something. Iyaloja of Lagos is on record that he wanted to extend a levy to Computer Village, and they took her to court, and the court barred her from collecting levy from the Computer Village. So it's going to tell you something about that position, that it's not really legal. If it is legal and the activities is that legal in court, I know that maybe Ogbeni say he's going to shed more light if he can. I don't think the court will have restricted her from performing.
No, you don't know the parameters now. You don't know the parameters of that restriction. You don't know. It may be on some technical detail.
No, what all the traditional positions within states, within regions, it's just influential positions. It's not really constitutional positions.
Okay.
They don't have power over people.
Hold on, everybody. Let's hear from Ogbeni, who does know the constitution. Ogbeni, come in.
No, not really. Yeah, I'm not coming from the angle of the constitution, but good morning, everyone from Scotland. So, for me, Folashade became Iyaloja since 2013. We should first note that. That's about 10 years ago. She didn't just become Iyaloja today. So, and I wonder why, because the dad is the president now, therefore we should be revisiting her eligibility to be Iyaloja.
Of Nigeria, OT upgrade.
No, I'm coming. Yeah, anybody can put that. Go and check Rufai Husseini's Twitter also and see what he's calling himself. Rough on fire. What? Anybody can put anything on Twitter. As a Nigerian, I have every right to describe myself anyhow.
With a blue check mark.
I can tell you.
With a blue check mark.
I don't think she has a check mark, because I was just checking.
Rational Mind, you pay for that nowadays.
Even if he has check mark.
No, I'm on her Twitter now. She doesn't have a check mark.
Is check mark given by the Chief Justice of Nigeria or Senate President? It doesn't mean anything. It's given by just a private company that they are doing their own business. So for me, what is the position of Iyaloja? Iyaloja is just a mere head of an association. The same way you have NURTW, the same way you have employees. You know, the people who call employee is the other version of NURTW. The same way you have Tailor Association, Hunters Association, Blacksmith Association, and others.
Unions.
So they are unions, they are association that they form themselves. They are registered with Corporate Affairs Commission. They have no legal status. You can't find it in any of your laws. So now, yes, granted, they enjoy the influence Yes, they must enjoy the influence because they have members, just the same way our pastors enjoy influence in the society. It's just like somebody becoming a pastor today and you're coming to complaining about the person. Once you are not a member, why will you be complaining about the person? Somebody is an Iyaloja. The members are okay for her to be Iyaloja. They made her so. Don't forget, being an Iyaloja is elective. There are head of associations that will come together to pick you and make you Iyaloja. Then they recommend you for the Oba. Then the Oba will now give you the bead to be Iyaloja. You don't even get anything more than bead. It's just bead you get. And then you become Iyaloja. So if the members of the association say we want you to be Iyaloja, then if you are not a member of the association, why are you complaining? Except you want to become a member, you want to become one part of those ones selling market, then you can then start complaining. That's when you have a locus to be complaining about the eligibility of who is Iyaloja. So for me, and don't forget, when you even go back to history or traditional setting, Iyaloja is not Iyalode. Iyaloja is still under Iyalode. Iyalode is the head of the women.
Yeah, Yalode is the most powerful woman. Yeah, society.
Then you now have Iyaloja. Iyaloja is just a market woman that is heading an association in the market. So I don't think that should be a serious issue. And by the way, when people now talk about maybe Folashade is misbehaving, which of us will you conveniently say you want to be controlling your child at age 50 plus? Any of you here?
She's not 50 plus, but you shouldn't control her, but she's not 50. She's
Yes, even when your child is 30 plus, you want to be controlling what your child does for what? Because your own parent also control you when you are 30 or 40 or 50. So if your own parent cannot control you at 50, then I don't think Tinubu should be controlling what they have their life to live. Tinubu is old. So the one in the US, Tinubu should be controlling her for choosing her own career path. And another hypocritical thing I think here is this. Many people will be here. You can praise Charlie Boy with all the
yeah, but she's
dressing and
running around
everything.
naked all over America now. The first daughter or the second daughter now running around naked.
You said?
I said, but she's running around naked all over America. This one that you are saying she has artistic expression.
If you go and check it, what's the difference between that girl and Charlie Boy? Tell me the difference. There's no difference.
Because she's the first family, and Charlie Boy is just some.
Charlie Boy is son of a judge, Justice of Supreme Court, and the father at the end of the day accepted him because you can't control. See, you can't control. That lady is an adult. Tinubu cannot control whatever happens to that lady, and it's not a stigma to you if that is the way she wants to live her life. It's not a stigma. He has other children who are doing fine in his sight or in his own way. And the lady is also doing fine in his own way. Fela Anikulapo was almost walking in pants when the parents were complaining. But at the end of the day, the same Fela Anikulapo today, we all praise. We all sing his song. Baba Majale Koko was even fighting you because he wanted to sing the song and you didn't allow him. And that is the same fella that was wearing pants everywhere around. So when fella started his own artistic expression too, I know some people will be complaining about it. But today, fella remain an hero in the history of Nigeria. And every one of us, we attribute that to him. So why will you vilify somebody from expressing herself and then because he's president daughter? I don't get. So that's just my own on that. And whatever she puts on her Twitter is her business. After all, she's not coming to Aso Villa to be executing any policy or be attending any meeting or be doing anything. So let her enjoy herself. It's her time.
It's just the double standard. If that was Peter Obi's daughter, as Kulata was saying, I'm sure the narrative will. What level of abuse is this?
Let me tell you,
all of that,
during
the standards will change.
No, why now? During the campaign, Peter Obi's son said something about Soludo. I remember. And some people praised him. I even praised him. I said, yes. He said he supported someone else. And he spoke his mind. And everybody said, okay, fine. So because he's an adult, the guy is an adult. So you can't control the way an adult will behave. And another thing I also see in this thing is this. I don't know, many of you here, you stay in America. In that same America, I remember Ivanka Trump called her first daughter throughout, right? But you have no problem with it. But you have problem with Folashade. And I remember that all of them, Ivanka Trump and even her husband, they have positions in the White House. Folashade has not gotten any position in the White House.
Why do you people like to use Trump as a yardstick for? I mean, Trump was just a very, I mean, he broke so many
Trump,
rules.
one of the greatest American presidents. Go ahead, yeah.
All right. Before we break out into that, Ogwene land, and then let's hear from Fatai, and then let me bail out, and then you guys carry on.
That's just my take. I've just come to just
quick question for Ben, if you don't mind.
Folashade thing. Yeah.
Can I ask you a quick question, Ogbeni?
Okay, yeah, you can. Go ahead.
Yeah, my question. So, do you see Folashade's position as Yalaja of Nigeria being of any value to the country? I mean, eventually.
Please, I don't know who's talking.
Prince.
Prince Daddy.
Oh, Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy. See, Folashade is not Iyaloja of Nigeria. There is no position called Iyaloja of Nigeria. Let me tell you.
It's a Yoruba title. It can't be a Nigerian title. It's not possible.
Let me tell you, Folashade will not speak in Lagos, and Iyaloja in my not even state, in my town in Ado Ekiti will respond. Who is she? Respond to who? Mama Dolphin and all those old women in Ekiti will be telling you that who is Iyaloja. So see, it's just a nomenclature. It's not something he's just enjoying herself. Let her enjoy herself. There's no position, there's no budget, there's nothing. It's not an office. Did you get what I'm saying? It's not an office. It's just I can wake up today and say somebody said it's a Jagaban. Okay, look at Tinubu. Tinubu is a Jagaban of a town. No? Tinubu is Jagaban of Bogun. That Bogun is a town, right? But we all call Tinubu Jagaban of. In fact, some people call Tinubu Jagaban of Universe. Is there any position like that? Is there any office like that? He's just enjoying himself, and people call him Jagaban of Universe, Jagaban of this, Jagaban of that. So it's just that's the way I see it. The same way we call Obasanjo, they say Bora, some will say Bora of the universe. So you shouldn't make you out of all these things. Tomorrow, you may go and even still change our Twitter handle and change it to Yaloda of Universe. So what will you say? Let's leave this thing, please.
Quick one. You guys made me go out.
Even Prince Daddy call himself Prince Daddy. Nobody is.
How do you know he's not a prince? How do you know he's not a prince?
I remember one man the day you said he's a greedy man. That why should you be a daddy and the prince at the same time?
I know. He said he's the daddy of a prince now because I don't know if you're a daddy to a prince.
Mama, you call me senior advocate.
Is a prince and sorry, yeah, carry on again. I know where you're going.
You call me senior advocate of this platform. Is there any office like that?
Yes, of course. It's constitutionally embedded. It's constitutionally embedded. In the constitution of one man platform.
You guys made me go and Google this Abibat. Apparently, she's gay and she's a model. So it's not like she's doing some BDSM or whatever. The rational mind was just hyperbolic about. She's a model. She catwalks.
I beg you. I mean, okay, listen. Dude, don't let me start revealing myself here on this platform.
Don't reveal yourself.
Don't reveal yourself. We have children watching. Please.
What I'm saying is that those things you wear, it gives you a message of the kind of things she's into kinks. You know what they call kinks?
I don't know. I don't want to know.
Oh my
but she's catwalk.
You never know. So I mean, those dresses, those things that she shows, she display on whatever photo tells you the kind of lifestyle she lives.
She was catwalking now in like a modeling show.
How many have you seen?
Are you saying she's BDSM? Is that where you're going?
No. Maybe that can be a personal life.
One man, please. One man, please. Why are we descend so low talking about somebody is a gay? Is that we have many? Come on, We have important things on our hands. Why are we discussing this?
all right.
This get me irritating, one man.
All
If
right.
anybody
You
can
know,
decide to be anything he wants to become,
But if it's Obina, you talk about it, right?
no,
he
you
has
know
his
that
right.
you know
The
that
daughter has the
Thomas.
right to become anything he
But if
wants
it's
to
Obina,
become.
you talk about it, right?
I don't care about
No, you
Obi,
don't care.
please.
When you don't care, you don't care. When you don't care.
Yeah.
Rational mind.
I beg you.
Obi is a political figure.
Oh, so
What
Tinubu
are
is
you
not a
talking
figure.
about?
All right.
So Tinubu is not a figure right now, right?
All right. You know that Thomas is an usher in the church, so you have to be
one
mindful. Yes.
man, sorry. I've asked Rational Mind one question. If you have your daughter at age 40, 50, would you rightly be controlling that daughter? Does your home parent control you at your age? If no, then leave that girl alone. You have nothing to use that girl to judge Tinubu.
Listen, dude.
Yeah, it reflects on his parenting skills, doesn't it?
Reflects on what?
His parenting skills.
It
That's what I'm
doesn't.
saying. That's the point.
We all have children. Don't worry.
Do you guys know? Do you guys know Ryan, former
So
House Speaker?
you think when you have children,
hold on.
when you have children that goes wayward, then it means
Hold
that you
on
didn't
now.
parent that children well.
Hold on. I have a daughter. Hold on. I have a daughter, 19, who says she lives alternative lifestyle. Don't get me that. I understand what you're talking about. I won't act like an hypocrite here. I have a daughter who chose to live her own life the way she wants to live it. So that doesn't show my parenting skill or there's something flawed about it.
So that solves it now.
Hold on now. Hold on. I know some people don't. Have you heard about Ryan, former Speaker of here in America? He's a Republican.
For Ryan.
Don't take us to America again.
I know. I just try to drop
yeah,
one man.
yeah.
I won't go too deep. When his son, I think maybe his son was it his son? I think he started having problem with the kids. What did he do? He had to resign. So he has to go take care of his family first. So my point is, I know some of us don't have that issue, don't have that shame. We rather still.
No, Rational Man. He didn't resign because of his son. After the resign, it's like I'm happy to go. I will go and be. I have another duty to be taking care of my children. It was like an explanation what I will be doing after this office.
Are you talking
about Paul Ryan?
That went to Fox News. That went to Fox News to become the top gun.
Head of the department.
He did it for selfish reasons.
He said the reason why he resigned because of his family situation. He needs to go take care of his family.
Ryan was not.
I beg you, I don't believe that.
By the strong part of the Republican Party.
Okay.
Gentlemen,
Don't Okukwe's son.
Can I have Ogbeni? Can you give me 1 minute?
In this UK,
it's quite wild in the UK. Doing your Okukwe's son, just wild.
And Doyin Okukwe remained with Obi till when? Till the court removed him.
Well, you know he stepped down.
Did you
not because of his son, because of his corruption.
Remove him.
Okay.
Let's leave all these things. When you have
all right.
Let's have their character to their parents, please.
Let's hear from Fatai, so I can build. Fatai, yeah. Let's hear from you, Fatai.
Yeah, Omar, hello.
Speaking German language.
Ọ̀gbẹ́ni mo kí ẹ sílé now. Actually, Bogu is in Niger State. I think it's a kingdom or town or whatever there. So Jagaban of Bogu, the Bogu is in Niger State. So Ode Jayori, Jagaban of Universe. So Yaloja of Gbogbo Aye, Malo had sorry Twitter Malo edit, Malo hack. I will turn it to Yellow Jar of the whole world. So but I have to give it to your platform, man. When you come, you get carried away in the analysis. But one bad child, they get in your own day. That's Rufai's what I say as Rufai when he asked the NNPC CEO, can they calculate how they arrived at the 515 whatever money pump price? And he said, "Oh, I can't do this. It's technical to Well, it's supposed to be people watching our rise are educated people. Why are you afraid of technical? I mean, why can't you be technical? It's not like people in the village somewhere in the, I don't know, in the Iperu that are watching Rise News in the morning. So you can explain yourself. So anyway, that's about that. Actually, the reason I came in actually is that so I even maybe it might change, maybe it might not even change. At least the news coming out. So first, Gbajabiamila is going to be right. So like against the tide, it was like it's going to be Gbajabiamila, not just from Sapele Water, just an organizational analysis. It was always, I said it clearly, it was going to be Gbajabiamila. But that is not, I don't even care about that. But what I care about is the Akpabio, right? So I come in to do a vanity, self-vanity. Self-vanity, because it wouldn't really be that important if it was just too riling, right? Even including you, one man. You remember how you punched me, turned me, say I was being non sequitur. Like I was using non sequitur from my secondary school. So Akpabio, whether it might even be, but just may the best man win. When you see that much of a desperation, it's not going to turn out good, right? Why are you being so desperate? Why are you saying Tinubu endorsed you? Oh, from day one, of course, it's not possible Tinubu endorsed you. But then I got a lot of punching for it. It's not party position. I got a lot of punching for it. Tinubu was a Senate president-elect. He's not going to be jumping into everything. So why would he come out to condemn it? Okay, if it turns out to be Senate president, he would have a difficult relationship. So it's not going to be, they are all big boys. But at least my point was more complicated. Not about, if it's all about numbers, Northwest should produce all the positions. But it's not about number, it's a lot of things. If it's about number, even Southeast gave good number, actually, to APC, to Tinubu, maybe not to APC. And that number is Peter Obi's number that helped to crush Atiku in the race, right? If Atiku was not crushed, if he built up Southwest and Southeast, the election would be bloodier, right? Nobody knows how it's going to end. So numbers are dynamic. It's a flip of a coin. You look at it one way, you look at it the other way, right? So you might not even if they got all the maximum number APC could have got out of Southeast, right? Even give it it wouldn't make a dent. It wouldn't be important, right? But a very, very important number that can never be underestimated, right? Is Peter Obi's number. Peter Obi was a factor, the number. And that number was produced by Southeasterners, right? So Peter Obi's number helped, they said a friend, an enemy of my enemy is my friend. So sometimes, especially most of the time. So if somebody helps you to destroy your enemy, you should give him some, prepare some meal for him, right? So it's a friend. It might not really directly be a friend, but helping you to crush your enemy, because that enemy you never can tell. Maybe it can destroy you, right? So an enemy of my enemy is my friend. It's a very popular cliche, right? An enemy of my enemy is my friend. So APC got number. Even if you don't say APC, Tinubu got number, big number from Southeast. The number that Tinubu got out of Southeast is more significant than the number that Akpabio gave to APC or South gave to APC. Southward is very important because they have a lot of resources. So Nigeria gets a lot of money out of that place, right? So you can never underestimate them. But is Akpabio even a South-South consensus, right? So some Southwest people gather up to be saying we endorse Akpabio. What is your problem? Why don't you let his people endorse him? South is very complicated. So if you're from Akwa Ibom, hey, you say, oh, we are to reward the South? Hey, somebody from Akwa Ibom, are you representing somebody from the Creek or somebody from Benin? It's a very complex. South and North Central. You can't definitely say like you are rewarding the space. You can say you zone it there, but it's not like who are you rewarding specifically, right? But even whatever it is, at least let me first get a consensus of the South so that it's not like Obasanjo of Southwest. So it's not our person now. Why you force it on us? But at any rate, the first major, okay, I think it's turned out not to be the second.
You know, you have a point there. That South Side is not a monolith. People just say South Side. I see they all just want people that have one mind.
They all just want people. It's more complex. I mean, in terms of how many they cut than Southwest, than a lot of other places. So we say South. South is like ranges from World Peace to Madame Zita. Madame Zita, the south part of Madame Zita, the rivers part of Madame Zita. That is such a wide space, right? So if I bring somebody up that's not even Madame Zita and is not World Peace, and I say represent all of them, okay. But at least get them all together and present, like let them present you as their choice to even have a conversation, like, okay, this assignment, and to the level to write it on a paper is a disgrace to our country. There's nowhere in the world when they are not children. Are they children in the Senate? There, right on paper, right? It's like on a bigger picture. Imagine you want to elect president of Nigeria, and the king of England, now king, now right.
I'm not sure what wider point you are making. You've lost me in the where are we?
No, let me
make it understandable. You've lost me somewhat. I think you made the point that you got Badabia Miller's appointment right, and then I think you were making the wider point that a few sessions ago that you were insisting that Tinubu did not publicly endorse Akpabio. So is that what you are doubling down on?
No, I'm not just doubling down on him. The narrative have validated that, not publicly. There was no any endorsement of Tinubu of anybody. Now, whether publicly or privately, something happened in Rivers State, he shook somebody's hand. How is that endorsement? At that time, I don't even get the point of the propagation, right? Because it doesn't work like that. And if it has any repercussion, why the focus on the propagation? If maybe it wouldn't even have repercussion. But if somebody does not come from somebody and there is just this sense of propagation, so what if it now has repercussion? Maybe minor, maybe big. So why should somebody who didn't have a hand in something suffer for it? But that's just like a wider personal point, right? So the point is, at least, I think it's a matter of credibility. I mean, I was listening. The presentation of everything as if it just as if 2 weeks ago. It's not like it felt like I was going to get shot in the head for talking.
This is rude.
No, really, that's how it was. Jumping, boo, boo. I mean, I could remember. The scar is still there, and I think it's a vanity. I think I deserve a vanity apology. Before the analysis, like it's normal.
All right, you can go take a cookie from the cookie jar, but only one. Or you can go take a cookie for.
No, don't worry.
I'll have a glass of milk.
I said it's a vanity. I don't say you should apologize to me. You don't need that.
No. You are. You know what my mom.
It's quite demeaning, but it's all right.
You know what my mom always says? My mom always says, if you don't say I am, nobody will say you are. So of course you have to, you got it right. Well
yeah, I got it right. No, I come to get my name recognition on your platform.
Yes, you come to Blue.
Yeah, I will never do that to you again in my life ever. Thank you.
No, do it. It adds to the mix. You don't worry about it. It's nothing personal. It's just boys talking. But let me wrap up and then hand over to Thomas. The super chats that have been coming in. RB came in. It says, "One man, are you being disingenuous?" That picture enigmatic shared proved the photo was tailored. So that's still subjective, isn't it? Alexander Gomez comes in with the super chat. He continues with the super chat. Mini Stable, otherwise known as Jafar, he's there, prodding at my Yorubaness. Kulata, before he joined us, came in via that portal. Augustine Akigbe joined us as well with the super chat. RB still continues from that spot. Ayo joins in with Alexander Gomez, and Alexander Gomez kicked it all off. So thank you, everyone that's done that. So over to you then, to the military administration of Brigadier General Sani Tamas. To attention, military. I wish I have to go and download martial music so that when I bring you here.
Hold on.
Can you hold on, please? Can you? I don't like people interrupting me. Hold on. I don't like it. All right. Thank everyone. Keep the conversation going. Over to you, Thomas.
Yeah, thank you, one man. Thank you so much. Yeah. Who has the floor? I don't think
One man
anybody has
didn't
the
know how to
floor.
call your name properly.
Kulata had the floor, but I think it was if Kulata can come in actually on this, let me actually prep this and then Abel. Fuel subsidy, Tinubu to fix one refinery before December. So this is Mele Kyari in a conversation with Abdullahi Abdamu, which seems to irritate some people somewhat, that they are fixing refineries for December, even though they've been there since 2015. So to that, and see you guys next.
Oh, Joseph, Kulata coming. Yeah.
I don't know. Oh, sorry.
Kulata, well, please let me say this. Which capacity is these people talking? Because I know Tinubu hasn't set any cabinet or appoint anybody. So you can have that with your thoughts, please.
But so here's the thing, though. The refinery contract had been signed. They were already fixing I know they've signed two. They signed the third one, I think three or so. And the Port Harcourt was going to be the first one to come out, and they were supposed to start with 50,000 barrels per day or something in the second quarter, but I think they've postponed it. So I don't know if Kyari is referencing that same 50,000 that will be ready at the end of the year, or the entire 200 and something thousand capacity that refinery has capacity to produce. So it's sort of disingenuous because it's not Tinubu, it's already something that's already been going on that Buhari signed. So I know Tinubu is the man now. Maybe Tinubu talked to him and they changed plans in terms of the rollout strategy. I don't know. But what we know is that refinery was already under turnaround maintenance and we're supposed to have some production.
Kulata, when he was talking on Arise TV yesterday morning, what he said was that I didn't know where this story is coming from, but I heard the guy clearly. He said he didn't say that it was Tinubu administration. He said Port Harcourt refinery, hopefully by the end of the year, they will start producing. And what I can say, maybe in other events, maybe he said something like that. Because earlier when I was telling one man, maybe what happened was that when Tinubu called them for meeting, maybe he just asked them or give them that task that you have to hasten this up. We are removing subsidy. So make sure you wrap it up faster, maybe than the targeted time. So maybe that was what he was referring to. You know, our media now, they can twist story to just favor their narrative.
You know, our media, they're not reliable. So sometimes you don't even know what they're referring to. But if it's Port Harcourt refinery, because that was supposed to go online this year.
It's Port Harcourt that I mentioned, actually, Port Harcourt one.
Why can't they start?
And he mentioned the worry. He mentioned the worry one that that one they just about to start. They have not even started anything on worry.
Okay. If Tinubu that I used to know, I think all these are refinery. I think we need to change the method, the methodology, whichever one is correct. We need to change how we manage them because this is the same refinery that we spent on right from the time of Abacha.
Abacha, yes.
Even under
Obasanjo.
And now when Obasanjo was tired, I was trying to hand it over to Dangote Nigeria. Some people that were benefiting from the subsidized company, they managed to reverse it just to keep their pot of soup. Now, the same Tinubu that I know, I'll be shocked if he allows this thing to go, especially after trying PPP model in Lagos and it worked. And if they still want to allow these crooks that I'm not calling this guy, this man crook, I'm just talking of the crooks that never allowed that have never allowed those refineries to work. I will still be surprised if they still allow them to use public fund to maintain that. I think the best way to handle this refinery now is that PPP will be the best thing. So if Tinubu want to do it, maybe the one they nearly complete, okay, allow it to go. Can it transfer it to private to people that are in form of PPP model, and let's see how the thing is going to work. Otherwise, this one will
Ola, if you want to, that was what I said earlier. You know, if you look at the history, I don't think there's any right thinking Nigerian that should even be encouraging government to fix that refinery. Only God knows the number of billions, hundreds of billions that we have wasted on the renovation of these refineries. I think the best way to, I think what is happening now, Tinubu cannot just come now and say, okay, I'm privatizing this. All this contract has been awarded. Let's see how it works. If it doesn't work, I think the best thing is to just let it off. And
no, what I'm saying, even though if they finish the contract, transfer the management to private people. Stop all these.
Ola, NNPC is technically private now. I said technically. So it's technically a PL. It's technically.
Even they changed the name as well.
You know, NITEL was technically private too. NITEL was technically private, and they even went for one kind of GSM, their own brand of GSM.
They bought their license.
So, but at the end of the day, it didn't work. The thing didn't work, right? So, to me,
it couldn't compete. They couldn't compete.
Exactly. So because see, if they sold that NITEL directly to the like of, I'm not saying Adenuga now, someone with the mind of Adenuga, or people that have the same mind of MTN or some other, the story of NITEL will have been totally different. So that is why I'm advocating. If you really want this refinery to work, if you really want the refinery to work, I think that's the way to go. I'm okay as long as we are not with the government is no longer going to budget any money to all those refinery. I'm okay because we can't save money from subsidy now. The next thing you want to be doing turnaround maintenance for whatever no. We have some refineries that are far older, that like more than 5 times older than the one in Nigeria that they're still working. But the one of Nigeria, when they build the one of Nigeria that's no longer working now. So I think we have refineries that were
do you think you should just sell it off? Everything.
Exactly.
If you forget about refinery. If we can't manage it, we should just sell it off.
See, why I say PPP is this. See, I said we get our heart right in Nigeria. The experience of 2007 is there, because if they could reverse the sale of that refinery to a powerful guy like Dangote, maybe the only person that can go away with that are the asset stripper like Jimo Ibrahim. No, I don't know. Sorry to say that, because before you will even take that refinery back from him, maybe he don't sell everything there. So maybe those people are the one that can confidently say they want to buy. But what I'm saying in essence is, if we can have that PPP, already government is already putting money there now. You just get some people that are credible to manage it, to make it profitable organization under the government. So maybe those guys are not going to put much of their money there in case, or they put their money in such a way that if any government wants Shiwere tomorrow to reverse everything, they can give themselves some kind of a safety net. That's the type of model I'm looking at. But the NNPC itself, I'm not sure. They can turn to be another success like LLNG, because we know that our Nigerian liquefied natural gas, I know that we still don't have a big problem there. They could have done better.
Yeah,
because that's
but it's not. We don't have the controlling shares there now. Don't we have like 49%?
Because it's so if we can get something like that, maybe I'll be comfortable. But with all this government sponsored and later carve out, do some kind of split out and give NNPC, I don't think. Well, I could be ignorant of it, but I don't think I'm comfortable based on the experience we have. So to me,
well, quick.
yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Coming, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks. I was gonna say. Well, just like we said before, or I've said before. See, in Nigeria, waste and inefficiencies are deliberately factored into the system. It benefits some people. All these refineries not working, it's a great benefit to enriching some people, just like So I think, just like Sinbad said, perhaps the best way to go about it is to just sell off this refineries, really, because
Prince Daddy, that is why I support. That is the only policy I support with Atiku.
no, see, I
Sell it off.
what,
Sell it off.
but not
Prince
sell
Daddy
it for.
has discovered that it's not going to work. It's not going to work.
What they need to do is privatize this thing and just regulate it. You understand?
No,
Government involvement should just make regulations and let the private. In America,
Mike,
example,
you cannot privatize a business and
Yeah.
regulate. Regulation will put investor out. You cannot be regulating what you are privatized.
Come on now. Would you live in America?
You allow,
there is
you
no
allow it
listen.
for market to dictate.
No,
You still need to
no.
regulate.
What you don't dictate the prices and things like that. I get it, but you have to set rules. In America, there's no
Yes.
what do you call it, sector. There's no regulated. You need license to even participate in any sector in America. You understand? Except maybe every you need license, and every sector has an agency that regulates it. That's what Nigeria government have to just create agencies to regulate every sector of the economy. But you
we have
privatize
that,
outside and you make the
Mike,
rules.
Mike,
What?
we have that for like telecoms. We have NCC that they are regulators for MTN, Echo. I mean, I keep saying EchoNet. It shows how old school I am. MTN, whatever.
Telecommunication, they have now. The Nigeria Telecommunication Commission.
So
And I think
did they price regulate? Did they regulate price of telecom also?
No, you can't regulate price if it's a
They
private
don't
business. You
regulate
can
price.
sell things however. You can't regulate price, but you definitely can.
It's only if public complain and all those things.
In
Exactly,
America,
that's what I'm
did
saying.
they?
Or you have to regulate like
Mike,
how the operations and things like that. Like, hey, you can or
Mike,
you
in
enforce
America,
safeties and how functioning things. You put like safety regulations, all kinds of rules just set in place for employee. Just
right?
put
You
rules in
mentioned
place,
America,
regulating. Yeah.
Mike. You mentioned America, but in America, locally, even statewide or citywide, they do regulate the cost increase in power to consumers. Yes, they do regulate price. So not all industries, of course, but if need be, they will regulate price. If not, consumers will pay a whole lot of money per kilowatt for electricity. But where I'm trying to get to is that, look, is it possible to also regulate fuel price in Nigeria to a certain degree? Is that possible?
You are bringing up subsidy again, because if they say this is the price they are putting it out, and you say, okay, no, sell at this price, that means the markup you have to add it on your own.
No, Simba. I think Prince Daddy is saying different thing. Look at it this way: if the international price is, let's say, is $1 now, and the thing fluctuates, you can set a margin, because after factoring what you think can be the cost of production without those organizations, you can put a margin that, okay, you don't want this price to go more than maybe 5 to 10% of what should be the international rate. Not that you fix a price
like the profit margin that is supposed to be having.
Government can do it, especially if
government can do it, but this is the danger. This is danger. The competition may not be as we want, because look at it this way: assuming that the government said, okay, MTN, EchoNet should not be more than 50 naira. There's no way Glo will have come with per second, because both MTN and EchoNet that time they were denied that, per second was not possible. You know, people like us that were united were saying, are these people really serious? Yeah, okay, this is just program. Why would this not be possible? But corporate organizations were lying to Nigeria that no, it's not possible because of the solution they have. They think that it's just a 2 minutes code. So now, if they said, okay, this thing should not be more than 50, it simply means that these people, they will stay around that 50 and they will not do anything. But when the competition was so steep that they need to snatch one another customer, you see every one of them started bringing some kind of pricing, you know, to attract customer. Okay, zero zin, get this. Okay, you can get this if you have. So to me, we need the stakeholder in the industry to come with a creative way of marketing their products. So I think you should allow that, except you now see that in the long run, these people are now forming some kind of cartel like a OPEC. Okay, that might become an issue. But now that everyone now may need to sell their fuel based on what the international market is talking about, I think we should allow the market to regulate.
Well, okay, I agree with your point a lot,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
when it comes to the consumer base for fuel, it's large and it keeps growing day by day. I mean, that in itself is a good incentive to attract investors and creativity in the marketplace or in that industry. I mean, Nigerians are buying cars all the time. They're fueling their generators. I mean, there's so much market for fuel. So I mean, I'm not a big supporter of regulating everything or trying to control private sector to the core. But sometimes you may have to. You may have to. Now, even thinking about this, the refineries, right? See, at the end of the day, because they're poorly managed and maintained, um, by the time they start producing processing crude oil to make petrol and its other fuels, they will be running really at lost, I would say, because it will be poorly managed eventually. So they will not be able to compete and be profitable in the long run. So it would be better to just sell them off, as you guys said. I suggested that they should just sell off the refineries to the private sector. So, but again, sometimes um, in the long run may not be the best viable option. But in our situation right now, that we don't have stability
You know
in this.
another thing they could do? They can contract it off to the private sector. Like just contract it to them. Like, hey, it's a
Well,
contract.
I rather have them wash their hands, because sometimes when you do those kind of deals, it's always a revolving door that somebody has to bribe somebody, and so it's never ending. We know Nigeria, it's never ending. Get rid of them. You can provide incentives to this private investors, but just wash your hands of this projects and let it be standalone private. I think that would be the ideal way
No,
to
no,
go
no,
about
no,
it.
no, Prince, because of our experience, that was why we are even suggesting a PP. Look at the model they are using for Lekki deep sea port, and the one they want to use for their, okay, you operate, you build, operate, and transfer, right? Because why that model may be something that can provide some kind of safety net for whosoever is going to take over is this. See, if what you are doing is just to use whatever you have there to manage, to operate, and in case any government will come tomorrow and they want to take it over, you know that you have some kind of safety. That's what we're saying. But now you want to say now, you now guess the like of you know what it means for Dangote to get his 700 million back from the government. Now, assuming that someone now put 700 million, right? Already you now you now go ahead to borrow more funds to now enhance the asset. And tomorrow you now have one kind of national assembly. You know, our national assembly, they love grammar. They in their own judgment, they will calculate the assets, the cost of setting that in, and they will calculate appreciation. They will not even calculate depreciation. They don't know that when you have some capital asset for manufacturing, that you have to depreciate. No, in our own, we will remember the time we built it for $2 billion, and You still want that asset of that maybe 30 years, 40 years to still remain like that, or to jack up that asset. So they will use that sentiment, and before you know, they come to the public, and when you have public outburst, the next thing for the government to be popular, you say you want to reverse. So to me, see, if you go, okay, look at what is happening to Genco, Disco. Now look at what is happening to the Disco, Genco. At the end of the day, they are still coming back to the government to get money. You understand? So we should find a better model. We should find a better model to make this thing continue. Let me tell you, if you ask me, it may sound wicked. If we cannot manage this thing properly, I'm sorry to say this, I want the same thing that happened to United. I want that to happen to our refinery in Nigeria, and let Dangote, Bua, and so many other modular refineries that are coming up now, let them continue with the business.
You know, Ola, let me say this. You see, I think one thing that can help Nigeria, because we all can agree that in our country, we suffer lack of productivity, like government workers, so much corruption, so much laziness, all those things. If we can create staffing system, like staffing agencies, you know, because whereby government just contract labor to staffing agencies, you understand? So basically, the staffing agencies will be competing with each other for government labor contracts, right? And each staffing agency will want to make sure they train their workers well. They go out there hunt for the best workers. So that way, they'll be competing for government jobs, and the government have things to do. They put a bid out there for staffing agency. Every staffing agency bid for the work, and government give them the contract. And they do shitty work, you fire that staffing agency, you hire another one. That will push productivity in that country. You understand? Even America, even everything is almost like staffing. Government use staffing, even military. You have private army, private this thing, because they know that those people want to get the job done. They want to keep getting that government contract. But this idea of just having employees, government employees everywhere, even these people are just useless workers, man. Like corrupt people, lazy people. So if government staff, let me tell you how it's going. If government staff, let's say for example, airports employees is a staffing company that's doing that work, right? Any corrupt things like that, another staffing agency is putting a resume like, hey, we can come here and do a better job in this airport. If this staff, you hear about some corrupt things, you fire that company, that means all their employees lose their job, and that company take over. And then those employees that lost their job, they can go and apply for a job with the next company and learn their lessons. And the next company can tell them, listen, you are working for that company that just got fired from that airport. If you want to, and you have experience, if you want to work for my company, since we are getting a contract now, you have to change the way you are behaving when you're working there. You understand? So this thing will enforce, we get rid of all this stupidity we have, you know, this corruption, you can't do anything about it. People are corrupt, you can't get rid of them. So when people are competing, companies are competing, they'll make sure they don't hire corrupt individual into that staffing agency, because your staffing agency is competing to be the best worker for the government. So to me, these are solutions to many problems, man. I'm telling you, easy solutions.
Let's
Mike,
let's digress. Let's digress a bit. Kolata, are you still there?
I'm here,
Do we have
but
yes.
I'm graduating the conversation. Yeah.
Let's poke at Tinubu more. When is Tinubu bringing his cabinet? How long do you think it's going to take? Maybe 1 year, as Buhari. What do you think?
No. But the limit for the cabinet, he can't bring his cabinet now because he needs the Senate to sit. He needs the Senate to sit so the Senate has to approve his cabinet. So if he brings his cabinet now,
when is the Senate coming? The new one. When are they coming in?
I don't know the exact date. On the 13th.
13th.
Okay.
But 13, that's when they will do the election.
It doesn't need the Senate to approve his special assistants like
no. So those ones, I expect those ones to drop before the weekend. Like not the ones that don't require like chief of staff, protocol officer, some special advisors.
we've been hearing some people now, like
They,
protocol,
they're
those one for media. We've been hearing
It's
that
not
yeah.
it's not confirmed.
About Okolata, all the names we have been hearing, it's not official, isn't it?
It's not official. None
It's
of
just
them are official.
speculation.
It's just
So
speculation.
it's just speculation.
But someone like Dele Alake is acting like he's been nominated because the press was interviewing him today or something, and they referenced him as someone that was speaking on behalf of the government. And I was like,
Even the meeting that Tinubu has been doing, he has been present in the meeting.
yeah, but nobody has nominated him or told us
But
that this
Kulata,
is
we
the
had
role.
last day after the
On what
inauguration.
on what capacity? On what capacity? Alake is
Exactly.
speaking.
Exactly. What's his
Kulata,
capacity like? So,
Kulata. I think I heard
Hold
that
on,
he
please.
was already been
Hold
declared a
on, please.
spokesperson to Tinubu after the inauguration.
no, they said it's fake news.
No,
Oh,
no,
really?
I don't think so. It's
Uh,
how to
Thomas,
Thomas, we cannot hear you.
Can't hear you.
I'm sorry. I just got changed to Wi-Fi. My network. Can you hear me now?
Better
We
now.
are
breaking
hearing you
up.
now, Brigadier. We are hearing you.
I'm not getting trying to take to the Wi-Fi of the house. So that's why. Can you hear me
Brigadier
now?
General is like your signal is
I want
still.
your Australian Wi-Fi is not.
Maybe we should switch. Maybe we should switch to
they have
Rational
fake
Mind as
connection.
our host.
No,
Rational Mind should
no.
become our host. Let's.
Simba,
I want Rational Mind to spin us all night.
Simba, what's up? I just got home, so my phone is trying to switch off to Wi-Fi of the house. That is why
I want to dethrone you. That's why I want to move motion for your dethronement.
Exactly. We move you away from the Supreme Headquarters.
Supreme Military Council, huh?
No, Supreme Headquarters. You know, when the Brigadier General Tunde Diagbon was there, he was the chief of staff Supreme Headquarters.
But guys, do we know that Dia died? Oladipo Dia died. They never even made any headline.
It's a lot now. Dia is not relevant, man. Dia is one big coward, man.
No.
Long time ago now.
It made headlines. You didn't read it. It was all over the news.
But I mean, people didn't get to discuss it much. I mean,
but the guy is not an important figure now in Nigeria. He was just the vice president of Abacha.
A former vice
He
president,
and he was crying when they're trying to. He was crying on TV.
Do you know that after Abacha removed him, nobody was ever deputy to Abacha?
Yeah, Abacha died not so long after now. What are you talking about?
I mean, it
you
took
say
a while.
Nobody was deputy to
Abacha died
Abacha.
about 2 years
What of this chief of naval staff? I think was this chief of naval staff then? The Aigbe or Aigo?
No, Aigbe was under Babangida now. Is it not? Yeah. Aikomo and then Aigbe.
No, Aigbe. I think Aigbe was under. I can't remember.
Babangida changed vice president twice. The one, I know one of them was from the southeast, and then the other one was from south side.
No, I think Babangida had two different Aikomo and Aigbe. Is it not? Was Babangida's deputy?
No. The one about this one, Ebutu Ukiwe or something like that.
Yeah, I think that's the first one. Yeah, that was the first. The South is enjoying Sani Abacha.
May we continue to discuss our economy, Gary. We don't enter dry one, I beg. So, Kulata, I don't know if you are optimistic like me, because I know I'm optimistic. I know that Simba is optimistic, Mike is optimistic. The only people that are not optimistic are the like of Adewale and a rational mind. So, to me, I'm boasting. I know that Nigeria will be great.
One thing I know for sure is Tinubu will do better than.
You know for sure. What are you talking about? I know for sure.
I know for sure.
You have crystal ball to get.
But let me learn now. If you know what I'm talking about, I'm not saying I'm not saying I know for sure that it's going to take Nigeria to the heights. You understand? So where we need to be, I can't guarantee you that. But what I know for sure is it's going to do a little more better than if not much better than the previous, because that's the continue.
You mean Buhari has already lowered the bar beyond, so anybody can be
No,
better than
Buhari did
Buhari?
better. No, sorry. Buhari did better than the previous administration. He did better than.
That's not technically true, Mike. I can
Nah,
tell you that.
I mean, I don't know it depends on what you want. If what you are measuring, what you are looking is increasing salary of civil servant and all those petty things, yeah. But
No,
me, what I
even on infrastructure,
yes.
Even,
Who do
on
you want to compare? Who do you want to compare to Buhari in terms of infrastructure?
Even on infrastructure, arguably, Buhari didn't do better than Jonathan.
What?
No. Ola, I disagree with you.
No.
I told you that I want to be controversial.
Ola, wait. Ola, Jonathan that was appropriating 15 billion naira for Ministry of Works.
Simba, how do you consider?
Can you mention
there's no
those
argument in this one.
infrastructure?
Ola, just begin to point finger.
Give us.
Listen, Ola, begin to point finger.
Under Jonathan.
You know, Totti say all the women in the market is my wife, and people say her. Okay, ask you what of Yonipo? Argue that one first. Now, Jonathan built some social infrastructure for human capital development. He set up some new
infrastructure.
We are talking about.
He set up some new university. That's an infrastructure for human
Which
capital
ones?
development. All
Which
those
ones?
Federal University of Technology that this guy built.
Like the one in Ola State in Oye.
Exactly. So
okay.
do you know how many of those that existed? So do you want?
But Buhari did the same thing.
Ola, there's no argument in this, man. Everybody knows Buhari built more.
No, Ola, can you be talking about
Jonathan didn't even have enough time to do anything.
Ola, you can do better than that now. Continue.
No. Simba, you
think of something else. Ola, that infrastructure one. Don't just. It's not an argument, man. There's no need to just.
Mike, give him 3 minutes. Give him 3 minutes to talk. Let us give him 3 minutes so that he can convince us.
Convince what?
Mike. Ola, continue. University.
Argue that one that university is not an infrastructure. You are telling me that university.
Oh yeah, continue. Okay, we tick it. We tick that one. What else?
He constructed some railway and started some that handed over to Buhari. Like the second Niger bridge we are talking about, nobody ever finished the assessment to the point that the takeover will start. You understand? The only thing that failed in the model of Jonathan is that when he did all that assessment, it was more of PPP, right? So for those people to raise money, we never knew that maybe had this guy continue, the thing will have taken the thing to another level. But the fact remains that it took that assessment to the point of no return, and this government came and latched on that and finished the project. You want to argue that?
Well, hey, so you want to now give him credit for second Niger bridge? That is one that did it, or what?
The credit for second Niger bridge should go to both Buhari and Jonathan. That's what I'm saying. Do you know?
No. The argument is who built something, not who suggests or who.
Forget about no.
Because that's not the first time government has said they will do something and they didn't do it. Do you know that? Wait. Do you know that? What's his name? Obasanjo said was going to build second Niger bridge. Wait. Do you know Obasanjo said was going to build second Niger bridge, but he didn't build it? Those don't come and tell us because Jonathan also said he's going to build it. Means it was actually. We are giving credit to who built something, not who say who came with the idea or who say I'm putting money there.
Hello,
let's just keep it that simple, okay?
Listen to me, good. Wait, Thomas, too.
Ola, can you hear me? Wait, I want to say something. Wait, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
I'm not interjecting you. I just say, can you hear me now?
Your network is good.
I just got to my phone tried to change to the Wi-Fi of the house. That's why I lost the connection. Yeah, continue.
Okay. Now, Obasanjo said he was going to build it, but he didn't start anything. Jonathan actually started. That's the difference. And it got to the level of the design and the assessment.
No, they didn't start it, man. The construction started under
Man, Mike, stop. He got the design and finished the assessment. So the funding
Do you know
to
that?
move.
Do you know that the Lagos about the expressway has been they've been budgeting for it since the 80s, and they've been
Mike,
doing
don't
assessments.
forget.
They've been doing
Let's focus.
assessments, but they never
Let's
built
focus.
it.
Mike, let's focus on the
I'm just
second
letting you
Niger
know
bridge.
they never built it. They've been budgeting for it and assessing it, but they never built it. Even sometimes they won't start some little work and they will abandon it. I'm just trying to tell you that's many projects in Nigeria, they will start something, but they abandon it. Most of it since the beginning of time. But Buhari actually started and finished it, and if he didn't start it, at least he finished it. So credit goes to him. He did it.
Mike, you are arguing to nowhere. You are arguing.
No, I'm arguing to precise points. So I'm not doing this finished stuff. I don't talk so much. Me, I make my sentence and I hit the nail in the head. I don't do all this talking around.
We are not doing competition of who is more eloquent now. And who can push points.
No, it's not about eloquence. Me, I land my point. I don't do all this talking around that you guys like to do.
This is a fact that Jonathan completed the assessment. No government before that time ever completed that assessment.
Assessment is different from building. Did you build this? I don't question whether you assess something. And I just told you they've been assessing in Lagos Ibadan Express Road since the 80s and budgeting for it. It was never built. And so many other projects in Nigeria, they've been assessing and budgeting.
Ola is just trying to give credit. You know, the other time when we were talking about Dangote, he was also telling us that no, it's Dangote and it's Jonathan that started it too. So everything now, he will just put pen to paper, and you give credit to him. He never got anything complete. He will never even see. He never start anything. It's only paperwork, and you now want to begin say he did some infrastructure. I don't understand what your point is.
Wait, Simba, is this second Niger bridge that Ola is talking about?
Even Dangote that they started the construction in 2016. He was still giving credit to Jonathan. That is Jonathan that started it.
No, that second Niger bridge, everything got restarted, including from the financing to even the bridge design. They changed everything. Nothing that Jonathan did, or Obasanjo started it, that really panned out. It was under Buhari. They had to get all the Jonathan did not secure financing. Fashola and Buhari had to secure financing, and then because of that, they changed the design of the bridge. So this second Niger bridge is really all Buhari, except we want to kid ourselves and say some mushroom plant that they put on paper is Jonathan. You can't actually.
The reason why Nigerians are praising Jonathan is because he allowed money to flow. He encouraged a lot of people. He was just distributing money, and money was flowing in the economy, and we are just consuming everything. And that was why people are just
stop that. What I said is this: Kulata that is talking here, you must have managed projects. No government before Jonathan kick-started second Niger bridge. There's a difference. Jonathan actually started work. Whether they change the design later or not is another thing entirely. But no government before.
Okay, started work to what percentage?
Okay, now they completed assessment.
I don't even understand what you mean by assessment. I don't even understand what you mean by assessment.
Oh my goodness. So okay,
that's what they spin and they use one grammar to just.
Ola, are you aware that they said Akeredolu has been flown out of Nigeria? It's a critical condition.
What happened to him?
It says it's critical. He's battling with some kind of illness. I think either prostate cancer, something like that. Does he look healthy to you? The way he looks every time.
Who's Akeredolu?
Akeredolu of Ondo.
Oh yeah,
it looks very free, very free. Yes.
I think he's battling with.
Maybe sure, and Prince Adewale can go and run for the next governorship and take over.
Adewale said he's not interested. He's a big man. He only wants to become a president.
Did you watch that? Did you watch that Channel's debate that he had with that guy from?
Yes, I watched it on first subsidy.
That guy
made mockery of him. No, that was just too rude of that guy. I mean, he was rude, but then at the same time, I think he started it sort of. He threw a jab.
No, he just said he talked about the guy Osifo not telling the truth, but he kind of like took it too personal. Like, okay,
Yeah.
Like he collected money from
It was
government.
just another, yeah, it was sure some kind of shit show. What it is. I mean, that very day. Even Sheikh could not even control them. That's the most violent. That's the most. I mean, the biggest of hardballs I've ever seen on that
I
guy's.
don't even trust the guy, even being a Pengas. Look at how Oshomole turned out to be again now. So I don't trust the guy with his afro on his head. That's how they will be pretending like they're
Did you
not
see the
collecting
Nassau Rock?
money.
It was in Nassau
Huh?
Rock, you know.
It
Was at the
was.
meeting.
Adewale, talk is cheap. Talk is cheap.
That is true. These
Talk is
labor
cheap.
union people, whether Pengas until you see, they are the enemy of the country.
No,
Now today, you know. Now today, you know.
Adewale, the thing is this: those guys are businessmen. Look at Oshomole that you think that if he become the governor of Edo State, that will not shop one kobo, that will take the interest of the workers. We know the story today. Why people like us were leaving the bank? I wish Patrick would say and just back me up. You see, for the senior staff in the banking, we have SBF. You know, those guys could not even represent us very well. When you see the way they represented us, we have no doubt that these guys must have taken something. Even though some of us left willingly, because as you know, as Sanusi sold the bank to his cronies or whatever, you understand, some of us say, okay, we are done. We are done. So we now pull our boat, but there was some kind of benefit. We even took some case, we even took them to court, but nowhere. See, all these labor people you are thinking about, you understand, you are talking about. Even the Prince Adewale even accused, he told that two easy guy already that he even now for that they were looking for money to collect from the government. That's what it. As a matter of fact, that's what the labor do. To go on strike, and unfortunately, the masses would believe them. But these guys, they are just businessmen that are just going to negotiate for what will come back to their pocket. So, to me, I think nobody should take them seriously, to be honest.
Who sees Showore? Showore has gone through Benin Republic to the UK to America. I haven't heard from him. Did he speak of reasons? Did anybody speak of reasons?
Now you they talk. I think Showore will not have problem on that, Tinubu. So I don't know why will he rush out of the country. You understand?
Thomas has started with his fake news. He has started with his fake news again.
Some be very careful. No. You are
I'm still pitying the wife since yesterday. I was just thinking about the wife. That man just
Showore disappointed me, man. The guy started off well, like
Thomas, when did you start taking news from Tunde Ednos?
I don't even know who. Today, I don't even join his platform. I never. No, not today. Not to. Come on now.
Simba.
No, that platform is for the Gen Z.
Simba, I know.
Yes,
I know. Una directed me the other time, and you know, say me, I no go keep quiet. Okay, under Jonathan, right? 30 dams.
Are you sure you are not Ruben Abati? I'm sure you are not Ruben Abati.
The problem,
spokesperson for Jonathan.
The problem is that because this guy didn't make noise and his projects were not on road, and it's okay. For example, now, will you tell me that dams that this guy constructed now, 30 dams under this guy, are you telling me that it make no sense? See,
which dams, please?
Okay, Kashibila and Gamovo Dam and some others were part of those dams.
Are we talking about small wait, are we talking about small irrigation dams or what kind of dams?
I don't know. Maybe Ola went and Google those ones. He was looking for something to say. Went and Google those ones. Who knows what those things are talking about?
What are the dams for?
No, where I for before if I don't Google
to generate electricity. Electricity, Abi.
See, I beg you. All those
tell us now. I mean, tell us what is the dam you are telling us about.
For water resources and agriculture now, we are waiting.
Where then they? Because that time he put all those nomadic school, all those virtual nomadic school that he put everywhere.
Maybe I talk now. It could be irrigation dam.
Jonathan na Mumujo, that guy na Mumu,
The guy,
that guy.
Jonathan, people also loot money under an administration. Left and right.
If you want to promote somebody, look for a better person to promote. You will not. There is no way. It's very difficult to promote.
Jonathan granted one interview recently. The guy looked drunk in that interview.
I have my own metrics. On saying it. Even
did you see the interview? The guy, no. This guy.
His guy was shining like I could tell that guy was shy already.
He's a drunkard now. He's a drunkard now.
You know that.
And when you see a drunkard shining like that, he's already developing liver disease. Don't be surprised if you can put one.
Simba, I still feel, even though it's not the best of this thing, I still feel Jonathan was far away better than Buhari. At least under Jonathan, where they were doing all those projects, people were getting jobs. We could link this project to job creation and
stolen money, fraudulent money.
Ola, let me explain something. Under Jonathan, there were no project making money. Everybody was stealing money. Everybody was
stealing money.
Everybody was stealing money. So the money was flowing. Everybody. When I say everybody, it was percolating. So the money was circulating. So it was fake economy.
They were sharing Kulata. They were sharing money in beer parlor everywhere.
So everywhere.
We are carrying guests around. Even Olosho. They were getting money. Yes.
Let's have conversation. So are you saying, Kulata? Are you saying nobody stole money under Buhari? That it was only under
people stole money, but under Buhari it was concentrated to a few people. But under Jonathan, it was come one,
free for all.
My brother. The question now is that what difference does it make? You will see that under Jonathan, I never mentioned of road as I've been speaking now. Because the road that
you are unable to mention nothing. You are mentioning dam. Dam University, Federal University of Oye.
Simba, wait. If you don't see university as infrastructure, then I'm shocked. If you don't see university as infrastructure, then I'm shocked.
What we are saying, let me tell you, Ola, go and Google it. Buhari established more university than even Jonathan that you are talking about. Go and Google it. Go and check.
Ola, how much money did Jonathan's government make? Because during Jonathan's government, oil was constantly over $100.
140 at a time. It was around 140, and we are pumping close to 2 million.
No. We're pumping 2 million.
I want to know where Kulata is going. Oh, I'm listening to you, Kulata.
We're pumping 2 million. The reserves that was left for him was, what was that? Was it 50 or 45 billion? I can't remember. Reserves were left for him. We made a ton of money under him.
SS crude account. He finished everything before he left.
And there was nothing to show for it. Nothing. Apart from how much Jerry school.
Buhari has no resources. I thought you were going to that narrative.
No, I'm not talking about. I'm talking about Jonathan. That's the most reckless president we've ever had in the country because of the opportunity.
I'm not saying Jonathan was not reckless, but I was talking of infrastructure.
No, not just. So, what did he do? The infrastructure. What did he do? Airport, Port Harcourt Airport. Shit. Lagos Airport. Pardon my language. Port Harcourt Airport messed up. Lagos Airport messed up. Everything was messed up.
Okay.
What did he do? Which infrastructure? They gave money for Akanu BM. That woman was using it to buy BMW, Stella Odua, or whatever.
The total radar coverage. Please, who kickstarted the project in our area?
Which total? Why are you always satellites now? All these are
everything you are talking about is always starting. It kickstart.
No, Simba.
The guy need alternator.
It was only just starting the car. It wasn't moving.
It wasn't moving. The fact that I said he started it, you understand, it's one thing. I can as well tell you that he finished some of those. So forget about. I'm just saying that some of the project that this guy started, you understand, escalated into Buhari regime. Just like Obasanjo bought many of the turbines that they are still installing today. Many of the power equipment that
Ola. Wike that is even drunkard, even perform more than Jonathan. Okay. Even though we call him drunkard, he still perform, isn't it?
Ola, if you say money was flowing under Jonathan, yes, I agree to you. Money was flowing. People were living lavish lifestyle.
Only money.
Yes.
Kulata.
But to say that Jonathan, he built infrastructure, please don't say that. It's just like the way he did constitutional conference, and you say, oh, because he did constitutional, he did it at the last minute. Then you say, if anything now comes out of it, now Buhari now doing constitutional amendment, you can now say, Jonathan initiated it. Let's be serious, please. Jonathan and infrastructure is not the same sentence.
Is the guys they sham. But what the multi what the sign gbogbo on sign gbogbo to lẹ́yìn
All this time gbogbo mo tó bá rí bí àwọn èèyàn ṣe jalè under you will not believe honestly.
Jonathan.
When Kola Luko alone, baby, how many billions of dollars in Kola Luko gbé lọ?
Dollars.
Kola Luko.
What are you talking about?
In dollars. Àti Jídé Ọmọkọrẹ.
Mama Desane òun kàn lọ fowó ara gold káàkiri ń jayé kiri.
Ora bra $1 million. You can imagine, bra.
You believe that?
Do you know one funny thing? One funny thing is this: if you guys tend to know more than Babatunde Raji Fashola, because even his arch enemy too, Rotimi Amechi came and was like almost asking for forgiveness that he didn't know that Jonathan actually worked up to that extent. And Babatunde Raji Fashola is well documented on national media that, okay, since 1999, Jonathan constructed more roads. Now, the renovation of our airports.
Because Obasanjo constructed 0 roads. So anything greater than 0 is more. What road did Obasanjo construct?
Are they virtual road? No, the road that they are talking about. Are they virtual road?
Ajakuta-Warri line, railroad, 277 kilometers.
You are talking about Itakpe.
Forget about I'm reading it the way it is, and if you want to look at the photograph of those when it was commissioned,
Ola, the road you should have mentioned.
Ola, that is what they are used to.
Biniore Road. He did Biniore Road. I'll give that one to him, but not the full stretch. He did from that place in Shagamu, that area. All the way.
From Ijebode to Ore, that's all. From Ore to Benin, nothing.
He didn't do nothing.
I used to plan that. Yes.
I give him that part.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just the only one, no.
That's just the only one. So all those renovation of your airport, they are not infrastructure. This is the same school.
Which airport now?
Which airport? Renovation. Which innovation?
Calabar, Asaba, Port Harcourt. What are you talking about?
He did not do Port Harcourt. Buhari did Port Harcourt, please. Go and look at the picture of Port Harcourt airport under Jonathan.
You cannot even compare the renovation that Jonathan did and compare it to the one that Buhari did. We cannot see it now. Let me tell you, even the dumbest of Nigeria can mention the infrastructure provided by Buhari. And you, as elite as you are still struggling to mention those infrastructure that you said.
The problem here is this: to focus more on road and rail. That's the problem. That's exactly what I'm telling you. Okay, people will say Obasanjo didn't do anything. Who renovated UCH? UCH for dead. That's at the time Obasanjo was there. If you want to ask today, because UCH now has degenerated again, you will say, "Oh, Obasanjo never did anything on earth." Who renovated Lasut? And who is it Lut?
And how will Obasanjo do Lasut? Last is Lagos State University.
Hey, Ola. Let me tell you one thing, because at least I'm a doctor and I know even my own university. What he did, he contracted some of the laboratory. So don't say renovation. He didn't renovate any teaching hospital. He just is the.
Simba.
I'm telling you what he did. No, wait.
Simba, you are a doctor. I visited UCH because my mom died there, and I have people that were working in there. So on UCH, forget that. Don't tell me story about that. I will tell you that for sure. Even it was.
It's not the VAMED. It's not the VAMED project that he did. Obasanjo did in some of these teaching hospitals.
Categorically that he did that of UCH. 100% sure. 100% sure with evidence.
What did he do? What did he do?
I said he renovated. You are asking me what did he do?
Then what renovation now? What renovation? Did he fix car park? What did he do?
No, I said as at the time OBJ came to power, UCH was as good as dead. And this guy came, innovate, gave them new morgue, gave them new bed, and a lot of innovation went onto that place. So those are the kind of things that normally.
Okay, one. What else?
What else Obasanjo did? What else Obasanjo did?
Jonathan.
No. He said no. We are talking of Obasanjo.
No, Ola has already given up. He find it difficult to defend Jonathan. That's why he's shifting to Obasanjo.
No, that's not it, Simba. No, Simba, that's not it. I have all these 400 projects that the commission right in front of me. I just keep some because to me.
Mention them now. Yeah, there are 400. Mention two.
Did you hear what I said? I said
major ones. Mention two major ones. It's not all those pictures that you used to share at that time, because Jonathan was very good at sharing pictures.
That's not
architectural pictures. That's what they used to share that time.
No, Simba. We have one thing. We have one thing in that country. If we hate someone sometimes, we tend to now flatten the person down. I don't even give him his due credit. The same way some people will still tell you about Obasanjo spent 16 billion on electricity. I start wondering where that 16 billion came from when this guy could not even make enough. And he's still yet to pay our debt off. And they built our credibility. But if you tell some people tomorrow, even after Okonjo-Iweala explained that nothing like that, after this Equisle, how do we call this name? Is Equisle, so how do you call it name? Obi. After he explained everything, people will still say no, he spent 16 billion. Even when Soludo talk, people will say he spent 16 billion. That's the type of person we are in that country. You understand? Even now,
but even the people on this platform are not those kind of people. We are very
that is exactly what Simba is saying.
No, I can see that you're already sweating to defend this man. So that's why I'm saying what I'm saying.
Sweating. If you want to see the project that
okay, give us fact. It's not all those
pick it yourself from the private chat. I've told you I will not be reading roads that are contracted. Because the road that is contracted, you can just put it on chat and use Google. And use Google to even trace whether that thing existed that time. So I can't be feeding that because already when I mentioned university that it built already, you said university infrastructure. I was now wondering that if university is not classified as social infrastructure, then I'm surprised. Because
what's the name of the university?
Jonathan was so corrupt that his own central bank governor had to even come in public to tell us that this, this is crazy.
Mike, this one is not a matter of corruption, because I will tell you for fact that if any president tell you that I'm going to fight corruption, I said it clearly here, it's a red flag for me.
No. Jonathan's looting is a regime's looting. It's not him. It's not
Mike.
No. The people around him.
Mike, even as we speak, I even believe that Awolowo was even corrupt. Talk less of Jonathan or Obasanjo.
No. We are not talking about just corruption. We are talking about mass looting, like
monumental corruption.
Any way it was corruption.
Name another regime where ministers had to flee the country because they knew they stole so much. Name another regime. I mean, Madueke, she still hasn't returned. Like, this lady knew she stole. Like,
Shagari.
they went to jail. I mean, that one we know that Buhari was.
Hold on.
Wait.
Umar Diko fled.
We're talking about democracy.
Here you go. But you say
okay, fine. Okay, Shagari, fine. Okay, so and we're talking about we're talking about. I mean, like literally ministers have to like just
Mike
start
Awolowo himself was corrupt. Forget. I don't want to talk about this corruption.
Fine. We're not arguing. We're talking about monumental corruption, like massive.
Forget about monumental.
In our lifetime.
Ola Maja now. Ola, we asked you for infrastructure, 2 major ones. Oh, that alone. Then you now go to now.
Ola, you just shifting attention.
You say you build one village university, like say concern. Is that
one dam in Binikebi?
Kaduna Abuja rail. Kaduna Abuja rail is not a major. It's not the major infrastructure, right?
Okay, I give that one to you. I agree with you. It was one that constructed that. Yes.
Because I told you I don't want to dwell on all those ones. I was not
dwell on it now, so we can understand. You're educating us. Educate us.
No. We can Ola, you can advocate on Jonathan's corruption. That guy.
That said I should mention two. I gave you Kaduna Abuja. I gave you Ajaokuta Awori. So what do you see? Kulata, what you don't get my argument. I want to concentrate on those ones that are on.
What happened between Ajaokuta and Warri? What happened between Ajaokuta and Warri? The rail, is it working?
Did they construct it? That's the question. Did they construct it?
If you construct, why is it not working? If you have finished it.
Now, if you do not put coach on it, it's another thing. Did he construct it? That's the question. Did he?
What purpose was this to serve?
Wait. Ola, when the construction begin on that railway, I want to know if
you want to know when the construction begin.
Yeah. So because you're giving Jonathan all the attributes, when did it start?
The question first, Kulata, did they construct it?
But construction started in 1987.
Even far before 1987. Did they complete
no,
it?
It's 1987. So it's already something. It was working
that construction was started as far back as under Chagarina.
No, I just checked it. I just checked it. They said it started in 1987 as an industrial railway. You check it yourself.
Okay.
Started in 1987. So you're giving Jonathan a lot of credit for a single gauge that was already there, mostly there. After all the money he made.
Okay. Anyway, you can vary your argument because I know what when you make up your mind already, you don't want to. The thing is because.
But wait. You're even correct. The railway was incomplete even in 2017. So you see, you're not even correct. So he did not even finish it. It's Buhari that finished it.
They are waiting now.
Oh,
when I said they are part of that thing, I said Ajaokuta to Warri. So what part did Buhari complete?
To
what part did Jonathan did? What part did Jonathan did?
You can play back Simba. I mentioned it clearly there. I won't repeat myself. Because that will be the third time I will be repeating myself then. You can play it back. Because
see, okay, let's read. Let me 254 kilometers of 270 kilometers extension was completed by 2009. Jonathan was not president at 2009. How about that?
Continue.
Majority of it was completed, 2009. And then they awarded 33 billion to Julius Berger. And then Jonathan completed just 22 kilometers by 2013. 22 kilometers. They had already completed 254. He now did 22 kilometers. And he did not finish it. It was 2017 that they now finally finished it. So much glory for Jonathan.
That guy is a disgrace to the academia. He's an embarrassment. Doctor.
Okay. So development of satellite for security and mineral deposits. Did they do that?
Where all those virtual things that they cannot even society, what is the usefulness of those ones that you are talking about?
No, that's what I'm telling you, Simba. It's just
So
like
wait, let me see.
Okay.
So you're talking about
who started cassava revolution in Nigeria? Wait, who started cassava revolution in Nigeria? Simba, you're a farmer. Who started?
Did we see cassava bread that I promised? Where's the cassava bread?
No. I'm asking Simba because Simba is saying all those things. Because I'm telling you that I said road and rail and all those physical infrastructure, they are loud. There are some other infrastructure that were constructed that nobody mentioned because they are not as loud.
Okay, Ola, what did you need to start cassava revolution? Was it planting cassava or he built cassava industry?
It doesn't matter. What did
he do in that sector? When you are doing all those, you will just be having programs, and you are not giving programs. You are giving programs as infrastructure.
I didn't mention who started. I just say I asked you who started cassava revolution in Nigeria. It's a question.
But what do you mean by cassava revolution? Okay, let's
what I'm saying. What did he do there? What is the revolution? Did he constructed cassava flour industry, or he has farms where they are planting the cassava?
Okay. Did Obasanjo construct Glo? Did he construct Econet? Did he construct MTN? If that's the argument you want to put, because we are telling you, okay, I can tell you now that, okay, who started the regulation of telecommunication in Nigeria? Obviously, it was IBB.
Wait, you are jumping, or don't move the goalpost.
I'm not jumping.
Cassava?
I'm talking to Simba.
Can we ask you a question? Can we ask you a simple question? What is cassava? What is cassava revolution?
What's cassava revolution?
That's what they do here. They just you think we don't throw what? You think I just throw what at us? You think we won't question you, Abi? You must answer.
Now, cassava revolution. What I mean by cassava revolution is this: who promoted the farming of the farming of cassava, and who enlightened us?
You want to tell us we don't farm cassava in Nigeria before? He's the one that was teaching us how to plant cassava.
the revolution. They started growing cassava backward. That's what it meant.
Wait, Mike. Simba, what was the output of Nigerian cassava before Obasanjo? Because since we farm cassava in Nigeria before, because there are something we just throw around that we just think that, okay, the thing just came from nowhere. Nobody did anything. What was the output of Nigeria? What was the importance of Nigeria in cassava export before Obasanjo? Can you please tell me?
We still don't export cassava. We're the biggest producers in the world, but we mostly eat what we produce.
That's not totally true anyway.
That's true. Let's check it.
Wait now. Kulata just made
to China.
Wait now. The gari you are eating in the US. Where is it coming?
Okay. Ola Mututu Kensi. Which country is the largest exporter? The export market.
Kulata, which country? Answer my question. The gari you are eating in the United States.
Give it up.
There's always been Nigerian restaurants in America.
I don't eat gari. I eat low carb. I don't eat gari.
The question is, if you don't eat gari, are Nigerians in the US eating gari?
They're eating gari now. But look at your line is very weak. So when we talk about cassava, you're comparing it to gari. You're not even thinking about tapioca starch. You're not thinking about ethanol and all that stuff. Thailand, Cambodia, and Costa Rica dominate the export and processing of cassava. Nigeria is the biggest producer, but we eat everything as gari at home, and we export little gari abroad. These guys export the most cassava produce in the world. This is Thailand and Cambodia and Costa Rica. That's why I was asking you, what's cassava revolution that you're talking about? What did we do? We've been eating gari since I was born. Since my grandfather was born.
Let me tell you, Kulata, let me tell you what they did. All those areas, nobody focused attention on it. So they just went and now collected some, okay, now we are producing. It's not as if they put any input there. It was a fallow business that people are just doing on their own. They just came with some statistics and they say they call it revolution.
Please, someone tell me.
Jonathan was very good at doing such things.
it's just buzzword. What is the additional value chain? What is the additional processing that we're doing for cassava?
Another thing that I used to bobo was that time. It was that it now came up. They now say they are doing rebasing of the GDP. Now Nigeria now became the first and the first. You understand? Rebasing. It was just looking for cheap
propaganda.
Propaganda. Yes, that was. It was very good at that. It was very good at that. That was what they are doing. Nothing.
Okay. Well, Buhari has been the best president.
Buhari is the best president.
Of course,
let's move on.
There's a one thing when you want to have conversation. There's a way you have a fair conversation, and there's a way you just want to gloat around it. The best thing is to consider it to you, right? If that's what you want to do, because this is no longer a conversation. No. Wait. The thing is this: when I push something, you are saying, because I know the effort, because all these efforts sometimes they are not that tangible. I know how much effort Obasanjo put in this cassava production. Even if you go statistically and look at what was happening in that within that cassava, whether we consume everything locally or not, before Obasanjo came that time, you understand? We know that at the level of production in cassava was not that much. Another Obasanjo.
Let me help you out. Let me help you out. I don't know, you guys, some of you might remember Akim Adesina. Remember him now? The
AFD man. Yes.
So he did well in his own as a Minister of Agriculture then. Introduced another.
Okay, when he was sharing phone to track fertilizer.
That one is part of it. He brought a lot of hold on now. Is it Notor they call them? There is this agricultural company. A lot of them, they make inroads into Nigeria during that time. The Nigerian agriculture saw a little bit of improvement compared to what it used to be many years or even before he came there. So Jonathan, I would say, brought some little bit of reform into the agricultural sector that was spearheaded by Akim Adesina. Yeah, that's one of his achievements.
Okay, can I interject, please?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. How are you? How are you? Good, my brother. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone.
Remy is the friend of Thomas. I always come when Thomas is around.
No.
Baba T is there. Baba T is there as well. Baba T is there as well.
No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
I have to wait
before you go ahead,
Remy. That time is my sleep time. It's not easy.
Remy, hold on. Ejo, Emma Benu, Nata, and Simba. Odao. I actually came up here to beg on behalf of Ola.
Baba T, don't beg on my behalf. Please.
Okay,
let me tell you something. I have my facts ready. But the thing
I know, but
I don't want to gloat on road construction, because that's what I say. Road construction are railway services. That's why. But when it got to that stage, that was why I just bring that, because I saw some project that this guy did, that JEJ did, that just because it's not a lousy project, that people, some people cannot even quantify the impact. You understand? People forget that. It's just like when people are saying, now Obasanjo put a telecommunication down. If he didn't come, a telecommunication will still come. Also, that kind of statement, I don't normally bother myself, because I will look at it that when people talk that way, I already know, identify that sentiment is there already, because that's not discussion. They just want to say, okay.
Can I contribute now?
No matter how you try to rubbish Jonathan today, I know that he did something that, because they are not loud, they don't mean that all those things have no impact.
Let's hear from Remy. Remy, come in.
You have been talking about Jonathan and other topics. For example, there won't be any leader that will rule for 4, 5, 6 years that will not do anything. everybody, we have to look at it from this angle, which is very important. During the Jonathan era, Nigeria was so lucky that we are selling a lot of crude and we are making a lot. We are making a kill. We are making a lot of money that's supposed to manifest in the entire society. But unfortunately, there were only few people that were pocketing the money, stealing the money, buying yachts, partying all around, and something like that. It was a time of plenty, and it was a time for some people to just flaunt the money all around the country, and then just, if you are a member of them, you will enjoy it. But the generality of the populace, they were not really enjoying. I see where Allah is coming from. You cannot do the framework and you do not complete the job totally. It's just like a person who started the race 100 meters and by 10 meters he dropped out. Are you going to say, even if he is the fastest one among the contestants, but he dropped out, he's not the winner? He didn't complete.
That's
Can I
actually a
finish,
wrong
please?
analogy. Because
Can
government is a
I
continuum.
finish, please?
No. I just want to quickly put that on there. Government is a continuum. You don't expect the starter to finish it in time.
Let me finish, please. Just please.
I
He just came.
I understand government is a continuum. So if government is a continuum, why don't Jonathan also finish most of what Yaradua started? At least he was the vice president to Jonathan. And why can't they also finish what Obasanjo started? Why can't they finish all of these major tasks? I understand where you are coming from. He laid a lot of groundwork, but it doesn't mean that he should not finish some of it. He ruled for almost 6 years, my God. And we cannot see any substantial project that he has done.
He actually
let me finish.
of them.
Let me finish.
No, because you say he didn't finish. I'm telling you, he commissioned 204 of them. You can't say he didn't finish.
Okay.
He commissioned 204.
Okay. Let's put it this way. He commissioned more than 204 projects. But we are talking about monumental project that everybody will, an iconic. For example, even if you said Buhari did not do nothing, everybody knows that he is the one that completed the second Niger bridge. Nobody can take it away from him for life. And everybody knows he is the one that started Ibadan to Lagos Standard Gauge Rail. He started it and he finished it. So nobody can take away that one from him. Everybody can also say he is the one that nearly started the second airport in Lagos, and it was during his tenure that everything was finished. So what I'm trying to say is that your man can do a lot of groundwork, assessment, and so many other stuff. He can do a lot of completion in some project where
Remy was his borehole that he was commissioning borehole.
I don't want to condemn it that way, but truth must be told. With a lot, he didn't do much. Let's say the truth. With a much in his hands, a lot of money, he didn't do much. We cannot say, this, because at that time, let's assume that with this a lot of money now in his hand, he was able to remove subsidy on petrol. He was, like I always said, when you come here and you continue to say, Obasanjo do this, all of these things that we are talking about. Obasanjo is the luckiest Nigeria I've ever seen. He was lucky. Most of the world leaders respected him. He was able to pay back our loan that we owned. That though I did not support that one, and he was able to put a lot of money in national reserve. Let's assume he has used the money to do a good road construction in Nigeria. He has laid a very good foundation, but because of, I'm sorry to say this, I'm also a black man, egoistic, and also thinking, Mr. Know-all, you want to go for third term. It's down right there. So no matter what you say, Buhari also have a lot of flaws, but he did try in some infrastructure that are visible. When you talk about, Jonathan, why can't Jonathan that started the groundwork breaking the half, why can't he finish the second Niger bridge? It's a very good question, because majority of the people that he appointed there, even the coordinating minister that was from Igbo land, Okoje-Iweala. So when you talk for 6 years, they couldn't do nothing. They just went there, do a caricature of moving the ground and something. So why can't they finish it? If they feel, nobody will be talking about him today. The only reason why Jonathan is still relevant today is because of Buhari. And
because he didn't fight for that seat.
Because Buhari is a gentleman, because I didn't fight, just say, okay, fine, he congratulates, which I also respect, because as a politician, if you know you lost and then you congratulate the winner, I do my heart for you too. But if you some of our politicians knew they lost, but they still want to make noise unnecessary, spending money unnecessary.
Obi would not have left that position, no.
What did you say?
Obi would not have left that position. That's just my assumption, though. Obi,
yeah, I don't know about that. But the point about
there's no way Obi would have allowed accept that one.
He won't allow. Instead of
at least Obi doesn't allow him to do it.
Obi now is a court clerk. He's a court clerk. He's a court clerk now. He goes to court every day.
The fact that he's the president, there would have been a civil war, sir.
And you guys have been talking about.
Sorry, let me go. Let me tell Rational Mind one thing.
Rational
Mind, you know, say they don't beat me. No enter, then go beat you. They don't beat me now.
So, as you guys talk about the subsidy, sorry, what you guys forgot to know is that NNPC is now a public quoted company, PLC. So, in fact, when I listened to Mel Inquiry yesterday, he made mention that the simplest, the most not lucrative what they do, and it's not a small aspect of their job, is the providing of petroleum. And you guys talk about now we are. To me, I'm also happy because of one thing. NNPC is now solely on its own. They don't need to source any money from Nigerian government to revamp any refinery anymore. If they like, they can sell it off. So with time, and he made mention of one thing that I don't know who you guys listed. He said, according to the Constitution, NNPC are only to provide 30% of our petroleum product. Anybody, any investor in Nigeria cannot enter the market to provide petrol or associated product. And he even lay analysis of when Dangote will come into stream. He said maybe he was trying to say that maybe the price differential will not be allowed because no matter what happens, maybe Dangote will buy crude from Nigeria at the rate of international market price. Maybe we have to pay him in Naira, of course. But what he's trying to say is that when more people come into the business, there will be first of demand and supply, and there's tendency for the price to go down. And when you check the price they put, the NNPC put, and you check it to where you are living now, whether you are living in America or you are living in Europe, it's almost at par or maybe at a reduced one. Because here we are live as of yesterday, we have two types of petrol. One is 98, another is 95. The one of 95 is almost €2, and the one of 90, which is the premium one, is about €2.95. So you can see when you convert €2 into Naira, even at the black market rate, we are talking about almost 1,700 Naira. So,
per liter?
1,000. Yeah, 1,000 for Australia. Australia is 1,004. If you convert it to,
I'm not using that yardstick, but I'm just trying to say.
Is it liters or gallons?
Even in America, it's about $4 per liter.
Hold on now. Is it in liter or gallons they sell in Finland?
In liter, not gallon. It's in
so
liter.
1 liter over there is €2. Is that what you're saying?
I'm telling you that we have two types. We have the premium one, which is more.
I understand. So the cheaper one is how much?
The cheaper one is about €1, €950, 1.95, almost €2.
Wow. But in America, yeah, it's quite different.
That's expensive, man.
We're selling gallons.
It's expensive. Europe does not have oil. They buy most of their thing from Russia.
Is it Finland or Norway have oil?
Rational Mind, hold on. How many liters in a gallon?
4 liters.
4 point something. It's 4 point something. 4 point something.
Yeah. Why do you sell in gallon? Why do you guys sell in gallon? What it doesn't make what that is that is your own.
Another thing you must factor in here is that anything that you buy here, they always add their VAT along with it. It's already included, and the VAT here is 24% because it's one of the most expensive countries. So what I'm just trying to say is that I know that in Nigeria, a lot of populace will cry, but I think in the future, this will work. I was reading a report yesterday that Nigeria is spending more than 30 billion naira on subsidy of petrol in 1 month. What are we doing? How many people are we really consuming this? And I don't know, maybe it's Babati that said that within 2 days, the queue in Nigeria, the queue in Nigeria, we won't see any queue in Nigeria. And as of yesterday, no more queue.
There's no queue again. Yes.
No queue anymore.
There's no queue again.
No matter what you like.
The regulatory body move after they went after those.
No. Ola, what happened was that immediately NNPC released their price. Everybody. Yes, everybody just started selling at that price, and all of them that closed before, they just opened their lid and started selling. In Ilorin, as I'm telling you now, they are selling at 515, and people are buying.
Lagos is the cheapest at 448 naira per liter.
But guys, wait though. Remy, collateral guys, wait. They haven't removed the subsidy. Why the price went up?
They have removed it now. Subsidy is gone.
Really?
Yes.
Oh.
No. That's
officially it's not being removed.
Hold on. Can I say something?
You can listen to Malam Kwari.
Thomas.
Easy.
Let's hear.
Let's National Mic talk.
Hold on.
Yeah.
So if you listen, they said the provision is that at the end of this June, that subsidy is gone. So it doesn't take effect as until July the 1st. So they still have the money or whatever the program that they should pay them for this month.
Okay. I wish Rational Mind. I want
you didn't listen to him carefully. You didn't listen to him carefully.
So
the budget, they budgeted till end of June, but there's no money to back up the budget. A budget is not money. A budget is just a budget. It's a plan.
What NNPC said that for the last 1 year, they have not received a call.
They've not received any money
from federal government for.
So all the money they be getting from the budget is for what then? All the money they be marking in the budget.
So that means he's trying to tell us that Nigeria as a country is owing NNPC.
It's owing basic.
Rational Mind. Budget is just an estimate. It's
a plan. A budget is a plan. It's a plan. It's not money.
Oh, come on now. Rational Mind know that now.
The 22 trillion ways or means that they signed recently, that they said money that they spent. So that money does not include the money for...
means it's not about
I have a question though. I have a question.
No, hold on. You answer your question, but my question is this. I don't know if anybody can answer that question. The 22 point something trillion dollars, dollars and naira that they signed, that they have to backdate through ways and means that they already spent. So none of those money included money they paid.
Kokari's National Mind. Kokari.
No, I think Bubu needs to be brought back.
Rational Mind. Do you know that in Nigeria?
Come on,
I want to ask my question.
Why are you questioning? That question, you know how it works now.
Can I ask a question, please?
Please.
Now, I want to make a request. I want to make a request. So whether Kulata, Babati, or anybody can respond or listen. How do we make Nigerian populace, especially the poor people, believe that the benefit they think they are getting from fuel subsidy is actually forced? I call it forced benefit. FALSC benefit. How can we make Nigeria populace? Because to me, I'm seeing that thing as an assignment that we need to take upon ourselves.
It's very easy, Ola. Just grow the economy. Evidence-based practice. Once you grow the economy and people start getting jobs, and that's the only way. You have to actually grow the economy, and they have to see the impact.
They have to see it.
When all that basic amenities are put in place and people can get gainful employment, and then
you have light,
people will now start talking that this is how can now enjoy.
For the next 1 year, don't attempt to explain it. They will slap you. Don't even attempt.
Yes, sir.
No, but Kulata, see now. If you look at what OBJ did, how many times did OBJ increase pump price? Twice or thrice, right?
But people were upset every time he did it.
Yes, but Remy, wait. I want to put something to Kulata. Remy, wait. Now, will you agree with me that Nigeria economy and the household incomes were better for it every time that OBJ increased that fuel pump that time? Do you
No,
disagree
I'm
or you
sorry.
agree?
I will
No,
disagree.
it's not like that. No.
No, no. We don't say no. Let him substantiate now.
So
Ola, can you explain?
because look
It's
at
through
it
a
this way.
position to us. Yeah.
Now the position I'm pushing to you is that now, when you look at before 1999, how many university lecturer, for example, could afford a good car? How many teachers could even afford? I mean, the principal and those that could afford a good car, and some other ones.
Ola, don't take us back to the wood now.
Thomas, why are you interrupting me?
I understand. All I understand what you are saying, but what you are saying cannot be directly attributed to increase in farm price. What happened was Obasanjo. Let me land my point first. It's a brief point.
I'm getting somewhere, Kulata.
Yeah, but what I get where you're going. Can I just land?
No, Kulata, give him time. So that you'll be able to at least put it back to him when he finish.
Exactly.
Let him finish.
I'm just putting the position now because I know that part of the way they pushing the federal time was to increase worker salary, right? Then the government was able to raise money. Obasanjo raised money not even based on petroleum sold. Part of those increase that we are able to generate money to even pay our debt, all those stories, right? So we know that when you push this subsidy, people will say, "Oh, people will be hungry," all those stuff. The babas that use gasoline.
I better pass my neighbor.
But the question is that we know that all those people, they will raise the service price because the cost of production the cost of production already increased, so they will increase the service price too, right? But now the concern now are the people that have fixed income, like workers, government workers. Now government increased their money that time, and to me, by my own metrics, I think Nigeria was better for it that time. So do you agree or you disagree? That's what because we need to.
But you did not. You are missing something in your submission. It's not just because they increase this, increase that. Because if you increase this, increase that, inflation goes up. But what we enjoyed under Obasanjo was growth was faster than inflation. So the economy expanded and it blunted out the impact of any inflation. So at the end of the day, net inflation reduced, but we had an expansion in our economy. So what Tinubu is doing, if they use the money well, is freed up. Right now, Tinubu has killed like 50% of our corruption. Is stripping it off. And then if they now use the money that we can save from this, use it to invest in proper areas, our economy will expand. Hopefully, it will expand beyond any inflationary measures, and this will become a moot point at the end of the day.
Okay, great.
And can I also add one more thing?
Obasanjo use that money very well. Is that what you are saying?
I think we had the expansion.
Let me just add one more thing as well. So this our ports, there's a lot of money that has been going missing. So effective collection of import duties and stuff like that. It's going to also focus. I've heard it's going to focus on that Apapa port. So they're going to be accurate documentation of what comes and goes out. They've been robbing that place blind. So I think you're going to see an increase in income to the government.
But see, during Buhari regime, that port, in fact, that was a port woman. If Buhari put somebody there before he removed the person and put this woman that last said, they were making a lot of money, but immediately he put the woman, everything just everything just collapsed, and there's a lot of money from that port. So I know it even stopped this company that Atiku was actually using to make money from the port that time also.
Yeah,
so I used to work for a company that will always source contracts from Nigerian Port Authority in Lagos before. I worked there for nearly 1 year. The corruption that is there is monumental. The engineers there, they are the one that will create contract for my boss that time. And we will sort money from First City Monument by most time. That is why I know somebody that time. because he was an executive director. And these engineers at the port, they are the one that is also going to implement this project. And before I can get the final release of the fund, I will bribe all my way from the clerk to the CEO, even the auditor, the accountant. I used to give everybody money. So the monumental fraud in that country is huge.
Yeah.
And the problem we are having in Nigeria is that each set of people, when you remove some set of people and you put in some set of people, it's continue. I don't know why. The mentality is so crazy that.
Can I ask a question to you guys, especially so Polata in particular? Polata, you there? You know, under our law, it says that each corporation, they're supposed to pay what is called 2% tertiary institution tax. That means
tax fund.
It's tax fund, yes.
It's supposed to fund the institution. I don't believe that they've been paying.
No, they have been paying the university also. The university have been receiving a large sum of money.
Remy, let me even tell you, I have some friends who benefited. People are looting that money. They are, in fact, I have a colleague of mine that went for a PhD in UK since almost 4 years now, and she refused to.
Simba, not that one. There's a corporate tax of 2%.
I'm telling you, tax fund, they use it to give people scholarship to the academics.
You are missing my. Let me finish the point.
Not that one.
Okay.
It's not a for in our law. All the money if you are a corporation in Nigeria, everything you make in Nigeria, 2% of it has to go to fund education.
That's what we call tax fund now. They call it tax fund.
Is that what I'm confused? Is that what it's called? Tax fund?
Yes, it's tax fund.
It's supposed to fund what is in Nigeria, not all this scholarship. Actually fund.
Hey, what are these Nigerian lecturers? They give them for research. They build, they construct lab, build a classroom and everything for school. When you get to most of Nigerian university, you see this tax fund. You see all those things there now.
Yeah, I've went to several universities when I go to Nigeria.
Yes,
I have some people in the university.
It's called,
the people that are actually in charge of that money, Babati, they are the one looting the money. People are there. Even if you know somebody there, even you as you are in America, they can give you scholarship to go and read one useless course somewhere, and they can pay you as much as 50 million, 60 million.
But it's not meant for outside. It's meant for local schools, not to send you outside the country. You're supposed.
I know they are doing it too. They are sending people for PhD for those things too.
The total memorandum of operation. But what they were is that to help university in infrastructure, in laboratory development, and purchasing of.
Can you clarify here that 2% funding? Is it something as a debt fund?
I can't find the 2% you're talking about. Well, because I know there's a test fund.
Are you talking about 2% that corporate organizations should pay Nigeria, or from Nigerian income 2%?
Yeah, no. There's a law that says all the corporations they have to pay 2% of everything they make, and it's supposed to fund education in Nigeria. That part of that. Let me find that. I'll be back. Let me just find that.
Okay. I can't find.
I think we are on the right. Okay, go ahead, Kolata.
No, I can't find any place where they said they'll take 2% out of every corporate, like tax every corporation 2%. I know that they established that fund to support education.
I was thinking that 2% must just come from the earnings of Nigeria as a country, not from the corporate organization. I don't know because I know that.
No, Remy is from corporate organization. It's from corporate organization. It's not by federal government.
I found it. It's actually 2.5%, Coletta. 2.5% of all.
Every company in Nigeria.
Yeah, 2.5. Let me pull it up. 2.5. They have to fund education in Nigeria. It's called tertiary education tax. So
that's why they call it TET fund. TET fund, TET fund.
Okay, yeah, 2.5%. Yeah, they're supposed to pay that. So
they must have been robbing.
That's my point. Not paying.
They are paying. Wow. They are paying. They have people that are saddled with that responsibility, Babati. They are paying, but those people are the one mismanaging the money. They are paying.
So what
There's a lot of money there, billions of naira. And let me tell you, and that is why you see state university, when federal university ASU goes on strike, the state used to, because ASU used to use that one against them, that they will not benefit from tech fund.
I'm always surprised when they say they are going on strike. I'm like, wait a minute, if all companies there are paying 2.5%, there's no way you should be going on strike. There is no way you should be going if they are paying 2.5% of all what they are making. There's no way you should, even MTN, all those companies, they are paying that much money to fund, because it says no.
Wow. But the money is not meant for salary.
Let me finish. Because it says specifically to fund tertiary institutions.
Yes.
Wait, this is 2.5%. I just found it. So why is ASU needing money? Like,
that's what I'm saying.
What the hell?
Okay, this is
no. Wait. See, look at they are not using that money to run university like normal running of university.
No.
That's Simba, correct me if wrong.
But the money.
No, yes, that is it. It's not meant for running university. They just use to execute projects in the university. That's what they use the money for.
But the money is not meant. No. The money is not meant for. It's supposed to fund that education itself from head to toe. That's the whole point.
No. I'm on that. I'm on their website now. I think what they do now is that, for example, if you do a successful research, there's amount of money they are going to give you for your research.
Exactly.
So they sponsor they sponsor scholarship.
Apart from that, they also give scholarship
PhD program.
Graduate. If you want to go abroad or in Nigeria, they also do something like that.
So they give national reform research fund. Those are the things that they are giving.
Yes. And they also embark on projects. Like, for example, they are the one that did this road from Olabisi Onabanjo University from there. When you get to the university, there is a chunk like 2 or 3 kilometers or 4 kilometers of road. They did it. And sometimes they also provide classroom. They provide laboratory equipment. That's what they are doing. But what we are trying to say here is that actually, that is why most of the lecturers in Nigeria also they are against that student loan funding. And I think Tinubu should make a step further by making this university a semi-autonomous university. Let them source for students by themselves. Let them look for money by themselves. Most of the state universities are I don't know why they normally join this.
People have. I mean, Tinubu talk of things like as if it's something they can do. Some of the things he talk about. You see, this credit system, you cannot put a credit system in place when you the very basic things like data of the people is not there. You don't have a data of your people.
How long would that take? It won't take long to capture data now.
You can
Rational mind. They have credit system in Nigeria right now for your information. For people
look at what you're talking about, credit system. What kind of credit
they
system?
No.
Rational mind. Kulata was correct. Even as far back as 2007.
They do have, but maybe not enough.
Kulata. I'm asking questions.
They have.
Rational mind.
What is the basis for your credit? Of the credit?
See, the basis for your credit that time was that. Okay, let me give you an example for consumer. Wait now.
I'm serious. Now, why are you laughing? I'm serious.
Very ridiculous.
No,
very ridiculous. Is that what the credit system is based on? Your salary?
Is it more that we must follow all the system that America cannot have a own template?
Rational mind. In 2007, banks were giving people consumer loans. For example, you wanted electronics and you could not pay.
Loan is different from credit now. What are you talking about? What are you
talking about? Credit. What is this? It's a different term.
Can I ask you like
what the credit system that you and I will run here
can I
North America?
Let me ask you a question, please. Do you believe that if let's say they're actually collecting that 2.5 the way it's supposed to be collected, do you believe that money can actually fund the institutions in Nigeria?
It's not enough, my friend.
It's not enough. Okay. Just to clarify, which I'm not sure.
No. The question is this: when Remi Koka said it's not enough, how did you arrive at that conclusion?
The reason why I said it's not enough is that you have to look at the Nigerian institution. Most of them are in a state of disrepair. I mean,
that's not even the point they are talking about.
You're missing my point.
Are you talking about the money?
I said no. Listen. I said if they're actually collecting the money from all the corporation like the way it's supposed to be done, if they're actually
If it is the way it's supposed to be done, maybe
Yeah.
then it's fine, it's okay. But
Then
when
you,
you
then you know what to do. Then you know what to do next, right? Then go after them and collect the money and fund the institutions to have all the strikes. End of
but
story.
what about your lecturers claiming some of the money they did not pay them like 10 or 5 years ago or something like that, running to billions of
No,
naira?
Remy Koka, that money is not to pay lecturer fee.
It's not their money.
I understand you. I understand. It's to run the university.
Remy, this is where I ask you that you don't know. Okay, assuming now, let's say Access Bank is declaring 100 billion profit. Assuming you want to take it from their profit, 2.5 of 100 billion is 2.5 billion. Now look at Glo, look at MTN,
I totally agree with you on that.
So we don't know how all that in amount. So we cannot just say that it's not enough by just saying it that way. But to me, like I said, I don't know. My spirit is so high. I'm so happy. I'm bursting. I know that. You see, if Tinubu will not succeed, I can even go on 7-day fasting, only water fasting for 7 days to make sure that this man. See, there's one thing that you see someone that is competent. You want to help him remove obstacle. Another thing is for someone that you don't even believe right from onset. Antecedent of Tinubu suggests that is going to be, if not the best, since
but Ola Joe, I have the question.
For me,
hold on, Remy.
The way you break my thoughts. Okay.
Remy, I'm asking you this question, please. And Ola rather. Is Tinubu that give the directive of the price of the fuel now? Or NNPC just think this is the right time to do that?
I think what happened was that Mele went to
NNPC is a regulatory body.
According to Mele, they did their own calculations. That is, they factor in a lot of money because he really break everything down from shipping the petroleum product from Rotterdam up to the way to Lagos. And the cost associated from ship to ship, then shipping it down to Lagos.
But I mean, why now? Is it because of the Tinubu's comment?
Of course,
I think he leveraged on that. That was why he was able to boldly came out and that.
And apart from that, we must tell ourselves the truth. I will tell you the truth. Nigeria is a poor country now. We are broke, no money. We can't afford.
Guys, breaking news: Angola has cut fuel subsidy following Nigeria. Angola.
That's good.
When he breaks everything down, and a lot of Nigerians too, majority of Nigeria, we just want to get done with this subsidy. Just remove it and let's see where we are. We must know exactly where we are. Now subsidy has been removed, and then CBN is still dilly-dallying about maybe they are.
Why is Babajale Koko, all of you? Babajale Koko is socialist. Why is the socialist among us?
No, let me, Thomas. Let me even give you. Let me give you what is happening here. Let me give you what is happening here. You know, before people here, none of them, they don't work at all. They were all sleeping. They have money. They give them every month.
Yes.
They don't do any work. But now all of them are working. Before they don't pay any money on electricity. They are now paying for electricity. Before you see them, they will park their cars inside. You know, the weather here is very hot, especially during summer. They will not even off their ignition. They will leave the car there. They can leave it for 2 hours, 3 hours, because the price of petrol is just like is here now. Water, I'm telling you, here now, water is petrol now is even more expensive. You see them now, they will park their car, they will off the ignition. You know, before they can leave their car for 3 hours without offering the
reality is done on Nigeria.
It's not only Nigeria, it's all over the world. People, you need economy generally is bad generally in the whole world now.
To corroborate your point, here there is a lot of asylum seekers from the eastern part of Africa. They came here when they came here, they started having children, because when you have one child here, from 1 year to 3 years old, the government of Finland will give you 500 euro every month. But when these people continue to pump in like 7 children, within the space of 7 years, they change their law. Now it's 1 euro, 100 euro per one child, a child support, and they can only give 3 children. So things are changing. So it's
Remy,
everybody.
that's the Sudanese here. Sudanese.
No,
If
they are
you
Somalians
give birth
there.
to a child
Somalians,
here, it's
Somalians,
$3,005.
yeah, they give them
Three
money.
thousand five
No,
dollars.
Thomas, Sudanese are hardworking people here. They make see the type of work those guys they get money. The type of work you cannot do.
We are not saying they
They
did
go
not get
do
money.
there.
I'm just trying to tell you that they use the system very well by just make your woman to be getting pregnant every year and then you get money.
Right.
So
Remy, but back to the issue of the subsidy removal. I don't think just removing the subsidy is enough. I think we need to go after the fools that have been robbing us blind. They need to actually prosecute these people. I mean, they literally robbed the country for last 20 years.
Babati, if you do
It's
that,
a waste of time. It's a waste of time.
exactly, it's a waste of time. The
what he
best
has
thing is
done
to
now
block.
is
So that's it. So that's it. That's it. That's it.
Bàbá sọ pé ó ti lọ. Ó ti lọ.
Babati,
You know what?
He don't go.
What Obasanjo said.
Now,
Let
me
me tell you what
something that
Obasanjo
will
said,
shock you.
Babati.
Do you know that
In 2001,
One person at a time now. Please
I'm
now.
talking now.
Help me.
Ola, do you know that a liter of petrol in naira equivalent is sold for 3,000 naira in Ghana? It's about 600 naira or 650 in Togo. It's about 500 plus in Benin Republic. Now, tell me.
Don't do conversion like that. It's not.
No. I'm just trying to tell you why our people with the subsidy corruption. Most of the petrol stations.
We are subsidizing the whole of West Africa, not only Nigeria.
They will take this petrol to neighboring countries and go and sell at a premium, at a price that they get a
Even enemy like Rufai, he said you will see our tanker in Cote d'Ivoire. You see them in Senegal.
So what is he looking for? Where is it? What is he also looking for in Cote d'Ivoire? That Rufai said now, all guys said. He was cool. Very well.
Did you see the way he was hugging with his
Rotor.
As if you know more about economy.
Even
Somebody who read just agriculture.
Also schooled in.
He didn't read administration. It's animal science that he read though.
He was trying to get Mele Kyari as if man.
The guy schooled him. He was talking about one bank concept. That is an old system. Who used that one now? For what I can see yesterday, that Melekwari is a very intelligent guy. He breaks everything down to the core. I encourage you guys to go and check this. Check out this interview or whatever with Arise. I think
is it the Arise one?
Yes, the Arise one. You get more perspective.
But Remy, Tinubu should not only focus on subsidy. There are a lot of loopholes that he can block with technology in that country. The first thing to look after this subsidy is to block all those loopholes where people are stealing the money.
The next one, he needs to block dual exchange rates. We need to turn it to one exchange rate.
But we don't know what is happening yesterday at the importer and exporter exchange rate by the CBN. People are now buying at 630 or 631.
You know, it's not true. They debunk it. CBN debunked it. They debunked it.
Yeah, you can go and check.
No. Simba Akulata. Coca, let me say something. Coca, wait. Simba Akulata, even they debunk it, I don't believe them. You know one thing, this one they are saying they've devalued. You see, it can even be
already.
Wait, Coca. It can be the use of language before. What Nigeria has been doing is that we'll be subsidizing dollars. That's what people are saying devalue. Now, if I now want to say, okay, I'm no longer to subsidize dollar, and I want the same as people say, oh, they will devalue. Are we actually devalue, or we are just removing the loopholes that some people used to become?
We are removing the subsidy. We're removing the subsidy.
So it's not that because they are saying devalue. So if the government say, oh, we are not devaluing anything, they are correct. Even though they are telling you that we are closing the gap between the parallel market and the official rate. So they will come and tell you they are not devalued, but I think
so at the CBN market yesterday, a lot of people buy the dollar $6.30, $6.31, almost $6.30. So that means, like you said, that is the differential. So that is the new exchange rate. We are not going to have to exchange rate anymore. It's gone.
If the parallel market is going for 1,000, let the official be following straight away, because it's going to get to an equilibrium that people will be discouraged. Because the thing is that there should be parity. Not
I think
because do you know why people don't do so much deal in interborder currency? It's just because of parity. You understand? So parity must exist so that you don't want to give advantage. But you find it funny within our country that parity, there's no parity between the parallel market and the
you don't need to go to the Malam again. You can just exchange your dollar in the bank.
But it was actually this Buhari administration that started that rubbish show. Because as at 2018, it used to be maybe the margin used to be like maybe 2-3 naira.
We shouldn't even.
It started from 2015.
We should have a single rate. Let's forget all this nonsense. Because you see, as they cut this subsidy, the dollar we're using to import petrol, Dangote will replace that dollar by selling to us in naira. So that means the dollar rate may actually come down. So you need to float it so investors can know that they can take their money in and take their money out.
Yeah, and according to the Daily Trust,
Kulata, if you actually ask me, I don't really want naira to be strong as of now because it must really boost our productivity. Honestly, I don't want naira to.
Yeah, but we're not exporting now.
That's the problem. That's the problem because
it's going to be around
because the best way to
hello guys, one voice now. We three people are talking.
Oh, okay.
Let's give ourselves chance.
As I was saying before, Daily Trust came out again that they stand by their report, and they said that everybody that want to buy dollar yesterday at the CBN market, they bought it. Nobody. That means there is enough dollar for everybody to buy. So that means already we now have a single rate to the dollar. No more double exchange rate now. In the future, I would like a situation where you can walk to your bank. Any amount of dollar you want to buy, so far you have the corresponding document or whatever they ask you to provide, you can just get it.
Guys, won't they kill Tinubu with these moves he's making? Do you know he's breaking corruption with just those two moves? Rich people are suffering. I mean, they're going to suffer. They may go after this guy.
For me,
do you know how many of them are collecting dollars at near normal exchange rate, the normal official rate, and they will not even go to use it to buy whatever they want to buy. They go and sell it back market.
Most bankers also do it.
That's what they are doing.
Kulata.
Remy, Ola. Babadebure has told us Tinubu is here to save our country. So let's be positive.
Okay, thank you.
For me, generally, I think first Tinubu have no excuse. You just have to perform. You have to do a lot of things. And for me, if he's looking for wealth, I don't know. He has already had the wealth. God has already gave it to him.
Remy, never trust any human being with money.
Yes, I know. I am not praising him. Like I said, I am not praising him. The time I will praise him will come if he really change the course of direction in Nigeria. Because in that country,
I'm not looking at Tinubu not to steal. I want him to put a system in place and make Nigeria rich.
You want him to steal?
I want to
Thomas, that looking at politicians not to steal is so pedestrian. Forget, you are wasting your time.
Yes, one way. It's all over the world.
Because
you have to buy people by kind or in cash. So when you want
politicians don't steal in Australia. We don't steal in Australia.
Are you kidding yourself? How come that they arrow every time?
MNG kangaroo.
You see one thing, Kulata, the point you made the other time is this. Truly, some people will like to get at Tinubu, but then if Beruju and Jekanto Boju, it's not that easy like that, right?
Yeah, all I'm funny.
You know one thing about Tinubu.
Let me talk now.
Sorry.
Bro, wait now. I was putting a position to Kulata. Say, Kulata, look at it this way. As some people, as this dollar will favor some people to make their money, definitely this dollar regime will favor.
Otila, ó ti
I have
lọ
a,
dáwọn gbọ́ sọ
I
pé
have
ó
a
ti
question
lọ.
for you guys real
Ìgbà
quick.
tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní pọ̀fọ̀, àwọn ayé ti gba òun lọ́wọ́ lẹ́nu ẹ̀.
Can I ask you guys a question? Can I ask you guys a
Yes,
question?
Adewale, you've been
Yeah.
quiet all through.
No,
What's going on?
I've been doing a jazz on the left side. I've not been quiet.
Yeah.
This guy, General Mabagana Muguno, the special advisor, security advisor, who is it an appointee position, or Tinubu is going to inherit him, or how is his office? I mean, is he continuing in the office, or do they serve a tenure or something?
No, it's not continue until Tinubu.
Let's hear for rational mind. Rational mind. Let's hear for rational mind. Yeah.
Well, I think I watched the meeting that Tinubu had with the security chief, service chief, they call them. So, in fact, not even Moguno is the only contention now. Even the IG of police, there's a contention. In fact, he's no longer a police officer anymore. So it's one of those illegality of Buhari that is still, before Buhari left, there was an issue of was going to extend his like he did for the other service chief, wherever they had to have retired.
And the same he did for Buratai that time.
Yeah, Buratai that time, yeah. So he was trying to elongate this guy's office, but I think he never did that. He never got to it before he left office. So this guy, already, the IG right now is not even supposed to be a police officer because he has way past his retirement age, and he should have retired. So that is on one side, which violates the Police Service Act or whatever they call it. Now on Moguno.
What of Mahmoud Yakubu?
Let's leave that for now. I mean, let me just talk about Mahmoud. I don't know about Mahmoud Yakub. I think Mahmoud Yakub his tenure is still on. I think it was. After that 2019 election, I think Buhari allocated his office again. I think he has another 4 or 5 more years. But then on Moguno, in fact, the thing is this: that office is still very strategic, very important. I wouldn't expect Tinubu to just fire him like that because he's just coming on board. So you can't just say, okay, I'm coming in with my own team. No, those team has to transit. They have to transition to his own team. So he still need them to be able to hand over to his own team. But the thing is this: that some of the things he said today, if you listen after their meeting with Tinubu, of the crap he was just dishing out to everybody. It was the same crap. I think if anyone of you remember back in 2015, when he took over, when they had a meeting with Bubu, the service chief back then, and then he was spewing the same thing. I mean, I'm not there in the office. I mean, the meeting to know what exactly, but I see the guy to be incapable. He's very, very incapable. That's what I would say. So, but then, I won't criticize Tinubu for still retaining him, because already now, even one of the first office that Tinubu should have come in with is the Attorney General of the Federation, which he has not done yet. That is the only office in the Constitution that is provided for in the Constitution, but he never came in with his Attorney General of the Federation. So, what is he waiting for? But then I think
doesn't that require Senate approval?
No. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does retire. Yeah, wow, you're right. You're right on that. Yeah. So,
yes.
But my point is this. My point. Let me just conclude. So my point is this: I think Moguno and the rest of them, why I could not fire them for now is that I think all those service chiefs too. They all need the.
Yeah, but Moguno is a security advisor, national security advisor.
Yeah, it's a very important role that they can't just fire him right now because.
He needs to get some information or some brief.
There shouldn't be any lacuna.
Yes.
Yeah, there should not be.
So I think maybe in some few days, if he's going to change all of them, they will not hand over to his.
No, rational mind. I think as the commander-in-chief of armed forces, he can fire anybody he want to fire. I think is to me, I could be wrong too. You understand? I think it may be fallacious to say you cannot fire them. There's a way you can fire people. It depends.
He can fire them, but he cannot do that. I don't know. No, I say he cannot do that.
Let me fire them. He just replace.
But he just needs to transitioning. You know, they're transitioning. You can't just get rid of them and bring in people where they don't even know where they stopped. So
Yeah,
you
but
need to be able to
rational mind.
hand over.
Rational mind. Rational mind. I'm thinking since national security advisor position is so important, and it's not heading an agency like DSS and all that. How come? Because it's an advisory position, right? So I was expecting that whoever is holding that office will also go with his principal instead of, I'm been trying to wrap my head around it. Unlike here in America, national security advisor goes with the principal once they're out of the administration. Then the incoming administration appoint its own special advisor, more like like a cabinet level, But
Continue.
But I was
yeah, so
I saw one list. They said Ola Onishakin is going to be the national security advisor.
because
So I was told. I don't know after that.
I mean, if you were to be heading an agency now, I will say, well, that is a different ball game. But it's not heading any agency. It's more or less like you know, ministerial cabinet level. So that's the reason why I'm trying to wrap my head around him still be retained and giving.
No, you see, one thing is this. One thing is this. Tinubu may as well give order to its own security detail that whatever intelligence they gather, they should restrict the same thing. So now the national security advisor may be there and it may be sidelined because based on the order of the commander in chief. So to me, there's that handing over of all those things is just going to be all about ceremony because I don't want to think Tinubu strategies will be so stupid now to just commit their own security, whatever, into the hand of the national security advisor for now. So his position may not be as strong as it used to be under Buhari. So to transition all those things, I don't think I could be wrong because Mike will have been the better person to give.
I watched his body language during that press conference. He was not like somebody not there, but a little bit absent. Even when it was, they asked if they could,
Tinubu will fire him very soon. He will fire
he
him.
asked questions.
They asked him
He
the last
was, he
question.
said no. He was reluctant.
He didn't. He declined. He said he wasn't going to answer any
Yeah,
question.
or like before when it was, whenever he's given press conference.
You see during IBB, IBB created something when he used DSS, when he used DSS to sideline all those military intelligence, right? Because military intelligence, he could not trust them totally because even if they are planning coup against him, he won't know. But he normally used DSS to diffuse them. Even there was a time that he even formed the National Guard, So to me, I think the level of the intelligence agency we have in that Nigeria, honestly, I don't see. To me, I could be naive about it anyway. I think if Tinubu really wants to fire that guy as early as tomorrow, I think he can do that successfully and nothing will happen. I could be that naive though, so I'm not sure. I'm not a
I
political
mean, his
expert.
portfolio shows that he has been an intelligence officer, and also he's been everywhere, and well. Let me say he knows too much, and letting him go like that would not be good. But at the same time, I was just trying to wrap my head around him being retained at the same time being an advisory person or position. So that's what I'm trying to wrap my head around. That
Adewale, personally, if I were in Tinubu shoes, I won't do that. Honestly, why will I allow the former NSA to be my NSA? No, honestly, to me,
there's
it is
nothing
even staying
wrong.
for too
I
long.
mean, there's not.
Hold on. Even though it could be temporary, you don't know yet. So let him just get himself established first. Then we know if he's going to retain him or not. But I don't think he's going to retain him.
Is there anybody that he can hand over to, even if Tinubu is not, he doesn't have somebody to replace him yet?
They have officers, military officers, civilian officers that works in intelligence agencies and all that.
Like ministry now, you have permanent secretary that the minister will hand over to, and the permanent secretary by the time the new minister come will hand over to the minister. But this one, is there anything like that?
To me, I don't see any reason why you just have to fire them now. He just came in, it's not even up to a week as a president.
No, I don't see reason why you should fire. But wait, Obasanjo fired everyone.
Obasanjo didn't waste time.
Obasanjo is a different person entirely. What did he get?
No, but Obasanjo came with a military man now.
Yes,
But
It's
the
not as
scenario
if
then was different. The scenario then was different. He was
it's
coming in
different. Exactly.
while military are
Exactly.
just going out. So you can't trust all those. That was the reason why the likes of the Buba Marwa, was retired, and the Victor Malus and co. They were so Malu was so bitter about him being retired because he didn't want to retire at that time. So I mean, it's a different scenario completely.
If you look at what Tinubu is trying to do, you can see that he likes negotiating. He likes talking to people. He like a clear. He wants
He like to pick people's
clear
brain
to
just to
him.
figure you out. You know what?
Yes,
When he was
he wants
departing Eagle
everything
Square on
clear to
Monday,
him.
I watched him having a conversation with the service chiefs. I could tell by the body language that he's gonna need them very soon. And when they were departing Aso Rock yesterday, it was more the atmosphere wasn't like, okay, this is a new person. Even when the chief of was the chief of army staff or chief of general staff was making a speech with the journalists. He was just trying to sound a little bit neutral, sound someone that's just trying to figure everything out as well. But of course, they have to sing praise their CMC.
Adewale, they all should be sacked. Pick the new people.
No,
That
not
is just my
necessarily.
record.
Not
Not
necessarily. You, you,
necessarily. You
you
cannot just
know,
be that.
it is
What is the
possible
problem?
that they give advice to Buhari, and that Buhari is not taking that advice. It's
Yes.
possible. And this time
Buhari
around,
did not sack the one he inherited from Jonathan immediately. He didn't do that.
yeah, of course, it was noise there now that people were still, talking about why is he still retaining these service chiefs and all that. That it should have been sacked. But you know what? Most of the military, most of
Adewale, don't be deceived on that. You can be
Yes.
in
no,
the
no.
office and you can be
He's going to
monitored.
change some of them, or maybe all of them. It's possible.
Dansuki may be in the office and he may be monitored. So don't think
Yes.
because he didn't sack that. You see, you can sack technically, and the person will be in the office, and the person will know that it's not in control.
Also,
That's
they
what
can
I'm
also
saying.
Redundant.
they can negotiate their way out. For someone who has given his life to service, you can't just discard them like that. It's a matter of saying, look, I appreciate your service, but you know what, this is what we're going to do, and we'll let you do this so that you can, go out this way. Or, it's not like cool that when people will just get fired or being thrown into jail like that. So,
For your information, Mogono, from one of the reports I read recently, sometime back, it could be wrong, it could be true, that Mogono has already planned his retirement here in America. His wife, they already bought a
Of
home.
course, he's going to change that one. That is guaranteed. So,
Hold on. So
was a retired military officer now.
he wasn't retired, but I'm saying that when I mean retire, I mean after Buhari's tenure.
Oh, okay.
He
I won't be
already
surprised if
resigned
he's
in America.
teaching, if he's lecturing here in America or anywhere in the world, because he's a very sound intelligence officer. But nevertheless, he's coming. I mean, I watched the interview with the press, and what the Irabo was talking about was that he's going to make some changes, perhaps in their way of.
Adewale Irabo. Irabo. What are you not Nigeria?
Okay, I'm going to sound
Irabo.
like a woman now,
Come
so
on
it's
now.
part of mother everybody.
Wait, Thomas, wait to make you think you sabi pronounce it better, sir.
It's Irabo. It's Irabo. I can pronounce it better.
But Irabo,
It's
to
Irabo
me,
now.
Irabo come across as a professional who sounded like a professional and carried himself like a professional, unlike all those previous chief of general army staff that is always with the pot bellies, and they could barely walk, they could barely have a formation, they could barely even salute. But this one come across like a professional, and I wouldn't want him to
And
just
very
be
agile.
like
He
that.
looks agile. He looks agile as
Yeah,
well.
I wouldn't want him to be just thrown out like if it's just a piece of paper. No, I would want them to at least exit gallantly, like I always said in the military, so that at least they can be
But Adewale,
celebrated.
the military has any rank? I mean, did you have any? Which English have used like protocol? Can they still retain that seat? Or it depends on the president
Do
to
you know
decide.
that there's nobody that is useless when it comes to leadership? It's all about see what that person is potential. You can bring greatness out of someone. Now, if Tinubu is coming in with great idea
It's about selling that idea to them and they buy it and they go and run with it. Now, if they succeed, Tinubu succeed. Now, there's a possible way of measuring their performance. And he too is not like Buhari that will delegate and will leave you to whatever you do. But this time around, if he delegates and one of them did not perform, it's chances that you can let that person out, but at the same time, not to completely say, I don't want you, I want new people. I'm not so sure Tinubu is that, familiar with the military people, sort of, but at the same time, you can't just throw these people out. You let them know that. I think because even military, how come military is the one even protecting forming the security internally. It is supposed to be for external
The
aggression, not
police.
for. It's
Yeah,
supposed to be for
yeah, it's
police.
supposed to be police.
So,
Yes.
and the way he sounded during the campaign was that he will be pushing the idea of state policing and also
No,
reform the police.
Adewale,
no, sorry.
Adewale, let me say
Not to
this.
override
Since
you.
I've entered this country, I've never seen one military man, unless you go to their cantonment. You don't see them on the streets at all. I say this
Yeah.
country, this is a police country.
So,
Adewale,
Yeah.
what do you mean by you don't know why the military are the one forming the internal security? Are you saying around the president or what?
no. Why we have to use military for security within the country? There's usually, outside the country, and the police is always the one to do the internal policing and for security and all that. But now we depend mostly. I understand we have lesser, personnel in the police force, but at the same time, we don't have to use military because these people live among us. Military not supposed to be the one. We know the training of the military is about to shoot. They don't really care about, forming relationship with the community or anything. So I think it's the high time we change the way we police in Nigeria, not necessarily using military for all these terrorist attacks and all that. We could,
Of course, I believe you have to use military for them. Police
no,
them.
because it has gone beyond police. That's why we are using it, and we are overstressing it because look, when you bring in military, yeah.
Do you remember what? Did you watch that interview of Akpabio that he had?
Yes.
I never knew that he worked with the. He said he was the one who wrote is it the act or the something? He drafted something about the DSS SSS back then. During back in that he worked at the NIA. I never knew it was intelligent officers too. Yeah, so that he worked and he drafted the act that brought them into existence, something like that. So remember what he said.
The DSS that the one is terrorizing
that's what he was addressing in that discussion that he was having. I wasn't on the right or maybe on, but what he said anyway was that the SSS has deviated from what he wrote down in that act or whatever that really brought them into existence, and that he said that the issue of this terrorists or bandits or whatever said the Nigerian army should not be fighting it like the conventional warfare. That's the problem. So
exactly.
Another tactics to. So from the way he spoke, I think he must have maybe been an.
These folks live among us.
No. But rational mind, but that thing was sudden on Nigeria. You see.
No. You see, it might be sudden to you, but it's a matter of time. We all knew where this thing was coming from. We all knew that it's going to escalate to the point that people will be bombing another. As a matter of fact, by now I was expecting Nigeria will be going up in flame. We've had a situation.
No, Adewale, if what happened in Egypt, in Libya,
the fallout. We know that, but before then, there was a time that at Eagle Square we could not even do common what do you call it, October 1st parade. They could not even do it at the Eagle Square. They were doing it in Aso Rock. That was how terrible it was.
But when was Libya? When did the collapse of Libya happen? When was that?
But I think it was during the Jonathan era, right?
No,
not Jonathan. Sorry, not Jonathan. This thing happened before the Libya issue, before the Arab Spring conflict. Before it happens there, I want to believe who was in president there now. Was it Jonathan or Yaradua? It was between Yaradua and Jonathan. Then they could not even do parade. As at that time there was no
Yeah,
Arab Spring.
that was 2012. You know
That was
I think that
that
was
was
2012
that
or
was the first time of
2011.
Obama. So probably between Jonathan and the Yaradua.
I think Libya crisis was in 2011. So you know all these Boko Haram that time, they were not as strong as this until that Libya crisis.
Oh, but they were bombing. They were bombing. Abuja wasn't safe then.
But I think that was after Gaddafi. After the
No,
Gaddafi,
way before Gaddafi. Gaddafi happened after. I mean, towards second time of
when the
Barack
bombing
Obama.
started in Nigeria. No, I'm not talking of that of Abacha bombing. I
Uh,
think it was 2011.
no, now Abacha bombing. This one was happening. I think between Yaradua and Jonathan. It was the first time of Barack Obama there. So probably between 2009 to maybe 2012 thereabout. So it's between Yaradua and Jonathan. So is I mean, using military for security purposes is it's never going to work. You have to utilize people from the community. Those are the ones that will give you authentic information. I'm talking about raw intelligence to the point that you can use them, pay them, and if they are what do they call it in the intelligence circle, if they are becoming dirty, then you can use other people to get what you want. I mean, it's not a big deal. Here in America, hardly even whenever you hear about what do you call it, public shooting or all those things, you won't see military there because even police have SWAT team that will respond to all those emergency, and they are well trained like a military. They even have equipment like military. You have all those even tank
Yeah, we're like
driven by
SWAT, like the SWAT.
yeah, driven like a military officers, and they would make sure they take care of.
Who are you talking about?
No, I'm just saying that
SWAT team.
it's not a rocket science. Something we can do. Make sure that the police are well trained.
No, that's what Mopo was for before. It was
Uh,
before Buhari
but
destroyed
Mopo
them.
was trained like a military now. They didn't teach these people, they didn't train them to have relationship with the community. Those people are just going around there terrorizing people. People were scared of them.
There was a story done by this former channel's correspondent that owns his own channel now about the training and the conditions under which the police are trained, the police school. How do you then go through those traumatic experiences only to come out to be very productive? Of course, the training itself is ineffective and ineffective. It's not. It's just terrible. So the training has to be revamped, and they need to put more funding into police training. I don't know how many police we need. Maybe 1 million more policemen or women. I don't know how many we need, but the training itself is just not people friendly. You're not really trained to help people out. You are trained to bully people. You are trained to dominate people. So
But
for
Babati,
yes,
when I first got to this country, my first job. Did I tell you what my first job was?
okay.
Correctional officer. That was what I did first. You
Oh,
were trained to supervise at least not less than 200 inmates, 100 inmates. How can you, with your tiny hand and tiny leg, supervise 200 people? Now, you have, because it's all about respect. It's all the training you have. When you have to be firm, you have to be firm. And when you have to put your foot down, you put your foot down. And when you have to, of course, talk to people. Sometimes people act out because of certain reason. And you have to make sure that the reason why they're acting that way. And to the point that even you become the authority figure in that place. So anybody who is trying to act out, I could remember vividly then. I was almost 14 or 13 years ago. They were playing Super Bowl then. And me being a rookie officer, I was walking out in the corridor. Guess what happened? One of them was misbehaving. But they knew that I could throw that particular area into chaos and lock everything down, and they won't be able to. Some of them they've bet, they've done all I mean, bet behind before the game. So that would be a loss to some of them, and it could also cause riots. So because that individual that was about to cross the boundary, guess what they did? They held that guy down for me until I got there and put a handcuff on that individual. That is the way you've been trained to be able to, exert your authority. So, training police officer also, I understand the condition they are being trained. Some of the training they are giving them is not even doesn't even make any sense. The way they will be crawling inside the mud, doing all those sort of things, as if they are training to go and
Diwali,
fight war.
where does it say that? No, Diwali, where does it say that if you're being harassed on the street, you should go and line the gutter? Where is gutter part of discipline? Those kind of ridiculous.
So we are saying there should be a total transformation. Totally. I also think that the idea of just taking anybody to the police is not a good idea. I think it's high time that the minimum qualification should be like OND or NCE.
It's not just the qualification alone.
Remy, we are getting it wrong again now. This minimum qualification of ND and HND or whatever, I think, like we were saying this in the air like 3 or 4 days ago. We took concentrate too much on book. Let the police have their own curriculum, whatever you want to evaluate it, but you go ND and so what?
How long is the
no, education too also matters, but there's a level to this.
No, Adewale, I'm not saying there should not be education, but let's forget about this idea of this thing. Why can't police have their own structure that can even be equivalent to whatever BSc or whatever you want to be? If that's the way you want it.
Then we are talking. Then that should be.
No. Because we have Nigerian day, but the problem is this idea of BSc. HND, we just have to police officer.
Most of the police department in America will take you if you've had military training before.
Thank you, bro.
They will replace that with your education. But it goes beyond education. The psychological part of the job. Not very many.
That is exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, we realize like a real way.
Let me say to you, what's the kind of mirror?
That is, like I say. See, Adewale, this is what I'm saying. You see, we said that in like 3-4 days ago. Even if it is SSC, if it's a JSSC, junior high you have in Nigeria. Even if you're a bricklayer, even if you're a carpenter, there should be respect towards according to you based on what you do. Not all this idea of raising someone because you have PhD. No. That thing is rubbish in Nigeria to the point that you have HND, you cannot get to this level. You have a BSc, this is what you can get to, and you started closing us.
Let me come to you.
Allah, I think you are getting me wrong. What I'm just trying to say.
No, not you, not even getting you wrong.
I'm trying to say there is no 4 years police college in Nigeria. What did you do? 6-month training. It's not enough.
Let me say something to you guys. You see, there's something that we don't do here. If you have to work for any government, it's even up to like local government here. It's what we call background check. They'll do background check on you. But in the Nigerian system, because we don't have data, we don't even know who is who. In fact, they will run your credit score. They will run it. Hold on. Let me land. So even if you want to join the army here, they will run a background check on you, just to be sure who you are.
You know what, rational mind.
Without we don't do all of that. That's why we just employ all kinds of crappy people into the system. Even in civil service too, we do the same thing. Ordinary local government here, you want to work for local government, they will run background check on you.
Rational mind. Let me tell you something. I don't want to divulge too much information about myself. Quarterly, my kind of job
but I already know who you are. I know how you work, where you work.
No. You don't know where I work. You don't know where I work.
I know. I will tell you in the private chat.
You don't know where I work. Where I work.
I do.
Hold on. Quarterly, I do
what you call a lie detector test. Like every 3 months or 4 months, my name will pop up. I will be doing it. If you lie, you don't have you don't have a job anymore. Culturally, my name usually pop up because of my name has a lot of vowels and all that. I believe that's my name reason why my name's at the same time my name come up with the drug test. And also, when you are giving reports, you have to be. They will. Anyway, don't let me go into detail. But the bottom line is that they want to make sure that you have a purpose for the job you are doing. You have to know the reason why you are doing the job. You don't just do the job because you are dealing with life, because you are dealing with people, and people's life could be in your hand. And sometimes you make a decision that is about life and death, or about life or wasted life. So if you are carrying a weapon and you are, for example, you're a police officer, they call you for what you call it, domestic violence, right? And you showed up. Now you have to make sound judgment. You have to look at, okay, who do you think is a threat? Who do you think is not a threat? And in the course of you even reporting at the scene, something could also happen that you will have to use your weapon. And if you have to discharge your weapon, you know that that's going to be a big deal for you. So our police officer will have to be trained in such a way that they will have a purpose. They will know the reason why they are protecting people that they are protecting. Not just carrying AK-47 and wandering around the street and drinking a gogoro and collecting money by the roadside as if and that uniform alone intoxicates some of them. I understand of putting uniform on and being around people because that uniform can make you do things and get away with it. But training.
Adewale, I won't suggest that even the pickup system they are using, they should stop using pickup. Get police, buy them vehicle like you buy in America or Canada or somewhere else. Maybe maximum of 2 police officers in a car. And don't let them convert to the point that they will be doing roadblock. So let them use their brain instead of using force rather. So I don't know if
Who started you started this pickup of the thing that they were even using in the first place? Were they even safe inside that pickup?
No, they were
You
using
see,
something
no,
worse.
no, no. You see, the thing is this: there's no vehicle you use that is safe at all. Except that
Adewale,
vehicle
that's
is
not
good.
what I'm saying. In pickup, they can be like 10, like 6, 7, 8 people there, and they will be doing like a touch. Even the way they will just add on the vehicle. The thing is this: give them the normal car, a normal police car,
Allah has a
equipped
point. Allah has a point. Yeah, that's a point you have there.
so that instead of blocking road, let them be patrolling. Don't let them
some
gather
jurisdiction,
like 6 or 7 and we carry the AK-47. Let everybody have
even some jurisdiction. It's only one police officer to a car.
Exactly.
Before
they carries their laptop. This is their
it's
office,
a good idea,
system.
Ola. It's a good idea, but the funniest thing, when the police officer report to work on a daily basis, they get the brief. They already have the map of the area because once you leave academy, the next thing you start patrolling, you'll be understudying another officer. Now, before they set their foot outside of their premises, they already have they've already given them information. Now, then they also have what they're looking out for. Please don't just keep roaming about like that. No, they will station themselves in those strategic locations whereby they know the hotspot is about knowing the community itself, or else you just be driving away from the.
No, Adewale, I'm still saying what you are saying, but when last did you go to Nigeria? I'm saying our police, they can be like 6, 7 in the DC. The next thing is that they just do roadblock. They're not patrolling. You will see there, they will carry AK-47, stay in the front and the back, be looking for that for Okada to collect money from.
Is it not even? It's not. I
mean,
that's what we're saying.
They
If
have
they have the vehicle, they should have the rifle.
They used to use pistol now, but when you have proliferation of weapon, where you have the what you call them, the armed robbers, the criminals have sophisticated weapon than the police. They will have no choice than to.
No. Listen. That's why what he was suggesting to you was the best. Let them two officers to a car in the booth or behind their car. They will have rifle. Like they can have assault weapon. They won't carry that and carry it along with them, but they carry that pistol on the holster. You understand what I mean? So that is. But if there's is a case whereby they have to use that automatic rifle, that's where they would now go behind and bring it out. So, but on that, if they just accost you on the street or they want to go for a routine.
Rational mind, do you know that I've never seen a police there with a gun?
On Ascari in long, have you?
Yes, I've never seen one with a gun.
Because if anybody mess
up,
they don't call the
Shori on Larubawa yẹn. Wọ́n mú mójú kan mi lọ tó bá fún wọn lẹ́gbàá gidi báyìí.
You know, rational mind, you don't know them. You don't know them. Let me tell you, one, you're there is their law. They don't take nonsense there.
Exactly.
Let me tell you, if you drop your phone.
Oh, we're listening. Say if you drop your phone, so what happened? Simba, you don't want more.
If you drop your phone till tomorrow, nothing will happen.
You know, Dubai used to be like that before.
But now what happened now?
The moment Nigerians and Africa started trooping into that city, that was when everybody started closing their store before they go for prayer at the mosque.
You see, when I just got to this place too, if I open my garage down, nobody will pick anything. But once there's a station like this, there was a time that even they carry my compressor, they carry my the wedding gear, everything like that. They carry it in go. I just call police. Well, police could just ask you here that how much is the worth of that thing they steal. If you say it's less than 1,500, they say, okay, talk to your insurance. they go just go. You know, okay, people go see for store. I say how much the thing they see. They say you say $900. They say, okay, go and talk to your loss prevention. Police don't go even come.
You know, I live in the suburb. Man. So it's a new area. It's a newly built area, constructed area. So, but theft has never really been, because virtually everybody have security cameras and all that. But you know the funniest thing, the community usually have WhatsApp group, Instagram group. They even have a app that everybody can log into and all that. What happened with that really surprised me is that one of the neighbors that lives on that street was the one, there will be those patio pirate that will be going to people's house and picking those um, packages that are being delivered in front of people's house. He will be moving around the area and stealing those packages. So it happens that one of the people were walking by and noticed that this individual picked this package and walked inside the car. So they started walking down the road and trailing this individual. Then he parked, only to find out that this particular person lives in that street. So the police was called, and guess what? The camera everywhere that pick, it happens that this individual has been checking on each household and saying which one is receiving packages, which one is not receiving packages. But nevertheless, it's still more or less a secure place because virtually people do work from home sometimes, and you think nobody is at home, but they are looking at you through the glass or even their camera. But most of the communities that
then get to Fofo. You know, one day my key my lock just get problem. So I was not looking at how to come, and it was winter period. Man, how could I get inside like this? I just carry, like, so I it used to my place like about 3 floors, right? Down, middle, and this and that. You know how we build house here now. As I just try to carry my upper patio like this, just try to see if I left the door up unlocked. As I just drop down from that place, you will believe that nobody was looking at you. Now this is my house, so as I just drop like this, I don't see police just they come from up. So I just go to my car, I don't burst into laughter. I can't laugh. The police just go and just lock the door. He said, yes. What are you? I say, okay. I just okay.
All this security equipment, why can't they at least use Lagos as a trial? Like all the security cameras, like just pick one city in Nigeria. You try this thing out. perfect
BT,
and expand it, you know?
if I told you that I have competence in all those security camera, will you believe? And they are very cheap to install. So if you know someone that need that, I can build
No,
solution around
I'm
security camera.
saying you know how cities have all these things. So Lagos should have, like, I mean,
No. I'm even
Lagos already
encouraging
have it now.
households.
Lagos
See
already.
what I'm even saying, Babati.
It's not everywhere now. It's
It's
just
not
a few
everywhere, but yeah,
places.
the key areas, yeah.
No,
Lagos,
Babati.
you know what? Lagos has actually become the safest city in Nigeria. Well, the most police city in Nigeria now. Trust me, Lagos State government have stepped up. Trust me, they even have number in court. The police
Give me
show
1
up right
second.
away.
Mike, let me what I'm saying. Where I'm saying that where they can monitor robbery in real time, car theft in real time. Where was it stolen? They can just track it and just know, 10 miles from here. You know, they can track things in real time. Is what I'm saying. Those cameras where you can track everything in the city, in the state. They should do that.
But see, in addition to the one of the government, see, I'm even of the opinion that I want to encourage households to even have their own camera. If I told you that
You need like to power the camera now. You have to power your camera now.
Babachi, kò le tó yẹn now.
You can use combination of weight now. You can see this thing is not difficult. If Nigeria really want to do it, it's just for a businessman to take initiative and produce a mass. You can power with solar in the afternoon and have
Babachi, let me even tell you. That is what I used to communicate with my children. When they are playing in my city room like this in Nigeria, I will use my camera, I will call them, they talk, I hear them.
Exactly. So when you have those things, this thing is not expensive for people to install. No. And see, if about
one of our purchase, every rich person in Nigeria, they have their own camera. But the poor people, I mean, how can they afford the cameras? It's never like we manufacture these cameras in Nigeria. We have to import it. So we have to import billions of cameras.
If you live in Lekki, I expect you to have camera in your house.
Yeah, everyone do. All the rich Nigerians have cameras.
No, we talk down as if, let me tell you, I think that was the time I was talking. Even in my farm, people use even cameras in farms in Nigeria.
But the camera doesn't stop the crime, Sha. You can only record it. So
I told you, I caught one of my workers stealing my egg in my farm right here. Right here.
Mike, do you know how we use camera to track all those rogue on ATM that they will just go to ATM? There was a time that people will go to ATM, they will use hand to block the camera because initially we were cashing there. Because before you block, the thing don't take your stuff. As we are coming already, some people will block. So later, some people they develop a skill that you will even see masquerade coming to ATM to even come and use another person's card to defraud. It got to a stage. If you cover your face and the camera cannot see your face, it will just trigger. It will just trigger. The ATM will not dispense money. So what I'm saying is this: the cost of this camera, the way you are looking at it, they are not that expensive. The way you are looking at all these things, if you really want to, because the definition of expensive, it depends on individual. You understand? If we are security conscious today, if everybody start putting camera on their streets, honestly, I'm not saying it's going to stop some people from not stealing.
You mean government have to do it? Or
no, individuals.
The Nigerians are not. The thing, listen, the easiest solution is Nigerians themselves, the communities have to come together, donate money to buy these things and secure their street.
Mike, you are taking it too far.
If you live in somewhere like Banana
or local government can enforce it, or government can make policy. You have to fund these things. But the thing is that I'm not sure this is what. I'm not sure this is what.
Cheap at 50,000.
Not the camera issue. Hold on, what I'm saying. Even if the camera, guys, wait. Even if you have the camera, government also have to have facial recognition data technology where they capture this video, they can know who the person
who the person is exactly. It's one thing they capture who steals something. Where are you going to find the person?
Babati.
Yeah.
You see the one? Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Let me show you guys something.
Like even if you have the camera, somebody has to be able to
know.
You
guys can see.
The Rolex, yeah.
You see?
Yeah, I have a PTC camera. No, they call Pantheon Zoom camera.
You see, this one has facial recognition and also have, that deterrent sound. You can talk through them, through the camera, and they will hear you. It's a two-way microphone. Then if somebody is trying to break in, you can set the alarm to be ringing everywhere.
No, they I mean that they can cross-check it with their own database. So you say this is the face of the person.
No, for the personal use, if people are using it, let's say
for the government to be able to track crime, that's what I'm saying.
Babaji, this is even what I'm even saying. This one is even prevention. Let me tell you something. You install this camera. We have camera of $25 sale, $30, $40, $50.
The thing is, you don't even have to have.
Let me just put my position. Even as if they come to your house like this, the thing will trigger you on your phone that someone is at your door.
Oh yeah.
That's what I'm saying. With your voice that you spread.
There are all these things that you are talking. They are in Nigeria and they are not that expensive.
People are not using
in fact,
it.
the one I have, it can detect motion detection and all those things. Even ordinary rats, if ordinary rats move, my own, I can set it and my phone will be vibrating on my phone.
You know that people use Twitter and WhatsApp to secure their community. Once it's first straight moment, they will say, "Oh, it's like boys on the street."
You don't even need to go further. Google has one.
Exactly.
Google has one that is cheap.
That's what we are saying. Twitter and Facebook these days. They are.
But I think what they need to do, Nigerian police, they don't even have records. Even if they arrest a criminal, they're supposed to have a way, take their fingerprint, take their record. So when next you commit, it's the same thing. They will just tear a paper. They will say, write your statement, and they will throw it away. So first thing to do is to have a database. Let them computerize Nigerian police first, so that even any criminal they can have their data.
Well, Nigeria now they are taking. They are doing.
We are doing a number. Let's know who you are. What is your?
We are doing biometrics now, but they are going there. They are getting there. Nigeria.
I saw something yesterday. They said over 100 million Nigerians now have registered on NIN. If it is true, I saw it on.
Even me going. I did mine from America here. Now I got my NIN from here, Nigeria, from United States.
Mike, you're from Togo now.
Simba.
No.
Yeah,
Simba. when the 9/11 happened, 2001, right?
Yes.
Was it 2001 or 2000?
2001.
2001. Good. But before 9/11, before Homeland Security was established here in America, virtually every police officers or national security offices or agencies, none of them are able to connect with each other. Each one, as a matter of fact, in a city, you could have two counties, like two local government within a city. Guess what? None of them are connected when it comes to crime database. They all do their own thing separately. It was post 9/11 and Homeland Security was established. And then the federal government now, through the constitutional way, now make sure that all the national security are connected, even up to the smallest local council. So that is why if you go to, let's say you go to Arkansas and commit crime, and you go to New York, guess what? The police officer in New York, through their fingerprinting database, can easily detect who you are. But before you can commit a crime in New York and go to California and commit another crime without being detected. And guess what people were doing before then? People were using aliases, different names and all that, and takes longer to solve crime. But now you commit crime in New York, by the time you get to Atlanta, guess what? Just a fingerprint and facial recognition, boom, all your file will pop up. So the same file the national security is using, FBI is using, CIA is using, even up to the police department in your city, the same database. So once you log in, everything popped out. And the police drive around on the street here in America. Any police officer that stops you for traffic offense and get your ID card, the same database you would log in is the same database FBI would log in. You see how they centralize
your record, everything about you will come up on
they have for states, they also maintain another server for the national.
Nigeria needs that, is my point.
Well, God, let's be fair. Do we produce technology in Nigeria?
But it wasn't in the system before.
Let me give you.
We get there.
Let me tell you what happened.
My younger brother, my brother came to my house in Ilorin, and his car was stolen. 6 months after, we were called from Abuja that our car has been gotten from the people that sold the car. You know what happened? Because in Nigeria before, people just make registration of this plate number registration anyhow. There is no connection. But now they have a unified plate number registration and all the documentation of your registration of your vehicle. And that was how we were able to get that vehicle, because they wanted to re-register.
I don't forget, that's the electronic registration, waiting that they call it auto reg, right?
Auto reg, yes. So that was how we were able to get that vehicle, because they wanted to register vehicle, and immediately they put the what they call it now, the chassis number on the thing. The thing just pop up that this car has been registered, and the data of the owner just came up, and from there they got the phone number and called my younger brother.
You see here, what we do here is that when you see our police here, when they drive in their SUV or whatever car, they have a system with them.
Sorry, rational mind. No be you shout with me now. No be me. Can you bring me in?
Okay, it's okay. I think he has brought me in already. So yeah, so when they ride, if they are tailing you behind you, as they're telling you, there's a camera that captures your license plate number, and then right there they can put it into the system. You just want to read. They want to read a background check on it. Maybe like sometimes that's how they catch some people who are maybe they are on wanted list, and maybe they've had some warrant on them for many years and looking for them, or maybe your license plate has expired. That's how they can get to know. So you see, we have a long way to go in that country, in Nigeria. I'm not saying we cannot do it. I'm not saying we don't have the money. We don't have the people who have this.
I don't think the problem is money. I think the problem is we are not technologically advanced country. Well, instead of what we need to start doing is we need to
It's
start.
not about training. It's not about training.
No, I said we don't have technology. The thing we need to invest in how to be technologically advanced.
Dubai doesn't have this. Dubai doesn't have this
technology. This technology, I don't think they are not that expensive. It's the will.
No. What I'm saying is, I'm not saying we can't buy, but what I'm saying is we need to at least become this technology advanced country where we make things. We don't know how to make anything, but we want everything. That's our problem.
By the time we conduct our sensor, I think that thing will be taken care of.
Listen to me. You see, if one state goes and does that, it will not be effective. You see, when it comes to crime, if Lagos has everything we talk about and Ogun does not have it, it will not be effective. We need a collective, a joint, like you give an example.
No.
You asked me now.
I disagree, Baba T. I disagree.
Let me at least answer the question first. Now, you just said what happened prior to 9/11, where there was no coalition of the database. So if Lagos has all these tech things, they can detect crime and stuff. If I commit crime in Lagos, I can run to Ogun State. If a museum does not have something similar to that, I will just be living scot-free. So we need,
but we don't have to make it uniform. We can start from state level.
Yeah, I know that, but eventually it has to be not uniformity.
But if we have a state police, and you being the chief executive of your state, and you decide not to invest in crime prevention, right? Then that is on you. Your state will just be right with crime.
Do you know what happens? States that have those tech, they will have less crime, and if you don't have,
that's on the state that chose not to invest in preventing crime.
You'll be like a criminal haven because
then it is the headache of that state. If I'm in that state, I will move out. It's as simple as that, because the governor chose not to invest in the security measure for that state. So if we're trying to make it uniform, how long can we wait? You remember here in America, not recently, I think 4 or 5 years ago, then America, federal government now mandate all states to have certain ID card.
I am not saying uniformity. I'm saying that they have to have a barest minimum standard for that. Obviously, some states will have more advanced tech than others, but there has to be a bare minimum, like database where I can connect to at the barest minimum to look for criminals. Then
federal government is not even utilizing this telecommunication company. They have information on virtually on everybody,
And now with that NIA stuff, we can have that database by using NIA, NIA or NIM or whatever number.
But they said,
And
but it's only 100 million people that have that. What happens to the other 100 million people?
mandate
Well,
them
we
to
can start
have
from
it.
there now. We can start from there. Start from that one. Why
Mandate
you
them
ask?
to have it. Mandatory. If you don't mandate it, like this subsidy, palliative, whatever, now you will not be able to have
But
access to it.
a few minutes ago, you were anti-uniformity. Now you're talking about mandating stuff.
No.
BT in
I
Canada, if you do not commit crime, your fingerprint will not be in the database.
of course, even here in America, it doesn't have to be in the fingerprint.
So it's only criminal that have the fingerprint.
Yes, it's only criminal.
So,
Even if
but
you are exonerated, your fingerprint is still there.
in Nigeria, we have more than enough data if you really want to use it, because already you do registration from INEC fingerprint, you do your Beaver, and you do your NI. What is this back? This band something?
Passport.
Your fingerprint. You do for telecommunication. The data is there, and nursing it is the problem.
Yes, sir. They should also mandate, like, you must have.
I'm not
State.
against uniformity. What I'm trying to say is this: look, if Lagos State is rich enough to invest in the security of that state and choose to have system like that, some states would not be able to do that. And I give you an example like Ekiti State.
No, Lagos State can even sell to some other state. They can even acquire capability on behalf of other states. It's innovation.
Why should the Lagos State spend their own money on another state? Didn't they create them equally?
No. Not. It's not going to be free. I'm not saying it's going to be free, because if you don't have the capability initially, you part of your cluster, you can help.
Because but they get allocation every month, right? All those
you can pay, like, let's say that they help Ekiti now, the same way KB and Lagos have a relationship. I help you with your tech, you pay me, maybe you give me land. I know Lagos doesn't have land, I invest. So there has to be some kind of payment back that might not be funding. Back.
I will even see other things that can even let Lagos State be interested in that. Okay, someone is driving from Ekiti every time. You carry your plate number, come to Lagos, and you commit something in Lagos, and you think you've gone. Another day you are going to come, but already I've picked up your data already. I can cash you when you come back. So you have it's all about innovation.
You know, the fact that you can have all the cameras you want in this world. You know, the old way of securing life and property is to the government, the security operative will come to the neighborhood where you are. They will look for someone who is always around, who is not a basket mouth. That person will be placed on their payroll and will be giving them information about that community. Yes. So when the patrol officer showed up and that community, guess what they're going to do? They're not going to be wandering around the street. They go straight to those individuals that have been put in those strategic places. They become the handler of those people, because they are the ones supplying that information.
They were doing it in Nigeria before. I don't know if they are still doing it now.
They have informants now, of course.
So any new individual, any new person that showed up in that community, they will track you. They know everything about you. You will just think you are just having fun, but they know that you are already in town. Even there's some. I mean, I don't know if Babati, you travel around the countryside, those rural area. The moment you drive through those small cities, I always call them. I call those town sundown town, where once it's once it's dark, you get out of that town. You don't stay there because they know you are there. So hey, God bless America. If you leave the city, forget it. Yeah, the rest are just crazy bunch of idiots. Anyway. And they know you are in that town, especially all those smaller countryside. They know you are there. So they have people that always get information. I mean, virtually all their family members are police officer or one security operative members. So they have a way of passing information across. So they know you are there. But we don't do that. Even if once we get to a community, the people just see you. You can even pretend as if you are one of them. They won't know the difference. People hardly get to know who is who. I mean,
Somewhere like Lekki, probably they don't even know who is their neighbor.
But, the Lagos dynamic is very different because it's a cosmopolitan place. So crime will, of course, it has to be tackled differently in that area as opposed to what's obtainable
And can easily be tracked. It's just that we never for once invest in it. Crime can be tracked in the places like Lagos.
Well,
Whereas
let me be honest with you. I think I told the story here in on this platform when I went to Nigeria in 2017. My uncle gave me his SUV to drive around at night. Me, I was doing big boy. I went to buy suya at one street corner. They stole my phone. So the next day, we were at this hotel. I was staying at this hotel, and his friend came and said, they stole my nephew's phone, blah blah blah. This guy just picked up the phone, called. Within 2 hours, the phone came back. I said, this guy's a police.
I was going to tell you that the police, they know the criminals.
They
Okay,
know where they are. They know them. That's what I'm saying. They do that also. They have informants. If they want something, if they want you, they will get you. Then they really want you, they will get you. They have people around here. They know.
Oh yeah.
Even they know the criminals, so they know all of them. They really want to do their work. They know where to go. They know how to get them.
Let me tell guys. Let me tell you a story. A guy said he was going through Oshodi that time that they normally snatch things from Oshodi. Immediately he said, where the guy said, they just took my gold. They just he said, which place, which point? He said, so place. Only I was Sumaila lo mashishenye, I was Sumaila lo mashishenye. Immediately. Oh my God! Immediately he called them. Hello, Sumaila, or my yellow nikini or my yellow nikini. And before you know it, they brought the chain back. I said, really?
They have where they cover now. They know who control each area.
Did you know?
So
people like that are the one that you place on the payroll.
Do you know what they told me? That guy told me that any stolen phone in Abeokuta, they know where it goes to unlock and to sell. They know, so they already know where it's coming to. They already know when any stolen phone that Abeokuta, they know where it's coming.
The funny thing is that some of those guys, police are involved in all those things too.
Right?
So they get some kind of feedback. Okay, look at what happened under Obasanjo then. When was it Ota DPO that time? They caught some police that the DPO gave them told them that he needed 1.5 million for that weekend. I can't remember the particular incident very well again. So these people, they know, and some of these guys, they even work for some of the scrupulous elements among the police. So it's not, see, the intelligence, just to put that in a database is the thing. See, even this database we are even talking about, if you ask me, I'm even afraid that it should even stay with the Nigerian police directly. We should have, if it's possible, if you ask me today, I will even prefer that NJC should be monitoring it, because I don't trust our police that they can pick some people on the street that say, okay, they catch you for road guard. What do they call?
They can add and use it for to blackmail people and
exactly. And just put your fingerprint there that person has committed crime. I see. Look at all those police around there. Oshodi, okay, that time they will just hang there. They will be looking at those people that carry items. So show your receipt, because you started wondering that whether that's the business of police. You can't. Maybe you carry an item now, bucket. They say, "Oh, can you please show your receipt?" That it was so bad, and they will put people from that place, and they will extort them, and they will ask them to write statements so that they will use that one to cover themselves. That, oh, we don't know that it's an offense to carry an item without receipt.
Ola, you have forgotten when they used to call Roga, what they call it in Lagos. They just go and carry maybe 10, 15 people, wrap them up, and just take them.
They will be carried down for and be moving around the street, and they can carry you in front of your house, put you for that place, and force you to write statement. So when you want to do things like that, it's even great to say that even if you want to do that in Nigeria, you have to be very careful, because at the same time, if you are gathering data too, if you give our police access to data anyhow, honestly, they can make someone that is not a criminal overnight just to cover their shady thing. So we have long way to go. So because when you look at the intended consequence in Nigeria, you have to look at the unintended consequences too, because see, we have too many criminals among the police. You understand? We have too many criminals. So To me, that's why I believe that if you want to train anybody for police in Nigeria, carry those people that are just coming from secondary school where possible.
Do you know the first golden rule? If I have my way, the DPO of that area must be from that area. That's number one. If you are going to head any department of that police, you must be from that area. That's in my opinion. No, I cannot have somebody from Sokoto becoming DPO in Ijebu. It does not make to me. It does not make any sense. You must be from that community. You must
So
be.
that means we all go back to state police again.
That's the way it's supposed to be now. If I know the area and they know me, they will trust me more
You
now.
speak their language. You
They
speak
know
their
you.
language.
Yeah. But if I want
You speak their language.
I think the reason why they started like bringing people from other places is because they feel like they need to protect the foreign. I mean, like people from different ethnic groups that live in
Well,
that
how many of them compared to
No,
there
they are
again
just
now?
trying to talk about federal character or whatever.
Yeah, they're trying to protect them, but
guys, we have to be careful about that too. You know the way we behave in Nigeria. If you bring somebody from your community to your community, it will lose control because everybody is
No. Simba, wait, let me clear what that impression. What that does, first of all, is to build trust with the police. They are more likely to be open to you than someone that is foreign. So what happens is that your training should then override that sentiment. So you should have gone to
override the Nigeria.
let me tell you. This is the way they're supposed to do it. You know, you're supposed to have state police, local government police, and you're supposed to have like something like FBI, which is like a federal police that will be in every area that we're policing the actual local police in case they malpractice. You understand? So these federal police that we have now, they should be working more like FBI. You know, it's change them to
like that way you don't go out of control. You don't just become one.
yeah. So exactly. So now you can bring somebody from another area to be that FBI guy to be monitoring, like policing the actual local police in case they start malpracticing. You understand now? So you can prosecute them.
Simba, in America, if your crime rate goes over a level, the FBI can take over your department.
Exactly.
They will just take over. What's going on here? Why is your crime this way? They can just come there and take it over for that.
They are the one that police the police.
To even diffuse what Simba said. Look, that is where character study will come in place. Let me give you an example. There was a time in school, so in my computer science course then, a lecturer, that lecturer now helps you anyway. That doctor now helps you. So as one of the lecturer wife come facing course, so they think say they can use a connection of lecturer to settle. You know what that lecturer said? As that woman was crying, the lecturer followed the woman. They cry. I've tried my best. Don't worry. Next time you will pass. The doctor was crying with the woman. This man no agree. He no shake that. He no shake that thing. And there was a woman too like that. When they said, okay, you should upgrade this thing, he said, if I'm going to favor this one, I have to carry everybody. That's why the woman go upgrade everything. Even some people score over 100%. So we still have some character like that no matter what, even if they live on that street, anyhow, no matter what.
But Ola, can we use what happened to Konjo, that thing that one man played yesterday, that they went and kidnap a mother. You know, if you are living in the community, the criminals, they know everything. In fact, they can go and deal with your father if you are handling their case. And
Simba, if we make policing local, it won't be that easy. That's what we are saying. Because in Nigeria, we don't have effective policing. We don't have enough police. We have enough police, we make it local. If you make policing local, that thing will not happen.
There's no way Ola's going to go and capture Yashegun because his son is in the federal.
I'm telling you,
it's just different.
If policing is local, that thing is not going to happen. And it depends on the type of infrastructure.
It happens.
I also want to look at it from
you go and arrest your mother's friend's son. You won't do that now. I want to arrest Mama Shegun, Mama
Mike, I'm working now. I'm okay now.
Babati, this thing we are talking about this thing is just an our assumption because of our environment it is. Even most of us here we speak now. How many police do we even know within our street, even though they live with us? How many of them do we even know?
I think another thing is that if you have a local police and then your state is infested with crime, that means you are jeopardizing your investment in your state. People will not go to your state because that is then you look elsewhere where there's enough security.
That is why people don't go to Anambra. What I'm even saying is this: if we have tension,
that's why people don't go to Anambra because they will kidnap you.
That's why a lot of people from Anambra they all move to Lagos.
Now, don't let us ethnicize this thing. I beg you. Maybe we don't ethnicize it. See,
no, I'm not ethnicize. I'm just trying to say.
Wait now. Wait.
I think culture has a lot to play with it too. You know, the Yoruba culture. We really.
Let's say someone is living in Ikeja. We want to hire police within Ikeja. Okay, maybe one is in Alausa, another Oregun. You can carry person from Alausa, you carry them to Anifowoshi, far away from the streets. And you can carry one from Alausa, from Ogba, carry the person to Olusosun. So those are the things we are talking about. It's not that okay, maybe I'm living I'm on Kudirat Abiola Road. The next thing I'm a police and a patrolling. No, you don't do it that way. But you see me that they are still within around the Ikeja. It can even be GRA. The person will be living in GRA. The person living in Oregun may not know that okay, that's the place the person is. If you are we can still make policing local. Because local doesn't mean that okay, it has to be on your street. Go. But you don't go and carry someone from Kaduna and come and put in Oregun. That's not what we are saying.
Well, I get one question. Why is it like back in the olden days, people used to be afraid to go and steal, but today no one is afraid to steal anymore. When I say back in the days, I mean when people used to be afraid of Shangun,
Mikey, that's not
Mikey, tó fẹ́ gbé traditionalist wọnú.
No, because
Simba, let me even tell Mikey. Those days, they go to house, then go carry furniture. In fact, they will say, "Oh man, Shebi na money that they call." Then go empty everything, carry mattress, carry pot, carry everything. Those are the kind of, in the 80s.
Even today, to buy lossy and on Lutman Lonely Yoruba, even yet it's
Mike,
I'm telling you today,
Mikey, wait, all this thing you are saying, Nike leave. I run after masquerade.
Let me tell you.
Look at see. People they go to house, then go carry furniture. One young cole, everything in that house, so no be money this time around. Then go carry furniture, carry radio, carry fridge, everything. You start wondering where did they even come to this house to do this? So maybe they should be that money that they carry now. They go say which one.
Exactly.
They actually this thing. And you say they know that one was even brutal.
But
they're not talking about the 80s. In the 80s, we are already in the modern time.
Mike, you know, but there's no armed robbery again in Nigeria. Believe me.
No, that's kidnapping and all those things.
That is, in fact, even if
no armed robbery.
What I'm saying, just get me right. You know, before the armed robber will come to the house, they will say, "Bring your money." They don't do that any longer.
Exactly.
That is. Let me tell you. Even when you travel, you know, before you see armed robbery along the road, and that one. If you see anybody doing that now, is the only thing they will do. They will kidnap because they know that people don't move with money again. There is nothing to take. Nobody will come and take your television. Where are you going to? How much are you going to sell it? Who is going to buy it from you?
Who's even using television, sir?
You understand? So all those things they are no longer this thing, and that is why kidnapping is the one that is reigning now. Because they look at all the other things, it's not profitable. It's not profitable.
And that kidnapping itself, if not, our police are not doing their job very well.
And that was why this kidnapping of a thing reduced when there's a naira scarcity. Because they know that people, even if you kidnap, there is no ransom to pay.
Simba, they kidnapped my aunt in 2011 in Akure. I don't know whether you know this doctor. He worked in Saudi before too, Dr. Gunleye. I don't know whether you know. So they kidnapped my aunt in 2011. You know the person that planned the kidnapping. Now one copper there, where they the street. So because doctor
No,
already
usually
retired, and
kidnapping, there will be an insider. Usually there will
exactly.
be an
It's
insider.
always, is that somebody that know you, your relative?
So in that 2011, right? Because they were doing project, they were doing house project. So they've already used size to calculate because the man was building hospital again back home, all those stuff. You know, they've already calculated what we saw. They just sent kidnapper. The person that planned that in I want to be oh sorry, maybe I should not even mention that, but that just one person on the street, yeah, just planned that kidnapping. That's so they carry my aunt too. But fortunately for that, for the husband, he know Mimiko, so they just send DSS out, SS out, all those stuff. You know how they managed to catch these guys? Now, when they get that money, they were asking for one silly money that time. So, but when they just carry that money out, you know, to those people, they've already marked the money and they've positioned the intelligence guy around. So they carry that money. Now, before they get to where they go share that money, now so they just catch all those people. You know, easily before those days, instead of those guys saying them where they go kidnap, there were a lot of things they could even steal easily within that house. Those things are no longer fashionable. Say they go carry your video, they go carry your DVD.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
You cannot
my house in Nigeria.
Or may they see your account, or may they yahoo your account. Those are the things they
I want to make a joke. Yeah, in my father's house, there is one old TV. That old TV is very old. Can you believe during that time, one thief just came to our house through our parlor, entered through the window, carried this big TV on his head. He carried it. We follow him at 2 a.m. We collect our TV back.
Remy, you will wake up in the morning wanting your tire motor low.
Àní àgbà TV wa padà lóru ọjọ́ yìí. Àfọ́lù òní ni àfọ́lù ẹ̀. Ó gbé sílẹ̀ ó sá lọ.
In Nigeria, Simba, how can you be depressed with this kind of stories? You can never be depressed. I'm telling you, it's crazy, but it's
hold on. Have you guys heard about Simba?
Okay.
Emma Masunule, you people will be sleeping in the house. Oh, Lema Fogiri. If you people, anybody that grew up in Ajegunle, Badia area there, or really Gomu, you can understand what I'm trying to say. Emma Masunule, Conquer, Oma Fogiri, Oma Wole. I mean, they will take out. They will take out all the burglary proof. All your burglary proof, they'll take it off and they will enter and everybody will be sleeping and they will clear everything.
There was a time they were pouring hydrochloric H2SO for sulfuric acid. They were pouring.
Good night, everyone.
It's
been a pleasure.
Some people say they use
all right,
just to get it for sleep. And everybody will just sleep off and then until they will pack everything, you will not know. Some people say they use something. The Omanda consider like they will.
No, rational mo sùn rí tó yẹ pé wọ́n wọlé tán kó lápò mi náà lọ́rẹ̀gùn. Mo sùn mi ò mọ orun ìyá tí mo sùn lọ́jọ́ yẹn wọ́n wọ ilé.
No, don't show me. Àwọn people wọ́n máa ń lò.
Ìlọrin wọ́n máa ń lo ògùn yẹn.
Because if they won't pay me that time, they go pay me for. I don't reach
no comment before you people accuse me of saying something. No comment on that one.
Ola, guys, have you anybody experienced being boggled? Have anybody experienced being boggled? Boli wa jale.
Yes, now. Yeah, there was
personal experience.
Yes,
I know. Personal experience, one-on-one.
Yeah, no. Our own. No, wait.
No, I experienced twice before.
No,
twice before.
The only time I survived that thing one day was that I survived traffic one. Me, that I don't know. Someone say, "Alaye, for me phone money, abo ya we ni ma fi bo." Who say it lọ́wọ́ mi
and there's one again they do in Ojuelegba area there. I don't know Ola in Ojuelegba there. Ojuelegba. It's one they do in Ojuelegba. This group of guys, they will come and meet you on my side. Hey, can you go, babao, and they will be and until they will take everything from your pocket. You just get you can't realize
you get carried away.
Exactly.
Rational mind. I was at Ogudu one day like that. One guy just came to me and said, "Bring my phone." You see the way I swab the car, like say, "Mama, all those kind of risk. I don't even know whether that guy gets something. I mean, I don't get anything.
I think what is happening now, I think everything we now, after a while, all those robbery will be a thing of the past. Internet fraud, IT fraud, that is what will be the internet
fraud.
because you don't go at the days when you remember or that time that they say they will write armed robbers will write to a community that they are coming. No.
That was popular during Abacha time.
Well, it was OPC last year. Time
in the late 80s.
The 90s was the worst, man. It was terrible.
You know what's funny? We had the security from Ghana back then. So after we were robbed and whatever, it wasn't like a real robbery. It was something like a threat. We only had this guy in the whole area. It was just one guy securing the whole place. Only people. Am I worried? He's a former military guy and an OPC. Just one person. They no brought anybody come that area. One guy. By night, by 11:30, by after one level bad go won't be anybody they go
Babati,
anybody that just one guy.
Let me tell you one only that robbed in Ikere between 1989 and 1992. You see, one thing is this: they were targeting all those cocoa merchants. So the anointing is this: if they took the money away without killing them, no problem. But this guy, they will take the money and will kill them. And one funny thing, police will be coming after like 1 hour after they've done the operation. You know the thing that scared me about all this rogue is this. There was a time one Oro Jade, you know Oro now. So one Oro Jade, immediately Oro will finish like this, they will strike. It was so terrible that time. It was so terrible. They will strike. They even do different for sure those things, but later maybe
oh sure.
You don't get what I'm saying. All this road, they will wait for Oro to finish. Immediately Oro finish like this. Within 5 to 10 minutes, they will strike immediately. That you get to say that they started using that for share all those things to be causing all those people.
Babati,
you see what?
Let me address Babati. I know it's very common among Egba people. Most Egba people.
Are you sure? I'm Egba.
Okay, you're Egba too. Hold on. Most Egba landlords in Lagos, they have this thing. Egba and Ejebu. Some of them in their house. Yeah, something like that. So when you enter hold on now, let me land. When you enter some this face me and face you or some houses, passage by walk by okay by.
At the entrance.
No, it depends. Let me reply. So it depends. So now I'm going to one is spider web.
But just to put scared, we put
no. This is for real.
Some of them work,
but not all.
What of in Deruba
some of them work.
Almost if you come my house, come Steve.
That of the character that I said, after they put up for share all those things, when they cause all those people, they caught them later, but they didn't call them. They were not caught in the act. But when they come call all those all those people, where what is mean when they carry correct Olugbon, See, Olugbon, don't just say anything negative to yourself around that place. So, in fact, you can pray for 100 years.
Let me give you an example.
Kí ló dé tó wọn fi lè forúgbòn ṣàdúrà fún yàn kó gbà tó jẹ́ pé pé nìkan ló máa ń gbà.
Bọ̀ máa ń ṣàdúrà wọn fi àdúrà ló wà fún bọ̀ tó bá lọ ṣe mistake lọ ṣe pé. It's a choice now. Either you pray or you swear. It's your choice.
Usually it's in anger. But they call this place Ojugbele. anybody's not going to where Ojugbile. Ojugbile is a street, is a very long street that when they are having their Ojo, Awon Shosho, even the select there, they will close down for 7 days or be that. Even the churches will close down. That area you can't rob over there or be that that. So some areas are just known for you don't F with them over there. Once you go there and do something,
I think it is when we lost all these things, these local things,
that's
that
why
we became
everything
more
upside down. Exactly.
criminal minded, and because Jesus Christ, all those things, Muhammad, everything that we are pursuing, they will not come and strike immediately.
Ayé àtijọ́ ta máa gbé ìṣó náà, ta máa gbé síbẹ̀. Tó bá lọ jalè ṣe á lù ẹ́ o.
Ṣé nígbà tí Moses àti assistant tí wọ́n throw stone Bible, ṣé wọ́n define bẹ́ẹ̀ Ifá kan ló ń dì yẹn? Wọ́n define Bible. Oh my bad. So when people are shying away from all these things, are like, oh, what do you mean?
Even àwọn òyìnbó gan, when they came to Africa, àwọn kan wáyé lọ ló máa ń bà wọ́n lẹ́rù tó lè ṣe wá gbé kíní tí wọ́n fún wa, wá exchange kíní wọ́n fún wa, so that way you can be weaker. That was their strategy now. Ṣé òyìnbó kan tètè wá gbé Christianity fún ẹni, ṣé ó máa mọ̀ pé ọ̀nà ọ̀run ni Christianity wá gbé fún wọn black, what people like.
Christianity and Islamic work.
My brother,
they are also found you are the criminal. They are not by also you are the criminal. The most criminals I know.
Jesus is Lord. Fire for Jesus.
Who's Lord?
No,
your Lord.
Almost you need Mike, Abby.
Almost you need Mike.
Almost you need you. Okay. Like it should go. Oh boy, you should have da.
What is
Christianity is to them. So all those things
wait.
Oh boy, you should da.
What is wrong with binomial issue? What is wrong with binomial issue?
Did I say something is wrong?
Like Lou.
What is binomial issue?
There's difference between Satan and issue. So don't.
What is someone talking about? What is?
Me and they feel they should wear.
Let us move
There's
on.
a difference between Satan and issue. So I don't understand what.
Everybody.
No,
Remi ọba pé end of session lele la mi fi máa catch joke.
Ọ̀gbẹ̀rì ṣígbà ó ṣígbà gbẹngbẹngbẹ.
Almost the rubber back.
Oríkèé yẹn kò lè ọ̀run o.
Ṣé bàbá tí ó wá gbé gbogbo lùkúdì gbogbo kìíní ẹ̀ kó gbẹ lọ sí Amẹ́ríkà náà ni.
Mo ń bó èso l'Amẹ́ríkà náà, in America yẹn.
Babaláwo ni bàbá tí náà. Ó ń ṣòwò, ó máa ń ṣòwò. Dókítà ni. Dókítà kéde ni òyìnbó ni àti
tradomedical ló ń ṣe.
Mo lọ sí ṣẹṣẹ àwọn ọmọ sọ.
Eléwé elégbò ni mi.
Tọ́ba ti gbéṣẹ́ wá gbá ní pé eléyìí ẹlẹ́àkẹ́ àlẹ́ fi àbáfi ti lébọ̀.
Seriously.
Ẹ máa tẹ̀sẹ̀ lébọ̀ ni.
Àwọn ayé ló ń ṣe léyìí. Ayé ló ń ṣe.
Seriously, there was one time in my practice that happened to me. Tó yẹ pé mo dẹ̀ di fast on day kì máa ṣe yẹn. So I have seen that before. You might say it's a joke, whatever, but one time in my practice, pé má dán wò. No, it was not me. It was pé ẹni yẹn kì í ṣe owó wà lára ẹ̀.
Kò ń ṣe ẹni tó lè fọwọ́ kàn kó filẹ̀ làwọn ayé ti jẹ́ àwọn ayé ti fẹ́ mú jẹ.
Ṣé funfun ni àbí dúdú?
Dúdú black.
Ṣé ọmọ Nàìjíríà ni àbí báwo ni tó bá gé di
Nàìjíríà, yeah.
Baba T, I want to
ask wọ́n ti pín láti ilé.
Baba T, I want to ask you a question.
Yeah.
You know, Remi, just before you talk, just let me tell you, jokes apart, I have a colleague who is a gynecologist. The guy is, this Oshun is one of these people that worship Oshun. The guy is even doing all those fertility, this thing. And that is what he's practicing. And even in his practice, he mixes everything together. And that's what he's even doing up to today.
So Simba and Babati, the question I want to ask is this.
Is he allowed? Is it allowed?
Simba Babati, as a medical doctor.
It's allowed now. Nobody will blame me for that. Believe me, nobody will blame me for that.
The medical practice or medical board will not challenge you for that.
Simba Babati.
For mixing it.
Yeah.
Simba Babati.
No, let me say, for example, you have a child, you have a woman. There is a woman.
Johnny's rule now, Remy, you have a question at Johnny's rule. The two doctors in the house. So are you saying that the medical board will allow you to do traditional?
No. You don't practice, like, you don't say, okay, I'm here today, I'm do this. No, like in hospitals, for instance, now you can request for a chaplain, right? In a hospital, you can request for a pastor to come. The hospitals have their own pastors, like chaplains, mostly like Reverend Father. Let's say you go to like a Methodist hospital now, they have a chaplain that will come to pray with you, whatever you're going through. So what they're not
all hospitals used to have, even in Nigeria here, they used to have both religion. They have Christian, they have a Muslim.
So what is now that they're not open to other
question
religions.
I want to ask
just hold on, please. I know you are itching. Just hold on, please.
So now they are not open to other religions. So if somebody is like, I wear my work, it means by every work Friday, I wear my whole, even everything I wear. I still wear my whatever, everything I wear. So if you know that, they will not say
even when you're tearing up a union.
What is Stefan?
Don't worry about that. Don't worry. No. Like I have my Oluwo now, so I don't do. Don't worry about that, Mike. Don't worry. I've already said that's not the point. Don't worry, Mike. Talk too much. So, but I don't know about that one. But
no. Now Mojilo ni ojure lo mo mi owo olowo legun na o aṣọ aláṣọ lọgá.
Àtàárọ̀ ni Ọlá ti pọ̀fọ̀ lórí platform yìí. Látàárọ̀ ló ti pọ̀fọ̀.
Remy, go ahead.
My goodness, testifies in that.
To Simba and Babati, from your experience, having been a medical doctor for years, have you ever found a situation where you have to call your own spiritual power to help you to deliver a patient?
To me, just like I said before, it wasn't like I was asked to use my whatever I do. It was telling me not to even touch that person at all. That happened to me one time. So I never intervene. If it's something that I think is spiritual, I have people that I can say, okay, you are open to the file. They will consult on my that are more power. They are more into that I can call to refer you to that will come and do that for you. But me is more of preventative. Don't mess with this. Don't go there. Like it will tell me, don't travel here. Don't eat this. So my is more like a preventative care for me. But I don't intervene for people. That's not me. I'm not that advanced in that. No.
Simba, you have practiced in Nigeria for a long time because you said you've worked in the teaching hospital before. And I know that there's
yes, me, I have people that believe, but me, I don't believe whatever. Let me give, for example, there was a time I was working in a state hospital in Djibouti. In fact, that was shortly after my service, after my internship. So we had a woman who had diabetics. So we were managing this woman with insulin. And I had this chief medical.
Simba,
yes?
I think this is the right time to shut down. I will just shut down there. We'll go to the inner house. We are going out of, let me just shut it down. Then we go to the inner house. It's 9 hours already. Okay. So we can talk privately. That's what I think. What do you guys think? Yes, I have to. Let's shut it down. We are going too much. You understand what I mean?
Too much secrets.
Let me just shut it down. Yeah, let me just shut it down. I have a lot to talk to. Well, thank you, everyone. It's been a good section. Yeah, we will see you at the other time. Yeah, tomorrow. Carry the conversation in the comment section. Thank you. God bless you all. Thank you.
Okay. Can I continue?
That was no,